Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Good. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Oh, goodness. Good. Sorry about that. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Sorry about that. That's with my TV in the background. Sorry about that. Tonight's topic is going to be about abstinence and celibacy. I think Shay was asking, did we speak about that? I did not. And I wanted to talk more in further detail about it. Kay, where you at? Are you in? Wanted to get started. So the aspect of abstinence and celibacy, and I was just wondering if there was something in marriage. Was that something? Yep, we're live. Hold up. You can come on up, Shay. Click the link. Click the link. Wherever you at, Kay, come on up. And I was telling Shay earlier that I wanted to talk about mental health in reference to Black women, but I wanted to start off with abstinence, celibacy, and marriage. I didn't want to go too deep into this, that, and the other third, but I just want to know, is there something that's becoming more prominent with Black American women? Which one is becoming more prominent and why? Why do you think? Why? And basically how to like in tune those things to have good mental stability and health, whether you're abstinent, celibate, single, married, whatever the case may be. I'll give you 10 minutes, Kay. Shay, the link is up there. Kay, the link is up. So in any case, the reason why I wanted to talk about these things is because I'm wondering if I'm finding, because in my circle, I'm finding that a lot of women are either abstinent, celibate, single, and I guess it just became prominent. And is that something in our age group, or is it widespread amongst Black American women? I'm real curious about it because I'm finding that I'm knowing some, yes, they're in relationships, but I'm starting to know a lot more women that are single and actively choosing to be single, as well as to abstain and be celibate. Now, abstinence is like for a shorter period of time until you're abstaining until you either want to get married or get in a relationship, and celibacy is something that's more long term. So I would suggest you look it up. So it was like really deep about this, and I'm finding out when I was doing studies on it that I'm seeing that it's becoming more practiced amongst young women. I'm not sure if it's just Black American women or just other women in general, but it's becoming more practiced. And I'm just wondering why. And could we as women discuss why do you think that is? Is it like more peace of mind to be in this status, or is it by choice or not by choice? I'm just curious to know what could be up with the whole aspect of why we women are choosing this path. Is it because of economic reasons or just spiritual reasons? Whatever the case may be, I think it's something that we need to discuss and how we can have a peace of mind in that aspect. I also wanted to talk about not a resolution so much, but a covenant, because resolutions seem, hey Sheena, resolution seems so short term. And I think a covenant to yourself as a Black woman is more staying than having a resolution. Like they say, New Year's resolution. And I say covenant because whether it's a spiritual covenant or your own personal covenant, it's something that you hold dear and personal to yourself, and maybe your spirituality or between you and God, that you're saying, this is what I want to do because I want to be more loyal and more have more of a promise to myself. So I think a covenant is more stronger than a resolution. It's like a promise to yourself to do better, be more healthy in mind, body, soul, and spirit. And I think that's what we need to say as Black American women versus resolution. Let us have a covenant with ourselves. Or you can have a covenant, as you may say, in your spiritual aspect with your spiritual deity of how you want to worship, whether you want to call him Buddha, Allah, Almighty, Jesus, God, however you want to call it. But I think that covenant needs to be strong um, between us and ourselves as Black American women. And I say that because we as Black American women, I see in our community, we very rarely do anything for ourselves. It's like we run on just a minimal tank of gas, and we've never, not all, but a great majority, don't give ourselves grace in a lot of ways. We don't give ourselves enough time, enough pampering, enough leeway on certain things to have that time to think, to process, because it's like the world is going so fast around us, and we're constantly, I feel like as a Black woman, being needed needed by everyone, and expected to do things. I think this is something that's common in the Black American community in our space. We're always doing for others, but we rarely, out of habit, do for ourselves. We rarely take the time out for ourselves. We give ourselves maybe, I would say, the most that most Black women I know as a collective gives themselves maybe 30% of time, 30% of time to like edify herself, to uplift herself. That's something that we don't commonly do in our as Black American women in our spaces. We're constantly doing for others. It's like something I think we were bred to do in a lot of ways. And it's like strange. And I'm just wondering, how can we improve upon that in 2024 when times are going to be very crucial? How can we not only survive but thrive, and just have a peace of mind all around, whether we're in a relationship, abstinence, celibate, whatever the case may be? How do we navigate in the space that we're in, because we're all in different types of situations? So my whole thing is, how do we learn to move as a people in that aspect? That's something that I really want to focus on for us as Black American women. We have to do better and be better at making sure that we have more of a peace of mind, more of a stability. We cannot just this round, and I think it's more crucial because we can't run on the low frequency that we have been running on. We have to pump it up, pull up our game to be more in tune to ourselves, to the atmosphere around us, to um, stir us to the point that it makes us ill in health, um, and causes us to have conditions worse than what we may already be trying to fight, or trying to, like, how you would say, get under control. And I really think we need to focus on that for 2024, because I feel like 2024, after we had the pandemic, it has been nonstop ever since, and it has not gotten better, and in a lot of cases has gotten worse. But we have to figure out how we can make the situation for us better, better in your own personal walk, in your own personal situations. We have to get better at how we navigate out of our problems and come up with solutions. And until we come up with solutions, how to know how to put it aside until we figure out what the solution may be. You were sharing. I didn't see where you were sharing, so you need to come up. What were you sharing? I put the link in, so if you want to come up, sure, you can come up. So this is something that I think we need to discuss. How do we, and we need to come up with a list. I think each woman needs to come up with her own personal covenant list on what she wants to do better for herself in 2024. And I mean, really be serious about it. I'm even talking about it myself. That's something that I'm going to come up with. And I remember I was talking to Shay that we need to start writing things down, because I just can't remember from one day to the next what needs to be done, because it's like it's never ending. It's always stuff happening, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent. It's like always things just coming at you. So it's like, how do we like slow it down and get more in tuned with how we're going to handle something, and versus us allowing it to take us over? How do we control the situation versus being controlled by the situation? Because with me, I suffer from panic attacks, anxiety, depression. Shoot, when I looked at all of them, I do have the information in my email. I did put it in the chat. So if you want to send me information, you'll see Clarity Dimensions 1909. Please send any information or any context to that email, and I can like try to start uploading it so we can discuss some things. Again, if you want to click the link, KSA, come on up. And I find that a lot of times I'm allowing the situation to control me. I overthink in a lot of ways. I over process. And I'm just wondering, with all of this going on, is this also a reason why a lot of Black women have chosen? And I'm finding it, not all, but I'm finding that it's becoming growing, that we are abstinent, we are celibate. Some of us are married, but I'm finding that the growing number of abstinence and celibacy is growing, so much so that I'm finding out that it's not just with women in their 40s, 30s, 40s, or 50s like ourselves. Some of them are older, some of them are younger, and I'm finding that the number is becoming more prominent. And is that a good thing? Is it because we're trying to avoid relationships, or are we actually analyzing what we want to get involved with? I'm just wondering, what is it? Because it is a negative vibe that's all over, in reference to relationships right now. Not all, but a lot of people. I do see some good marriages on YouTube, and people are sharing how they are staying together as Black women, Black men, or if they're in another relationship with another type of partner, how they're making it happen. But I'm hearing things like the dating pool is just disgusting. Some people just don't want to try. Some people are getting out of bad marriages. Some people may have had like a loss. It's various things, but I'm finding out that celibacy and abstinence is becoming practiced by younger Black women just as well as by middle-aged Black women. You kind of expect it with elderly people, unless they're, with their spouse or their partner, and that's their lifelong partner until, they make their transition to the other side. But I'm just finding that that's becoming a new thing. And we will have a part 2 to this aspect. But I kind of wanted to tie all these things together, whether abstinence, celibacy, marriage, and owning our peace, owning your peace, own your peace, own your peace of mind, because that's something that I hear a lot of Black women talk about as well. They want to not lose their peace of mind. Peace of mind becomes the top priority, and making sure they have that stability. It's like a saying, and they're putting it into practice. It's like I'm wondering, are we like checking out of the situation, or are we on sabbatical? What is going on with us as Black American women, and why do you feel like these choices are being made? Is it easier? Have we found that it's just better to be single, or is it better to be married? Which one is it? But the whole aspect that I'm also finding out with all of these different things, peace of mind tends to strum up in a lot of ways, where Black American women are suffering from, again, panic attacks, anxiety, depression, and whatever state that you're in. How are you dealing with it, and how are you processing going on from day to day without allowing you may not even have these problems, and if you don't, what is the advice that you would give so that you don't have these type of issues? Because I think a lot of Black American women do suffer from it, and I don't think we talk about a lot of our mental issues and covenant to ourselves, and how to be better to ourselves, and how to put ourselves first. I don't think that's something we do as a collective, as Black American women. We're always on the sidelines helping everyone else, being there for everyone else, but we're barely there for ourselves. So this is stuff I want to really discuss on how we can do what we got to do. Shay, can you click on? Because I feel odd talking to myself, even though my mouth be running 50 miles an hour. So if anyone else wants to jump up on the link, it's there. You can hit it and I'll bring you up. Don't worry, nobody will bite. So if you have something to say to add to it, jump on the link. Hey, Rondi, if you want to come up, you can come up and talk about what do you think. Just hit the link and I'll bring you up. It's easy. And don't be scared. Just don't show yourself on the visual. But I really want to be open, raw, and honest, as well as look at other things that we can study to figure out how to move on. Again, I'm still trying to open something on Patreon and Rumble. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out how to, pardon me if I'm chewing, download this stuff on StreamYard. I'm not sure what I'm doing, how I should do it. It's kind of weird. So I'm like caught in between YouTube as well as StreamYard. It's like I'm on two separate things and I'm trying to download the videos and stuff. So it's like kind of weird. What's up, Kay?
Hey, Trina, how you doing?
I'm here. How you doing? Long time no see.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
So what do you think? If you was hearing what I was saying. I was talking about abstinence and celibacy and mental health because that's the next one I want to get on because I do have videos downloaded. I just got to figure out how to put it on our space. And I'm finding out, I know for me personally, when I read up on anxiety, I'm being treated for that. So I'm being open and honest. I have anxiety and panic attacks bad. And I looked at depression. It's like all three of those things kind of run hand in hand. And I think as Black American women, we don't really talk about that too often. And I wonder why, and why are we reluctant to get help? And the reason why I want to talk about it because I need to talk with somebody outside of myself, because I don't go to no psychiatrist. I've tried it, but I'm not saying not to, but I'm saying for me, I haven't found one that I feel like can understand me as a Black American woman. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you try to what about like therapists that were Black American women? Did that seem
Wait a minute, you kind of etchy. What were you saying?
you
You kind of like jumping in and out.
Hello?
Wait a minute. I can hear you now. Let's see. Stay right there. Now, what did you say?
What are that are
You coming out again? You coming out again, Kay? Yeah, come out and then come back up. Come back up. And I guess I wanted to know how we come back up, Kay, as soon as you can. Hit the link. Whatever, Sam. We may have men in this space, women, so just letting you know. But it's strictly for women. But they may be in here watching. They can't help themselves. What's up, Sam? Say hi to Sam, everybody. But yeah, I'm eating. See if you can click back on share. And the reason why I talk about it because I don't think Black women really deal with that as much. I don't know if we feel. I know for me, I would like to talk to a Black American woman about my issues. I feel like they're more understanding and can relate to me.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, much better. What were you saying?
Okay. I was saying, did you try therapists that were Black American women?
That's hard to find.
Okay, interesting. Okay, good to know though.
I mean, you find
you're in
melanated
Philadelphia
women. I'm not sure if they're Black American women, and I think that's something I would like to search out. I'm gonna
Right.
search it out in my area, and I think whatever areas we in, that would be something. And maybe some black women wouldn't mind talking to anybody. I'm kind of funny. I would like to talk to a black American woman. I feel like they can relate to what I'm feeling, what I'm going through, and be you can kind of let your guard down more. When I did go to a white therapist, I was talking to them, but I felt like in some sense I was at a regular doctor's appointment. I didn't feel like this person really actually knew what I was going through. You follow what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. They could like probably do a clinical analysis
Yeah,
based on the education they have, but other than that, they really couldn't help you.
right. So I said I figure the topic on depression, anxiety, and panic attacks is something that I'll bring up more than once so that we can find out if we're going through those things and how to get help. Because I don't think black women deal with it. I really don't. I think we push it to the side, and then it runs into
Well, I
other
think we
things.
get busy, caught up in, like you said, day to day life, and then also
Hmm.
day to day taking care of everyone else.
Right.
Yeah, and I
And
do
this is
like
not.
that what you're saying about putting ourselves first. And
We have
when
to.
they first started talking about divestment, um, I remember, do you know this sister who has a channel named Lexus Exodus?
Hmm.
Yeah, so one time I saw one of her videos about divestment, right?
Hmm.
And she was talking about Tariq Nasheed. She had a clip from Tariq Nasheed, and Tariq Nasheed was saying that divestors were foreign women, who are like Caribbean and African. And she was like, "No, dummy, divestment started with Black American women, and it's about divesting, from the Black American community and putting yourself first."
Hmm.
And that's what divestment was about. That's what it was initially. And then I
Probably
said,
was.
like, yeah, it's the same thing when everybody, Black American women, start something, then everybody else starts jumping in, and then they turn into something else,
Exactly.
just like that hashtag Me Too thing. But it also
Hmm.
reminded me of, like I last year, was it last year? Earlier last year, I was in
Hmm.
Los Angeles, right? And I was
Hmm.
over in the West Hollywood area. And I was at a bus stop and there was a sign, and it's like one of those digital signs that changes, different ads. So they had an ad for this some kind of series, right? I can't remember.
Hmm.
It's about a woman who was supposed to be dating like, different men or whatever, young career woman, and she was Asian American. And then they
Hmm.
had the word divestment. And when have you ever heard Asian women talk about divestment, right? And
I
I don't
haven't.
think they were, yeah, I don't think they were talking about divestment from Asian men. But interesting enough, the two men that they showed her with were white American men, right? But they weren't talking about. They was talking about something else about divestment. And then it's like, no, that's a Black American woman thing. And now on YouTube, there's a Asian American woman who's also using that words like um single married mothers and divestment. And the
Hmm.
sisters in the comment section like, hold up, this is Cynthia
Right.
G started the single married mother, and this whole thing
Hmm.
divestment. And now she's sitting up there building platforms on our code words, rather, I guess you can call them, right?
All the time.
Right. So, and I said, yeah, thank you, sisters, for calling this BS out because, you
Hmm.
know, yeah, what is she as an Asian woman? What is she divesting from? A community of successful men who are hardworking and patriarchal and take care of their women and children. You're divesting from what, honey? Like what? I get
I don't
like
know, but they said Asian women do date outside of their race or outside of their ethnic group more than any other woman.
Well, you know what? I remember when I first moved to Seattle, right? This was in the early 2000s. I moved there like early 2001. And that was when I had kind of a culture shock and I saw how
Hmm.
many, that was my first time seeing so many Black men. Because what it was, the first year I was working there, I was not working in Seattle. I was working in an area right outside Seattle, just like a
Hmm.
community on the other side of the lake, right? And I would commute. So then after
Hmm.
that first year, then I spent a summer working in Alaska. And so then when I came back, it was around the holiday season
Hmm.
and I applied to work for retail. So there's a lot of retail stores in downtown Seattle. So when I started working downtown Seattle, everybody goes downtown Seattle from all over the Puget Sound area, right? So that's when
Hmm.
you get to see everybody who's from this Puget Sound area. And I started seeing a whole lot of Black men that were with white women. And I was like, what the F is going on? That's when I realized like this had nothing to do with interracial love or anything with love. That's when I was like, no, something is wrong with these men. I just knew it at that moment. And then several years later, because the last year I was in Seattle was in 2006. And
Hmm.
then I was commuting again. I was working downtown for Ann Taylor. And then on a weekend, on Saturdays, I would commute and work a shift on the other side of the lake called Bellevue, right? And the
Hmm.
Bellevue Mall. So that was a very popular mall. And I worked at an Ann Taylor there as well. So then when I was there, when I had to commute, in Seattle, you know how like it's when it's inner city, it tends to be a lot of single people and young couples with young children, right? But then when you
Mhm.
go outside the city, suburban area, that's where Bellevue is more of a suburban area. You start noticing all kinds of kids, like little kids, babies, teenagers, and everything. And then when I got out there, I started noticing a whole lot of mixed race teenagers, and a
Mhm.
whole lot of them, right? And then in between the two, after a few years living in Seattle, I started noticing something. I said, I see a lot of black men with white women, but then when I see the white women with the mixed race kids, I don't see these black men anywhere around. That was something. This was like, people are talking about it now, but this was something I noticed 20 years ago when I was in Seattle. So I was noticing way before they were talking about this, before it was even social media, right? I think at that
Mhm.
time they might have had MySpace. I think at that time that MySpace was around,
Mhm.
so it wasn't even on Facebook at that time. But anyway, another thing. So I had that culture shock. I seen all these black men with white women. For every black couple that I might have seen, for every one
Mhm.
black couple, I would see 4 to 5 black men with white women. I kid you not, I'm not exaggerating. And then the culture shock I had was how many Asian women I saw with white men. Because I did think like before, I lived in Houston and there was like a lot of Vietnamese there, right? And then
Mhm.
I think some Cambodians back in the 80s, but I really didn't see a whole lot of Asian women dating white men in that environment. And then in New York City, they have a lot of Asians, but I didn't really see it so much there. Like you see it, but not a lot. But then on the West Coast,
Mhm.
you see it a lot. But Seattle was
It's
the
a lot
first
on the
place
West Coast.
right. Seattle was the first place I lived on the West Coast, so that's when I got to see it there. And then I was like, it was a lot of Asian women dating white men, right? So then later on, I moved to San Francisco, and this is the second year. This is 2009, and I had a Black American friend, a brother who was born and raised in San Francisco, right? And he was in his mid 40s at the time. I was like
Mhm.
maybe by late 30s, and he was in his mid 40s. And he said to me, because he was born and raised here, he said to me, it seems to me that Asian women are pushed to marry white, to be involved with white men, to marry white men, right?
Mhm.
That's what he said. It seems to him that Asian women are pushed to marry white men. Like he was basically saying the Asian community pushes Asian women to marry white men. And I said, well, that's really bizarre. Why would they? I said, yeah, I get like say if your mom was into white guys when she was young, right? But she didn't have the opportunity to date a white guy. Maybe she grew up in an Asian country. Now she moved here. Now she's got her Asian daughter. Now she's trying to live vicariously through her Asian daughter and push her daughter to,
Mhm.
get involved with white men or whatever. So I
Mhm.
felt like but I said, yeah, I could see that a mom might do that, particularly if she wasn't married. But I could not imagine that an Asian father would push his daughter to marry. Like most fathers are not going to push their daughters to marry outside of their group of men, right? Like most
Mhm.
men just don't do that. Like they'll date outside. They're especially not their
Unless
daughter.
they were adopted, you know how a lot of times they were sending a lot of those Asian baby girls here. They
No, no,
wouldn't
no.
send the
We're not
boys.
talking about that type. We're talking about the Asian girls that grew up with Asian parents. Because my friend said that it's
Oh,
the Asian community pushes their Asian daughters to marry white men. And I'm like, well, why would the community do that? Like, you can't imagine the Black
wow.
American community will push, their Black American daughters to marry white men. Like, there
Mm-mm.
may be certain elements within the Black American community, like some white Black women that may be into the white guys, maybe. But generally speaking, hell no,
Mhm.
not the whole damn community, right? And
Mm-mm.
particularly if you come out of a two-parent home with your mom and your dad ain't pushing you to marry no white man. Okay. Even if your mom is kind of undercover and maybe she like the white boys and she doesn't mind you doing it, there ain't nowhere in hell you're gonna openly do that in front of your dad, right? At
That's
least
deep.
not in his home, right?
Mhm.
Maybe after you move out. But so he said that. He said, yeah, okay, it seemed to me that they push their daughters to marry white men. And I thought that's
Mhm.
bizarre. Why would they do that? Like, what community pushes their daughters to marry outside their community? Like, no, I like no, particularly not the men, not the fathers. So I didn't believe him. I didn't say anything. I just thought it was bizarre. So a few years after that, I see a social media post, and this was on a racist white website called Vanguard National Network, right?
Mhm.
And there was a white man, and he was saying he was speaking out against Asian women marrying white men. And but basically he wasn't targeting white men, accusing them of having yellow fever, as they call it. He was
Mhm.
Asian women. And what he did, he was trying to prove that look, people like to say like it's white men running after Asian women, but it's really the same Asian women running after white men. And he
Mm.
said, look at this post that I found on social media. So he put this post, and I don't know what social media page it came from, because at that time I was only familiar with YouTube, right? So
Hey, Charlie.
it showed
Hmm.
each it showed like 12 different young Asian women that had, it had like comments, like maybe it was Twitter or something, right? So they all had like they had like their little icon of their face, and then
Hmm.
a line of text, right? So it was
Hmm.
like about 12, like, so it was one, six on one side, six on the other. So I went and read the comments to see what he's talking about. He said, yeah, be careful of Asian women, because all they want to do is, marry a white guy and have a mixed, Asian white baby, right?
Why? Because Asians are at the top of the economic train right now. That's weird.
Well, this right, but this is what he was saying. Like, so this is a
Hmm.
racist white website, so they're not for anybody marrying white. So anyway, I'm reading the line, the statements that these girls made, and all of them are saying the same thing, and they're like, my parents wanted me to marry a white guy. Mission accomplished. And I said, oh shit.
Mm.
My Black American friend said that. He said, because he grew up here in the Bay Area for this large Asian population. He said, Kate, it seems to me like they push their Asian daughters to marry white men. And when he
Mm.
said that, and I didn't believe that, I'm like, what kind of community does that? And there he was. And
Mm.
all of these Asian women were saying that their parents wanted them to marry a white guy. And then one of them, the one that actually sounded kind of normal, that was actually kind of cute and funny, this one Asian girl said that her dad said, oh, you should marry a white man. They're handsome. And then she laughed at him when he said it, like, like they were joking around. And he said, don't laugh. You look like me. Okay. So I thought that was the one that actually sounded kind of normal, like they were just joking around. But all the other ones, they were like their parents, their Asian parents wanted them to marry a white guy. And I was like, oh, are you serious? Right.
Is this the thing where you think they come into America and everybody is just mixing?
I think that what I think now in the past 20 years, if I were to be honest with you guys, I really think that a lot of non-white people that come to this country, they're seeking out countries that have large white populations, because they do want to intermingle and interbreed with white people. I think before, people were coming here, for a better life, better opportunities.
Mhm.
But now, like I said, the kind of people that come into this country now in the past 20 years is different from what you saw in the last century, in my opinion. And
Now I find it even strange because I do see that they are like. Did you see the aspect where Asians are doing things like making their hair more textured, like black people
yeah, I saw that
doing
someone
their
was
hairstyles?
criticizing that. I know
I'm
Angel
wondering
Kim
if
was
it's an
criticizing that
aspect
a
of.
year ago.
I wonder if
Huh?
they're doing that to be more, because that's more of our culture. Are they trying to be more westernized? And of course,
Well, they
Western.
already try to be more westernized by trying to be white, like they lighten their skin. Like there was this
Mhm.
one video I saw with an Asian guy,
Now that's
he
weird.
had
They
this
lighten their
yellow
skin,
tone.
but they texturize their hair,
Well,
so
you
it's
know
like
what it
a
is like
combination.
they'll like try to get their faces contoured. They go to plastic surgery to get their faces contoured to look what they call more Western, and they want their
Mhm.
eyes to be larger, their skin, their bone structure to look more Western and less Asian, like their jawline and everything in their
Mhm.
chin, and then they want their skin tone to be lighter, right? So,
I'm doing a little pushback because I think the melanated ones want to be that, but the ones who are non-melanated,
are
not
the
the
ones that are
not all.
copying our hair texture. You're right. I
Yeah,
hadn't thought
I
of that.
think it's the
That's a
other
good
way
point.
that's going around. And I'm wondering with us as Black Americans, getting back to that subject, as Black American women, with all of this going on, because it's a lot, it's totally different than what we used to. Where are Black women in this? Because I'm finding, I'm just saying for me personally, and I'm going to try to bring up more information and y'all can research it yourself. I'm finding that Black American women are being like this, practicing this celibacy or abstinence thing. I'm wondering, is it just women who are my age group? But I'm finding that some of them in their late 20s, early 30s are doing the same. Have we checked out of it, the dating game?
I
Because
think, yeah, the point that I'm getting is that we need to start documenting anytime we start a movement, anything like what you're talking about now, this
Mhm,
celibacy and this movement that you see going on with Black American women, because
mhm,
we start these movements and then other people want to come in and start talking about it like they fucking original. We got to start
right,
documenting
we
this
do.
stuff like what we're talking about, because this is an excellent topic. And
Hmm.
me, I practice celibacy, right? But I'm
Right,
Muslim, and there's certain religious, things we do, don't do, etc., etc. But I can only speak from that aspect, and I don't feel comfortable trying to speak in regards to the general population of Black American women, because most Black American women obviously are not Muslim, so they have a
right.
different type of upbringing. And then
But I
one thing
think on
I
a
did.
spiritual level, whether they're Christian or whether they're spiritual, because I find a lot of us are coming out of the aspect of religion, we
That's
are a
true.
spiritual people. But I'm finding that, as for me, I was born and raised Christian,
Right.
but I don't necessarily
Identify as
I
Christian,
do
right?
that, yeah, I don't do that anymore. I do believe in spirituality. Of course, I believe in God. I believe in respecting everybody's belief, unless you worship in the, the devil or whatever. Then I kind of get away from you. But
Yeah.
it's like, I think we're heading on the aspect of spirituality, because I find with religions they tend to be institutions that have very misogynistic ways. And
Yeah,
I
and I
find,
think when these institutions do not have a balance between male and female, you will see that. I think that seems to be the natural
yeah,
bent. Is that if it's male dominated, the natural bent is to be anti woman.
right,
And I just feel like when I get away from that that misogynistic anti woman, like I have a clear connection, a clear sight of the Almighty, and then then I have a much clearer sight of seeing who these guys are, and not and seeing that no, you're not with God. Like I can see it clearly now, and
right.
I keep my distance from them, and
And that
separate
is
myself.
something, that you, what you said, it is, because I'm abstinent.
Hmm.
I'm not celibate, but I am abstinent. I go a long time, and I think a lot of women are abstinent, can relate to that aspect, because I didn't realize that it was a difference with celibacy and abstinence. Abstinence is until either the next relationship or you choose to be married, and
That makes sense.
celibacy is more long term. It's
Right,
like,
it is.
ain't nothing going on. It's just me, myself, and I, and the spiritual aspect of what I do as an individual. So I'm finding that to be um becoming more prominent too. And I wonder why with black women, with the negativity that I'm seeing, I'm looking in these spaces, and although I see black women, I'm not seeing us as black American women really engaging. People really think we're engaging. I don't think we are.
Engaging. What you mean? Like, what do you mean
In
by
those
engaging?
spaces, when they talk about divestment and black women empowerment, I see a few, but the majority of them that I see, and maybe it's just me because I read them, it seems like to me they're women from other melanated portions
Yeah, but that's
of.
what I mean. We're like the leaders because what I was bringing up, what Lexus Exodus was saying that Tariq Nasheed was trying to say that this divestment thing started with foreign women, and she was like, "No, dummy, this started with Black American women, and divestment is about this, that, and the other, right?" And
Hmm.
that's the thing. We have to own our stuff because you see how we
Yeah.
start something, and then everybody jumps on the bandwagon and acts like it's them. Like I was watching one clip, and this it was a Caribbean woman, right? And she was showing a video of her watching a video of some woman that some non-melanated woman, I can't remember what it was about. And at some point she was saying something about them about black women are very original, right? She made that comment, black women are very original. And she was trying to include African Caribbean women and I'm like, yeah, black women are original, but that does not include you because you all are the Caribbeans and Africans that copy black American women. Don't give
Hmm.
credit for the fact that you're copying everything that we do. Not that y'all don't have your own style, because I can recognize when your styles are different from ours. But that's not what
Hmm.
I'm saying. You guys who have any type of popularity, you are copying us, right? Did you see that video that just went viral? It's two African women, no, three African women on having some kind of discussion, like on a panel, right? So one's
Hmm.
the host and the other two are like guests. And one of the guests said something about they were talking about natural hair. And it was a
Yeah, I
black,
saw that.
yeah. Did you see? Because there was a number of people that did videos about it, but there was one black American sister, kind of like looked like she's tall, brown skin, and she wears her hair natural, had a nice natural hairstyle, like pull back. And she
Hmm.
she did a video about it. So she said, so the African woman was saying, in case you guys don't know, this African woman was saying that, oh, she think natural hair is okay when she's at home and she's playing with her nephew, or
Hmm.
she's just gonna go out and shopping at the marketplace. But she said, yeah, if I'm doing, she said, however, if I'm wearing a very expensive dress and I'm going to a very upscale event, why would I wear my hair natural with a very expensive dress? It was kind of shocking, like what the f, like
Hmm.
and that's what the black American sister was saying, right? So then the African woman got a lot of backlash, and she tried to come back and say, well, in these kind of podcasts they take out this and they take out that and make it sound like this and they edited that, right? But the black American sister said the same thing. I said, no, you said what you said. That particular statement, okay, I don't
Hmm.
care what they edited, you said I wear an expensive dress. I'm not going to wear like, and she even said, she even went to so far as to say, don't come to any event that I'm having with your natural hair. Like she would feel like offended if you show up at her. This is an African woman. I'm assuming they were all in Africa. Oh my goodness. And then the sister, the Black American sister, the reason why I'm pointing at her out that she did it, because she said, look, the sister wore her hair natural. She said, look at these three African women. She's like, they're all wearing, she said, look, the one who's making these comments, she's the one who's got this headband on with the weave, right? So she said,
Mhm,
usually that's what you wear when you're covering your hair up. Like, say, maybe you didn't have quite much time to do a lot to your hair, so you just kind of throw something
mhm.
like that on with the headband to cover up the edges and everything. But she's like, can't you see it's a bad wig? And you
Yeah,
know, African women got a thing for bad wigs, right? That's what
yeah,
she was saying. She's like, she's sitting up here criticizing our natural hair that grows out of our scalp, while in the meantime she thinks it's acceptable to put on anything that doesn't look like her natural hair, as long and even if it looks bad, it's okay as long as it doesn't look like natural Afrocentric hair. So I'm sorry, I kind of got off track a bit, but the thing is, like, we need to document when what
yeah.
we're saying and when we say it, because when is extremely important, because this was something that happened with what's her name, Rashida Strober. And Rashida Strober started talking about colorism, right? You know that, then
Mhm.
darkism, particularly darkism. And then she said nobody knew who she was. When I first heard of Rashida Strober, it was through
I heard about her.
Tommy Sotomayor, and he was talking about black. He had a title. This is in 2014. Black
Mhm.
actress calls herself
Then Christy
dark.
came out
Yeah,
behind her.
right. And then, well, what happened was that, so he was like kind of criticized. That's how I heard about it, right? But then a following year or 2 years later, um that guy who does that what's that, be humble, what's his name, Kendrick Lamar, right? He got
Yeah,
married and he married a tall, light skinned, ambiguous, racially ambiguous, blah blah blah. So everybody was kind of upset about it, because it's like, we really like Kendrick Lamar, and his videos he actually showed, melanated women, like dark melanated women, so they was really
mhm.
rocking with him. And then for him to turn around and marry someone that was the opposite, they was really offended. Now it turns out that this particular woman had been with him since high school, was his high school sweetheart, and they had
Right.
been together for about a good 10 years, right? So he had history with her, but they still, their sister still felt betrayed. But I didn't feel like it was too bad, because it was someone he had been with before. But still, he was kind of misleading, knowing that that's what he preferred and that's who he was involved with all this time. And then he puts another image. But I still got to give him some respect, because he still represented melanated sisters in his videos, and that's what they was talking about. So she went
Hey,
off on
American. Hmm.
Rashida Strober, and she called him a dark skinned hater, right? So because of that, then what's his name? Charlemagne the God came on, and he gave her Donkey of the Day, and that's when everybody heard about it. Then Chrissy comes along and all these other people, and Rashida Strober got so upset because she said, "Look, they're all stealing my ideas, they're stealing my content." And she said, "Look, you can go to those women's channels and see, look at the timeline. This is what
They
I'm
did.
saying. We have to document the time." She said, look at the timeline, and you look at their videos before I was Donkey of the Day on Charlemagne. These girls were not talking about colorism. But as soon as I got that Donkey of the Day from Charlemagne, they all of a sudden, there's all these channels talking about, and I knew she was telling the truth, because she was the only person I ever heard doing this. And she said she's been doing this dark skin activism since 1998. So and then I couldn't understand, like, why Chrissy and Rashida was demanding that they give her credit. And I know there's a few videos when Chrissy first came out where she was doing, not first came out, but when she started doing videos about colorism, there was a few videos where Chrissy would say, Chrissy would not mention her name, but I knew who she was talking about. She said, "No, I will not give you credit for blah 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 blah." And I kept wondering, like, okay, if Rashida Strobe is speaking against darkism and you're speaking against colorism, right? It's about the same thing, and you're both dark skinned sisters. Why would you not give her credit? Why would you not speak about her on your platform to say, "Hey, sisters, we're talking against colorism. Here's another great sister's been doing it for a while. Go over there and give her some support. Look at her channel. Go watch her videos, etc., etc." Let me tell you, Chrissy would never mention her name, and that's how I knew that Chrissy did get that idea from Rashida Strober, right? And
Well, as
for
of
years I
December
kept
the 30th,
saying,
we're talking about our mental health, abstinence, and celibacy, and that's going to be on the aspect of Black American women, and I'm talking only
yeah, but what I'm
specifically about Black American women who descend from United States chattel slavery. I'm not including
but
no other
this is the
melanated
thing. We have to, what I'm saying is,
woman.
it has to be, I know what you're saying, right? But I'm saying,
Right,
when we do these topics, um because it's stuff is always like, the rug is always being pulled out from under us, right? People always
got you.
saying
So
things.
document it in
And
a file where we all
right,
file it and say when we
because
talk about it and how. I
what I'm
got
saying
you. You're
here
right.
is that I was bewildered for a long time with the thing with Chrissy not giving any credit to Rashida Strober, right?
Mhm.
So along comes the whole ADOS FBA thing, right? And so I really didn't fully understand it. This was like right around 2019 with Trump and everything, just before I got involved, politically involved with the whole thing with Trump and immigration, right?
Mhm.
And I was like on board with the ADOS FBA thing. And then somebody said, "Oh, Chrissy is not ADOS FBA because she has a Black American mother and a Caribbean father." And I said, "Well, no, she would be ADOS because
She
she is
is.
American descendant of blah blah blah." Even though like so and so, right? Even the Caribbean side, they're descendants, American descendants of slaves. So I didn't quite fully understand it. But
Mhm.
so I was kind of trying to defend her. But then after we started having these conversations and we start talking about the differences, like now in the past year, the differences, no, not, I would say even before I came on the channel with BSIA, when we
Mhm.
start talking about, I started really fully understanding the animosity that was coming from melanated communities against
Mhm.
Black Americans. Once I started noticing that, things started coming together in my head, and I said, I think the issue with Chrissy is that because she did say this, she said, "Yeah, my father's side is Caribbean, and you know how Caribbeans and Africans are. That when they get together, they always talk badly about Black Americans." I said, and I remember saying to myself, "No, I didn't know that. I never knew that Caribbeans spoke badly about
Right.
Black American or Africans. Right? This was a few years ago." I said, "I didn't know that." But if you imagine her growing up and hearing this, and probably thinking it and believing it to a degree, you can see that there will probably be some kind of jealousy and animosity that she would have to some degree against Rashida Strober, because Rashida Strober is FBA full FBA ADOS. So I think that some of these, sometimes you have to be careful, because now, whereas before I was talking Chrissy as being Black American woman, now with the knowledge I have to classify her as a um 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 what do you
By
call it,
ethnic.
by ethnic
By ethnic.
person, and who have, in my opinion, some kind of tetherish jealousy. I have to see that now. So when we saying we have to do this for Black American women, and what is
Mhm.
specific to us, and how how we're affected, like it's almost like we have to have a razor sharp focus and razor sharp details about, okay, this is the topics we're talking about. This is how this affects us. This is when we started talking about it. This is what
Mhm.
started the discussion. Like, this is a necessity because I'm like, I can't believe how we
Now
say
the
stuff.
difference
And
with
this,
our spaces, people are going to come and listen, but I make sure, and we're going to make sure it's only tailored to Black American women who descend from Black American women who descend from United States chattel slavery, our heritage, our lineage. I'm not including
and our
others. So I mean,
experiences, right?
yeah, I can't, because I think when I'm listening to those experiences, I'm not saying they're fake, false, or indifferent, or whatever the case may be, but they're to me. I don't consider Africans and Caribbeans as having a colorism issue. I consider them as having a mental issue. Um,
Oh, that's interesting.
that's mental. When you go and lay your tail in some bleach to take off
Girl,
your
I cannot
whole
get over
top
that
layer
image.
of skin, that's not colorism. That's mental illness,
I
and
thank
it
you for
doesn't.
making that distinction. Thank you.
So
Because
that's
Trina,
not
when I saw
anything to
that,
do with
my mind
colorism.
screamed. When I saw
Yeah.
that video, my mind screamed because I didn't know what was
What they
going
what
on,
these
right?
women are doing,
Woo.
they're going for views. I'm not going for views per se. That would be nice as we pull in more Black American women. I continue to say share this with Black American women who descend. We have, and I wanted this space because when I see them, when you said about divestment,
Mm-hmm.
I think we divest differently. They divest and
Agreed.
they run to another culture of
Right.
man. We don't say that.
Oh,
Divest
hey
for us,
Shay,
I
how you
think means
doing, Shay?
something different. What's up, Shay? I think it's something different.
Hey.
Divest means for us, I think, because in the 80s, I was looking it up and I'm going to try to get this. Gosh, I'm really trying. Trust me, trying to do this. When I look at divestment, we have to realize we are born, bred, and we are true Black American women. These women are not Black women. They are Jamaican, they are Caribbean, they are African. They're not us. And it's like they go over the top with the attributes on how they handle things. It's like, to me,
Wait,
they're
say
just
that again. They go over the top with.
it's like they're just discovering that they're Black, and now it's like they have a new line on life. And
Well,
now I
that's what
can see.
BSIA said. He said
Yeah,
they don't know what blackness is.
they
They learn what
don't.
blackness is
They
from
really
us.
don't. They're just
Agreed.
They're just using it as a cloak to act like complete fools. And these spaces are for these women to come in so they can air out nonsense issues. And I'm starting to see it
Wait, say
not
that again.
only
They're coming to air out non.
nonsense because
Oh, okay.
when they say black, and now that BSI, you got to watch what he said. We're the only blacks, but they
Right.
don't think
Agree.
we're going to get back the term of being black. I said we're going to get back the term. I feel like we are because there can be no other black but us. Black
Mm.
is not a skin complexion. When you got a person in India talking, I'm a black Indian, it's going to start muddying the waters because a person from India is not black. The
Right.
only true black is us, black American, descendants of United States chattel slavery. And if white Americans don't fix this, then they can't be white. It muddies them too. You don't have an identity. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? Because none of these people knows what it's like to be truly black. They weren't raised with our
No,
history. They
because
weren't
even
raised
if they're
with our
in this
lineage.
country,
None of
they're
it.
not being raised by parents and family members and relatives and within households that are black. That's not their
Exactly.
experience.
And black is not a color.
It's not. Yeah.
It is an ethnic group and it is a caste system. Has
Yeah.
nothing to do with skin tones, and that's why I was like saying, I,
Because think
when
about it,
I was
Trina.
trying
They
to
had the
say,
brown paper bag
yeah,
society and the
when I was
blue
trying
bag
to talk to
society.
us as Black Americans, and I had to look at it in BSI, and we kind of got into a back and forth. It was like we all have kinky. I said we a lot. The vast majority of us have kinky hair. I said I can't say that. We have different hair textures. We have
No,
different skin
Trina,
tones.
I don't think they could classify or all the different types of hair textures of Black American people. I
You
don't think it's
cannot.
possible.
And
And you
and
ever
then I was
notice with biracial kids? The one thing I find the most interesting with biracial kids, and I'm talking about the ones that have Black American parents, they also have a lot of different hair textures. It's their hair textures that I find the most fascinating.
mhm.
They have, and that comes from
And I
us.
was listening to what is her name? Flower Tower, because I do listen to Flower Tower. And she was
Yeah, I
like,
like.
the
Yeah.
real black people. Who's the real black people? Because if you're including Africans and Caribbeans, they're not real black people.
Yeah,
They're
because
all
then you have Africans that try to play that
yeah,
game. Oh, I'm the real
Africans
black
are
person.
not
I'm the
black.
real black
They're
man.
not. It has
You're
nothing to do
not.
with that. So when we went back, I was watching a show and it was called Hezekiah News. And she was bringing up everything before Africans even set their foot in vast majority into the United States. Before
What's the
Reagan
name
let
of
them
this?
in here.
This is a
It's called
YouTube channel.
Hezekiah News. Look up Hezekiah News. I'm
How
not
do you
sure.
spell it?
H, let me put it in here. Hezekiah News. I want y'all to look it up. And they just came in.
So I'm sorry. Is Hezekiah News? Is this a woman, a melanated woman,
This
Black American?
I think is has I don't know what she is. Has
Is this a melanated woman?
I don't think it's she don't show what she is. I don't
Oh,
know how
I
to
see. I
it's
see.
weird. You see it?
No, no. I mean, I see. No, I say I understand what you're saying because she don't show her face, so you're not sure who she is.
I'm trying to pull it up. I got to pull it up. I'll pull it up in a minute. Wait a minute. Hezekiah News. So what she did was she pulled up or he pulled up stuff from the 60s, 70s, and 80s about us as American people. And when I looked at it, I said, divestment, when we probably were talking about divestment, it was something totally different than what an African
Exactly.
or
It's weird.
Caribbean
It's
woman would
almost
be
like they
talking about.
kind of hijacked the divestment movement from Black
They
American
can't
people.
hijack anything. This is the
Yeah.
detrimental part. Let's get this straight. And the only reason I want us on code is Black American women understand something that you have that no other group has. And I want you to understand. Let's see if y'all can guess what we have that they don't have. And you need to start using it. They'll never have it. And it's going to cause them a world of hurt. What do we have that they don't have? Let's see if y'all can think about that.
What, native to a first world country? I'm sorry, that's the one that comes up in my mind.
What we have that they don't have,
Hmm.
they're playing a that dangerous game. It's called cosplaying, but cosplaying can lead to something else. Because the whole aspect of cosplaying, you're not being original as a person and you're acting and you're gonna become schizophrenic. You are not acting like your true self. Black American women have something that they don't have. We can only be what we are, and that's black.
Hmm.
And what I noticed and what I paid attention to, and when I was watching Hezekiah News, I'm about to put it back in here. She was
Yeah, because
talking
you don't see
about,
them copying Caribbean women and African women, not cosplaying them, not so much. Like even when
yeah,
you
they're
have
gonna have a problem though. They're gonna have a
yeah.
problem. No, we don't
But
have
even when you
citizenship.
have
We're Americans.
Afrocentric sisters who are like pro Africa, they still do it their own way. They really don't they don't cosplay African women. They still do it because anytime I knew sisters that were pro Africa, like in New York City or wherever I live, they always had a strong Black American sense. You know, they still always had that strong pro Blackness. Like even though they were pro Africa, they still had a strong sense of pro Blackness. They were very pro Black, and so
Hmm.
they still did the whole African thing in their own Black American way. They did not cosplay African women. I don't ever remember seeing that.
Mm-mm. And what I'm saying to again to that aspect is when they try to cosplay us, it's starting to backfire.
Hmm. And
We
how's it
don't have
backfiring?
citizenship. It's backfiring in this. She had to take me back, and even though I can't stand when BSI say white savior, or I can't stand that shit. Something that
Yeah,
she
Didi
said,
Rodriguez told me the same thing.
yeah,
She
I
said she
can't say it. I
cringes
can't
every
take it.
time she hears it.
I just it's saying something that's Hezekiah news. So in
Okay.
any case, when I looked at it, and I had to look at what it was, and me and BSI got into it. I said, Black Americans. So when they talk about you won't wear your original hair, we got hair. Some of us have issues with our hair, but majority of us that I know as Black American people, we got hair.
Oh yeah, full head of hair. Yeah,
Full head of hair, hair full of hair.
yeah.
Outside of the times we was fucking it up when we was younger or
That's
doing some
true.
stupid
That's
stuff.
true. Like if we weren't doing
And
anything crazy, we had a full head of hair. Right.
those ones who are doing that to their hair, that them women with them bad weaves are doing. My daughter puts that in her hair. She has a bush that is huge
Hmm.
on, and her hair is thick and long. Most Black American young girls have a hair full of hair.
Yeah.
They want to wear all kinds of crazy stuff, like how I was in when I was in the 80s and 90s. I cut the hair off and put diamonds in the back, stacked it asymmetrical, long in the back, short in the front. Chopped one side over to the. We was doing all kind of colors. I mean, I remember we was going through a phase where the girls had it looking like it was Kool-Aid. You know, we had the big bangle earrings and the whole 9 yards. These things are us as Black Americans, but it stems beyond that because when I was looking at my mom back in the day and I'm watching her dance around and they had their afros, all of these things these women will never have. They are playing a role. And when you play out your role, eventually the show ends. You got
Well,
to
you know
figure out,
something that got me to thinking too. That's a good point because I
the
think
show
about
will
all the
end.
different
Wait,
eras
wait,
that
wait.
we.
The
Go ahead.
show for them will end because you can't keep acting like something that you're not. America gave them a false aspect of being something that they're not. And that's what's
Right.
happening with a lot of these immigrants coming here. They are delusional and they will become like
You ain't
civil
lying. I was
war.
just thinking about that too. The
That's what's
delusion.
going to happen. So I said, before they lose their damn mind, I wanted us to have our space and our space for us specifically. And I made sure I made it specific for Black women who were born of a Black woman. Now, Chrissy could be going through something in her own mindset. I don't know.
Right.
But usually, Black American women born from a Black woman, they know their place. We don't usually have a problem with raising our
Yeah.
children.
Even with the mixed race
Yeah,
children,
we
very
don't have
true.
it. So, hold up. When I looked at Hezekiah Walker and it was talking about Black women who date or marry white men,
Uh huh.
and it was going into why and what was happening. This was in 1987, and it was going on a while. But what they were talking about, and this is what Africans and Caribbeans like to play into. Can't play into it. This is not your history. This is not you. And what she said was, and it peaked. And the girl, one of them was Black. She said, I have both of my parents are bi ethnic. One
Mhm.
is white, one is Black. And I am a Black woman. And it's so weird. I have a relative like that. And
Mhm.
she said, in that time, she's now 70 something years old. She is Black.
Mhm.
But women were born from Black women. That's why I'm specific about Black women. I'm not catering to women who have children by Black men. I'm
Nah,
only catering
that's a
to
different
children who have
category.
children by Black American women. I'm being very specific.
And
I
not
can't,
African women or Caribbean women, specific to
no,
Black
no,
American women.
just
Right.
us. And the reason why I said this, and she said, and they was talking about Africa, and we got to get rid of that. We're not Africans. They coming out with it that that whole DNA shit is a lie. We ain't Africans. Once they merge that DNA and the whole 9 yards, things change. Look it up, and I'm gonna pull it from his station onto ours.
Yeah,
We're
but
not.
that Adam Rutherford proved that when he's a
Yeah,
world renowned
and then
geneticist.
another BSI went further and found another scientist. So when the girl was sitting up there and she said, "Well, you're not black enough because you this, that, and the other third," she said, and I'm looking at it. She said, one of the ladies, she said, because we were forced to be with the white man and have these children. And then after the anti-misogynistic laws came out after 1865, then we started merging black, what you call a mulatto and this, that, and the other and third. But she said, one of the ladies who was sitting on the other side, she passed away. Her name was Doctor, I forgot what it was, but it's called
Yeah, rest in peace.
colleagues. I put it in there and you'll see biracial. She was real light with light eyes. And the other one, she was real light. She looked like she was white, married to the white man.
Hmm.
And what she was saying is, she said, I'm a black American. I don't like how I'm not black enough. And in some sense, Flower Tower would say she's not black, and we'll give that to the African. Oh, hell no. She is black. The
Wait, hold
African
up. So
is
Flower
not
Tower was
black.
doing this video, and
Yeah, she's giving
the
our identity away. Pan-Africanists are doing dumb shit. So this is where I have to like pull the
wait,
charge.
Trina, hold up. I'm kind of confused.
She's not black.
Okay, I'm kind of confused because you're talking about Flower Tower and has a
What she will say is, in Pan Africanism, I'm using her, she will constantly say, because she has a thing with color and colorism. And this is the thing I have to get with. And I was watching with my mom. She said, I hear what she's saying as a young woman, and you're delusional. Most of us are dark. My mom said, what the hell is wrong with them? Is this the thing that they do in the North? Because in the South, we have different colors. We're not
yeah.
under no delusion. I was just at my family reunion. We ain't all biracially mixed because most black women don't mix with another race of man. Some of us have males who have, maybe bi-ethnic children, and some of the women have children who may be bi-ethnic, but majority of us are black. And I had to look at it and I had to check BSI. I said, I'm not going to let you sit here and tell me about the color scheme of what we are as a people, because I've seen us in a vast array of colors. We can be very dark, we can be from the very light, and I've seen this.
Yeah,
If you
I saw that
go
on both sides of my family, from my mom's side in New York City to my dad's side in
to
Alabama. Multiple
not the way
colors.
they were smashing us like crazy, and I said, and hair, skin tone don't have anything to do with hair texture. We really look like everybody, but everybody don't look like us. And when I looked at my family, I'm talking about my family in particular, because everybody may be different. Like what's his name? Marcel Dixon, a lot of his family members may be more of a darker hue because they mix and match with a lot of the Gullah Geechee. But in my family, we come from the lightest of light to the darkest of dark. It is one no more than the other. And it's like something we're used to. And it just clicked when she
Right.
said it. She
So
said,
what was
as the
Flower
black woman,
Tower was so
yeah,
okay,
wait,
so
the black
Flower
woman said, wait, the black woman was saying, this color black we're used to. We used to white passing because a lot of times we would know that they were black, but because they wanted an economic and a better stance of life, we would say go ahead and pass and be white. Now
right.
Flower Tower will go by this thing with skin tone. Black don't got shit to do with skin tone. I
No.
want black Americans to know it has nothing to do with skin
Yeah, but I
tone.
understood that when I was a kid that, black meant, it was talking about all of us as a group of people. It was not about whether you were dark skinned, light skinned. That had nothing to do with you
Not
being
with
black.
black Americans. And this is where
Yeah.
Pan Africanists, and this is where Flower Tower fucks up. Black is not no damn African. Black is not no
So
damn
what did Flower,
Caribbean.
you said Flower
Black
Child was
has
giving
nothing
credit
to
to
do
the
with skin
African
tone.
woman?
She would basically, I'm saying with her, when she said real black people, I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about real black people? Because the only real black people has descendants of chattel slavery lineage
So
coming from a
Flower
black
Tower
woman.
said, Flower,
Her
okay,
mindset is, I think, as a Pan-Africanist, these people, whether they're old or young, keep giving our identity away to African and Caribbeans who have nothing to do with our background. And she is looking at skin tone. She keeps doing it, and she's wrong as fuck. It don't have shit to do with color. Black and white is an ethnic group, and it is a lineage based, established only here in America. Yes,
right.
we as Black Americans, like herself, like to call anything with color black. But I want y'all to understand, as Black women, that black has nothing to do with skin color. And Africans and Caribbeans, and I don't give a damn about these other groups, are not going through colorism. They're going through mental illness. That's not colorism when you sit your ass in a tub of bleach and take off your skin. That's not
No.
colorism when you are doing all kinds of stuff to either brighten or light. This is all what you
But you
call
said
so.
something very interesting about their psyche. You said, Kate, they don't see themselves when they bleach their skin. They don't see themselves as a light skinned person, like they're trying to look like a light skinned or mixed race
Yes,
person.
their
They see
mindset is
themselves
something
as
else.
white. Yeah, they identify with the white woman. That's why you
Right,
said when they came, that you when you saw them in grade school, when they would come here as new immigrants, they would align themselves with the white girls in the school, not the black girls. So yeah, they know they're not black. Go
right. And
ahead.
then what she was saying was, and I had to get a heads on this. You can have people, and it happened in our family. We had two people who were very, very light. And when they had their first baby, he came out very, very dark. And we sitting there, what the hell? And we had to think about it. As Black Americans, we're so mixed. That's what the girl was saying who had a black parent, white parent. She said, but I'm black because of that one drop rule. Oh, well, that one drop, let's get this straight as Black Americans. And I want us to understand this as Black American women. We ain't changing no rules to suit no immigrants. We ain't no damn
Absolutely. Thank
Africans.
you
I
so
don't want
much. Because I
nothing to
feel like,
do with their
no, you
culture.
do not allow people to
And
come in and
I'm
tell
sick of
us
Pan
what
Africans
blackness
with their
is. Yeah.
bullshit.
You
Pan
do not let them
Africans
tell you what blackness is. You
Pan
say no.
Africanism is the problem, and Hotep, they are not black people. When you look at it, if you do everybody being white, everybody being black with skin tone, then you'll never find out who's who. You will erase the very lines of lineage and ethnicities across the globe. White
That's
America has
right.
screwed up, and they
Yeah, it's an
won't fix
excellent
it.
point. Right, Shay.
That's what the point is. And that's why I said I'm not angry at her. I'm angry because she is taught like from the Lady Boulets and the Umars about this. It's not about that. It's not about skin tones. And let's get this very clear too as black women. Black came from that black woman and that white man who forced himself upon her. That's where black came from, to
Yeah.
separate him from his product or his chattel that he owned. Because he was plowing into the black woman so much that we have a lot of that in our group, and it's never going to change. So when we go into this color conscious of things, I'm not dumping a Megan for no African. I'm not dumping
Yeah.
any. If we have an issue with a Megan, a Beyonce, or whatever the case may be, because this is the thing. This is the thing. Black American women can be two dark people and pop out with something, and you be like, where the hell that came from? And you looking back, it's your grandma, and she light with green eyes. We cannot, we cannot estimate what color's coming. And when we say, oh, well, most of us are dark skin, yes, we are, but our dark skin are not even like the dark skin of an African.
Hmm.
A lot of us, we have such a different array of skin tones. It ain't funny because when you look at how what we're mixed with, it's off the chain. I'm a darker hue, but to me, I'm dark skinned. And people will say, oh, you brown. No, I'm a darker hue and I might have a red tinge. I have a girlfriend, her mom was light and she dark. She has an aunt who is light. We can't sit here and be like, oh, black Americans trying to deny we all, but we ain't no damn Africans. In our family, we see so many different arrays of color. It's not that now we do have a thing with colorism, but it's different for us as black Americans. That's why I said let us put a handle and hedge on it. Do I think black men are colorists? Yes. Do I think black women are colorists? Yes. But I think he's more so than us. But I'm not gonna ride that donkey because American gonna be like, what the hell? Here she go. But I feel like it's a way like that for a reason. They have no reason to be like this when they come from a planet, a continent where they're melanated and they damn black as the damn
Yeah,
sky.
plus 1.5 billion people. Yeah.
Go ahead. But yeah, that's what I was saying. We have to draw the lines.
What I'm trying to understand is that you were saying that Flower Tower was, I guess she was watching this video, right? And then there was a mixed race woman who was white passing but black American. And that mixed race woman was saying that, she's not considered black enough, so she gets tired of dealing with that. And the African woman told her, um, you're not black. Is that what happened? And then you said Flower Tower agreed with the African woman?
Well, what she was doing, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna back it up. Flower Tower was watching a picture, and it was a young girl, and she had a bush. I don't even know if they were Black American or not, but anyway, her hair was straight. The mother's hair was straight, and she was telling her daughter who had this big bush that we wear. Africans and Caribbeans don't wear no damn bush. That's something that Black Americans wore. I wore one when I was a baby. These
Hmm.
motherfuckers did not wear no bush. My mom had a huge bush. And some of us can't even get a bush. Some of us, our hair was too long to get a bush,
That's
depending
true
on the
because it
texture.
grows out a
And
certain
not
way, and
all of
then
us
in
can get no
gravity
bush.
pulls it down. Yeah.
Yes. So when she made that comment that, and that's why I got on BSIA, he was getting on my nerve. Most Black Americans are not like a Mouthy Megan. First of all, Mouthy Megan is not the standard because he got this thing with light skin. He got an issue, whatever. But I have an aunt. She's chocolate.
Hmm.
Mine's hair came down to her ass, big, long, thick, wavy braids, like doodle braids. You know how they used to braid them? That's what I
Mhm.
remember coming up as little girls. And we were not all light, we were not all dark, we were all different shades. So that's why when he says that, I'm like, what the fuck is you? I don't know if it's a northern thing, but growing up in the South, we have all different hair textures. I had my cousin Keisha, her hair, she's chocolate, but her hair is deep waves. It's different than mouthies. It's deep, big waves. Like you never seen them deep waves and wigs that they like to put on. And they used to always say, where they get that from? Maybe you ain't been around a lot of Black people. I don't know where you've been at. I don't know what your family consists of, but she had big, deep waves. Oh, that's not common. No, actually, in her family, it was. And she has a big family. I saw this a lot growing up as a little girl. And then we had some with kinky hair, but it wasn't like no Africans. It was thick and kinky. We used to wear our hair up in the braids. You know how you can get it up in the crown or you wear it braided back. We don't have their texture. And my mom was like, where do they get that from? It don't matter. We all got kinky hair. No, we don't. No, we don't. A lot of
No,
Black Americans
because
have
my
so many different textures and it has nothing to do with
yeah,
skin tone.
me and my
And I
two
remember Tyra
sisters,
Banks had
same
said
mom,
that
same
too.
dad, and my two sisters, their hair was never kinky. One of their hair grew in coils, and the other one was always kind of soft, and wavy. So no,
I
that and we
remember
have two dark
everybody
skinned
telling
parents.
me. Yeah, so I'm like, what? And with all of that Indian blood mixed up in us, that white blood mixed up in us, how the hell we just gonna be all kinky hair? Even this woman, if you see Madam C.J. Walker, that ain't no damn African hair.
Hmm.
And they'll say, oh, well, she straightened her hair. Did she? Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But a
Remember,
lot
you
of
remember her adopted Madam CJ daughter, adopted daughter had long hair. Remember that?
most of us did.
Yeah,
Most of
no,
us
she had
did.
long hair down her back, and
Grandmothers
she was trying
did.
to sell a product that says if you use this, it'll grow your hair long. But she used her daughter. Well, she used this woman, young woman, as a model. But later on, she adopted her as her daughter. But she had long, natural, textured hair, like all the way down her back.
Yeah. That's why I said, where do they get this aspect? And that's when I came from the sequence that a lot of Black American men and women have gotten so infused into this African thing. We don't see ourselves no more because I don't remember being like that as a little girl. How we had short hair when we had beads and ribbons and ballies. You had to have hair to put that shit the fuck in. They were not
Yeah, we
getting their
always
hair
had. We
done
called
like
them
that.
pompons. Yeah,
Yes. You
so
all
flowers
remember
have.
the pom pom balls, the ribbons. I mean, everybody didn't grow up with the same. So just let's get that clear. But I
Right.
remember growing up with the cotton ribbons and the satin ribbons and the hair balls and the
Right, the
beads.
bobos.
So I'm like, how did we
Yeah, you
not
remember
have
the
hair
ribbons,
to wear
the
all these
twisted
things to
cotton
look as a
ribbons.
child?
Yeah, the
But
twisted cotton ribbons that came in all the different colors, and then they had the tights that
yes,
also. You remember the
yes,
tights that came in all different colors too? That was a big
yes.
thing back there.
Now, do y'all remember growing up with that as little girls? I'm
And
60
you remember wearing
years old.
capes? Capes were pretty popular too at that time.
Right. So I'm
I
like,
had a
where do we
cape.
think that we were all bald headed?
Wait,
Where's
wait. I'm
this
sorry.
from?
What did Shay
What
say?
did you say,
Sorry, Shay.
Shay?
Did you say cape?
No,
Capes.
Shay.
Yeah,
What did you
remember the
say?
capes, Shay?
Yep, I had
Yeah,
capes.
yeah.
I had that with the cape coat.
Oh, you had the cape coat? Get out! I just had the
Yep.
knit cape, the knit cape. Oh, that's really classy. That's like British when you had the cape coat. That's like the nanny thing.
Yep. I used to love my cape coat. I thought with my hoodie too.
Oh, you had the hood
Looking
on
like
it? Oh, girl.
looking like Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, you
Probably
would have
they
got
didn't
beat up
change the
after
census
school.
yet. They got to change it in 2030. They said so. As of now, they have Black or African American, but in California they changed it. But they're
Trina,
not going
what
to
you
be
say
able
about 2030?
They said in 2030 they want. I think they're going to change it before then, though, because it's not that it's affecting us; it's affecting the identity of white folk. These immigrants are coming here thinking that they have the right to be the status of white, and they feel like they have the status and the right to be the status of black. See, when white America let them in here to run ramshot over us, now they feel entitled. You know, like how white people do. They feel
Well,
like, oh,
but remember I said that before on BSIA's channel. I said when you look at, because we're talking about when you go into these social media spaces, right? When you go into their social media spaces, say you go into some of the spaces of, let's say specifically as example, Mexicans, right? And the Mexicans think, well, oh, this used to be Mexico. What part of the country used to be Mexico, et cetera, et cetera. And we have a right to this land, and that they're going to be the new white people, particularly after what they were already saying that before Biden and Nancy Pelosi made those comments, right? They were already saying that.
mhm.
So they think, the Mexicans, I'm not talking about all Hispanics, I'm talking about the Mexicans that think this way. And they think this way specifically because they're trying to act as if they can reclaim part of the United States that used to be Mexico, right? So they'll say like, oh, they think they're going to be the new whites. And then I said, now with us as Black Americans, the issues with Africans, and it's not all Africans, it's specifically the Nigerians. The Nigerians think that they're going to be the new blacks. So yeah, they are seeing, because if you as white Americans and you have the power and everything like that, and you allow foreign melanated people to try to overrun the native melanated people, then that's going to make all of these other people from diverse backgrounds feel the same way. Like, oh well, you let them do it, so you let them be segue into black peoples who are native in this country. You allow these foreign people to segue into their spaces, so why can't we do the same thing? You see how it
That's
goes?
what they're
So you're
doing
right.
now. They feel like by them allowing them to segue in our space, they feel like you get Nigerians who are now writing the president asking for reparations for enslaving their people. Mind
That's
you,
true. I
these
didn't make
these
that connection.
is
I
crazy.
see. I
Yeah,
see.
now they want
Excellent
to
point.
start demanding stuff like the Vikram Ramaswamy Swami because he is Brahmin. He figured he's on the level of white people, so they played themselves. They not coming here to stay
Yeah,
in
but
their place.
it's not just white Americans that played themselves. Like you said, these foreign people have played themselves as well.
Hmm. So
Because
that's
you're
why
right,
he's saying how hard is it going to
they try to
transfer
make it
this?
sound like Black America, like white Americans try to be against Black Americans asking for reparations, right? But in their attempt to try to use um foreign melanated people to try to erase our identity, erase our ethnicity, and try to say like, well, we erase your ethnicity by bringing all these other people and blending you in, or erasing your ethnicity, then you really can't ask for reparations. It's like, oh well, who's really black?
But
Oh,
they
we're all black, right?
asking
But
now,
what happened is that
but they're
these
asking for
Africans and
reparations. Everybody
Caribbeans,
is.
yeah, these African and Caribbeans have now gotten up and demanded reparations, right? So first they acted like, oh, don't the Africans and the Caribbeans act like Black Americans are lazy. Don't be like them. They're always asking for handouts, right? And then the white American people want to say, oh yeah, Black Americans, for white Americans are the first to say this, yeah, Black Americans are lazy. They just want government handouts, right? So then they think like
Mhm.
the Africans and Caribbeans are going to be on white code, and they're going to be the good Negroes, or the good pretending to be blacks, and they're just going to work and everything, and they're not going to
Hey,
ask for handouts
Shay, you
because
can unmute yourself. I just because I was
yeah,
hearing background for you. So
because
when you want to
they think that
Okay. Okay.
the Caribbeans and the Africans are not going to ask for anything because they're going to understand like they need to be on white code, and they need to contract themselves from the
unfortunately, they
Black
are
Americans
asking.
who are
They are
lazy
asking.
and asking for handouts. They did not expect that Caribbeans and Africans will have the audacity to stand up and
They're asking.
demand reparations, and that really it messed it up for Caribbeans and Africans, because white Americans are like, yeah, well, we don't think we should have to pay Black Americans because that happened way back when, and we nobody's a slave down. And well, I wasn't a slave owner. I came after slavery, so on and so forth, right? And they did not think that Africans and Caribbeans would stand up and demand reparations. And now I think
Mhm.
you're right. That's why they probably are now pushing for delineation. While
I
white
look
people
at
push
stuff
for
in the
delineation.
long haul. I know what's going on now. They haven't changed anything for now, but everything does take a process. Are we working towards it? Making it.
Trina, Trina, you cut out.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to
Oh,
my mom. She came in. Say
okay.
hi to my mom, everybody.
Hey, mom.
So what I'm saying on that aspect, I know everything takes a process. Sometimes you have to pull it down, but I look at long term how everything is going. I don't just look at what's going on social media. I look at what's going on around me. I look at, and we all have different families and situations. My family does not identify as no damn Africans. None of them do. Very rare you see that. They don't have no hate or disdain for Africans or Caribbeans, but I don't know nobody in my family who identifies and calls himself African. That's not something that we do. My family's quite large and we have mix and intermingle, but most of us stay tried and true to our blackness, and we have even gone as far as to look at our lineage and our identity and go far back to see who fought what war, the Civil War, the whole 9 yards. So that's something that we take pride in as Black Americans. In our family, we always have, and there's a history behind it. So when I was saying I feel like it's coming to a clash, you got to give things time to simmer and boil. You can't get the meal before it's done. It has to cook, and the pot is cooking, and all of these immigrants are coming in basically trying to be something that they're not. They're going to crash because
Wow.
mentally you can't be something that you're not. That's just psychological.
Right.
You cannot be something that you're not. You
So for so
cannot
long. Yeah.
pretend to be, because that's portraying a what? A lie. So some, oh, they doing it. No, they're about to snap. They about to lose their mind. Why you think the white man was crazy? And after all, he's so crazy that he watch everything we do, that he done didn't pay attention to everybody else. He let every and anything in, because every time he tries to get us, he bites his nose off to spite his face. He tried to put drugs in our community, which was the crack, and look what happened with him. Every time he
And,
lashes
oh
out at us, he
my
fucks himself up
And the
tremendously.
fentanyl, girl, they're saying fentanyl, you can't see it or smell it or taste it. So you don't even know if it's in the drugs that you're using. Oh my gosh. And it's wiping them out. They're saying a whole lot of white people got wiped out by this stuff in the past, like,
Yes, and it's
what?
worse. So now, when they tried to take our identity, now I'm seeing the Vivek Ramaswamis and all of them, the Nikki Haley's. They all coming in, and they coming from whole different cultures. She's a Punjab from India,
Hmm.
thinking that she's white. See,
That
when you try
Vivek
to
is
take mine,
Brahmin.
they coming on
Wait, hold
yours,
on.
and that's
Vivek is Brahmin and Nikki Haley is Punjabi.
she's Sikh. She's Sikh. She's
Sikh.
lower than him. See, that's
Okay.
color don't have nothing to do with it. And I want us to understand that this is Black women
Mhm.
and Black, and I'm speaking us because this is our space. Color has nothing to do with being Black. See, the same thing with him. He is Raman, she is Sikh, and he's darker than her. He's very melanated to me, and
But
she
she
looks like
may
a
be
white
skin
woman.
bleaching. A lot of Indian women
She
do
could
skin.
be, but the bottom line is she's married to a whole white man, and she's
Right.
below his class. Watch how he attacks her. That lineage that they have in their culture and their country never leaves. See, what America thought that they was going to come here and conform to what we were. No, they're transforming it to their degeneracy. So that's why I'm saying, as Black women, when we say divest, I think it means something that different for Black American women that has nothing to do with relationship at all. I think Black American women took another route, and we move in silence. We're not loud and over the top with it. Like how my grandma said, I think a lot of times these African and Caribbean women run out because when you're acting a role, you tend to overplay the part. They
Gotcha.
overplaying it. They overdoing it, and they playing themselves. They playing themselves mentally, physically, and eventually, physically, it's a lot of harm that's coming to a lot of them because they don't have that discernment. There are a lot of things that they do that we just don't do. And what I find, and I get offended with, and I have to calm down because I do have a condition. I know us as Black women. I know we have our degenerate points. I know who we are, and I know myself. And that's when I say, "Oh, you don't know." No, that's when I have to check you. There are certain things that we're just raised with that we don't do. That's why I kind of flipped on Ty when I saw that young melanated girl, and she's in the South and with a white man. I said, "That's not a Black American woman." Oh, that's a black. It's not a Black woman, and that's why I say to you, as a Black woman, why would that not be a Black woman? And we think, oh, it can be one. No, it's something that we have in us that is trauma. Trauma runs on how we move as a people. Certain things that we just won't do because there are consequences behind it. Especially a Black woman coming from the South. You're not going to be with an older white man, even if you're from the North. We don't mess with older white people like that because I want to see, and that's why I give this test to Black women. Why wouldn't a young Black girl marry an old white man? And some of us tend to be, that's why I said we be stupid in our nature. I want you to catch up, and you got to catch up quick. These are hints to find out why. There's no way we gonna go with an old Black man, white man. It's not. We not having it. And I wanted to understand. Could you figure out why we wouldn't go with an old white man, especially being a young Black woman in the South? Can you figure out why? Does
because
anyone know why?
we're traumatized from slavery. Okay.
Facts. Facts. And the reason why you wouldn't go with them and a Caribbean woman or an African woman would, it's very dangerous to mess with an older white man who has money. Of
Yep.
course, you're going to do one thing. What you're going to do is you're going to go in there and do your job, make sure his tail is changed if you the home health carrier, and you're going to leave him alone. And the reason why, and I'm going to give this tidbit because they're going to do what they're going to do. And the reason why I want you to see why it was not a black woman with an old white man. An old white man 10 times out of likely has children. And although he has money, you're in the South, you have to think of the aspect that those children, this is not no Anna Nicole situation. Anna Nicole needed security after she got money from that old white man's children. She was white, we're black. I don't know no young black poor girl who's a black American and you going to come up against, I don't care what will you put, that's going to come up against some white children who are the children, the grandchildren to that older white man who's going to want their inheritance. We don't move like no fools.
There you go. Yeah, we
We
move with
ain't,
common sense and wisdom and common
it
sense.
ain't no point. He's not the only one. So that's why I was saying, you don't know who a black woman is? That's not a black American woman. First of all, you may get little extra things. He may leave you money on the side, but you going to be the wife? Who want to go swimming with the fish? The kids are still here, sweetheart. We know what it is with these. We're not impressed by the big house and the money.
That's right. We've been seeing it.
We've been seeing it. We
There you
helped
go.
to raise them.
We
So
built the
that's what
house.
I
We
said.
worked in the home. Yeah.
Exactly.
So every aspect.
Some
We
of
know
our
the house better
grandmothers
than the
worked in
white
those
man knew
houses.
that
You know?
house. We knew that house better than
Exactly.
he did. Had to clean it and everything.
Exactly. You had to clean it, and we had grandmothers, aunts who still worked in plantations. We're not
My
impressed by the
grandmother.
white man's exactly, and we know the deal. So when you get an Emma Ain't that comes here and they're impressed by it, we ain't going in that direction. Weird shit happening in plantation homes. They have not changed their cloak.
Yeah, you know, when I was growing up, I stand even here working, right? And I was working not like not no plantation. I was I'm not even here the word plantation. It was just such us.
Mm-hmm.
And
What you say, Kay?
I would be interested, but when I was growing up, like my childhood, peace, not the word plantation. You can like you might as well say
Oh
horror.
my gosh. Kay, Shay, what happened? Because you dropped down. Pull back up. What were you saying, Kay?
I was saying that I could not, and I was going to stand the word plantation. You know, there's nothing to the so-called plantation. You know, when I was in my 40s, maybe my mid 30s, that I start to change a bit. And now, like I probably would have an interest, I would go see one. But when I was a child, when I was in my teens, when I was in my 20s, I had like plantation. It just brought up feelings and images that was like, no, you don't go nowhere near that.
Yes.
Speak that when how they
You Morgan, Kay. Oh, there she go. You bargain. Yeah, that's what I was saying with us. It's just
Okay, can
certain
you hear
things
me
we
now?
don't do. Yeah, we hear you. But what was you saying, Shay? I hear you, Kay. Try it again, Kay and Shay. I feel like I'm
I was
tongue
saying
tied
that
when I took call your name.
how impressed with the big way they were.
You bargain.
One thing I
You
know
bargain. You are
again.
bargain.
Oh
Yeah, you
gosh.
bargain. Let me see.
Okay, let me try to go out and come back in.
There you go. There you go. See if you can now talk.
Is that any better?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I was saying about what you're talking about, how we're not impressed, you know, because this stuff has always been around us. We're like, you know, we're native to this country, right? I want to talk about I'm just going to talk briefly about three different experiences. All
You
three of these
bargain again.
experiences
What
were
the fuck? You bargain again.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to close the screen.
All right, go ahead. Close and come back up. The link is there. It's the first one. Yeah, but we not
Do you want it? Because I'll give it to Jonathan.
I don't want to mess up. We're not impressed by the wealth of what we see with them. We're not. I think BSIA said it best. We tend to be bougie as Black Americans. We remember the plantations and what our grandmothers and grandfathers and aunts and uncles worked on. Many of us went and visited these plantations. Many of us seen and lived around white people for hundreds of years. Like I said, we're not impressed with the wealth. So that's why I was saying with him, what darker skinned Black girl gonna be with some old white man in the South? Is you crazy? That's like that's like a pearly gates wish to me. You not trying to live because they haven't changed much in the South from their prospect on us being who we are. The thing that I will say about white Americans down in the South versus those in the North, they tend to know who's who because the communities tend to be small. They'll say though that's a Smith, that's a Brown, or you'll say that's an
That's true.
Everest. We know them like that. We not linking up with their grandpa and shit like that. You may work at the house to make sure you make some money and they give you some trinkets on the side, some extra pay or whatever, but she ain't damn sure gonna be laying up with his ass and being his wife. That's not how we move. That's why I kind of like snapped on him. It wasn't being mean because I'm like, have you gotten that so far into the degeneracy of being around these immigrants because they're all over Atlanta that you don't know who a Black woman is and how she move? Oh well, things has changed. Not with us. Not with us. It hasn't changed like that. It hasn't changed to the point that we've gotten that careless that we'll go lay up with some old white man or no old white woman. Those are things that they tend to do in their culture. That's why you see the European women going to Africa or you see them going to the Caribbeans or vice versa, and they laying up with them like that. Well, I'm not going to, so that's why I was like upset in some sense because I'm like, so Black men are laying up with old white women? Is that what you're saying? I don't see that happening as something that we practice. It's just not. Slavery for us has never ended. Yes, we
That's
have
right.
not went through the whips. We have not gone through being like strange fruit from the trees, but we have stories that are upon us that it's not that easy that we just gonna move around them like that. We're not afraid of them. We just know who they are and they know who we are. That's why they try to silence us, and that's why they're not threatened by immigrants and their degeneracies. And that's what I was saying. This is the time that we know who we are because they will never know how to move like us. They won't know where the dynamite is hidden. We know where to step because our ancestors tell us so. We know which way to move, and we can feel when the air is changing. The cosplaying and not knowing who you are is very dangerous. That's why your grandmothers and stuff may have told you know yourself, be true to yourself, because when you're true to yourself you don't forget yourself. And that's why you get the confusion of these Africans, Pan-Africans, with this whole concept of it's a step further. Africa is no more than what it is. It's a continent, 54 countries, um billions of people with issues of their own that don't have nothing to do with us. And they're going to have their own issues on how they thrive as a people. And they've already failed as a country, as a vast country. And our history and what we need to know is not there. Our history and what we need to know is right at our fingertips. That's why they keep saying go to Africa. Africa's not our motherland. Africans don't even want to be in their own land. They have issues in and of themselves on what they're doing as a people. So that's why I was saying when I hear them talk about it, go where? What culture did we lose? We need to be more Black. Be more Black how? Because it's like we're intelligent people, but we're operating from a place of ignorance. Black has nothing to do with skin tone. There is nothing Black like the street. There's nothing white like the clouds. If people were actually walking around looking like that, it would look very strange. It is an ethnic group and it holds a lineage that's tied and true to us, specifically as Black American people. And as white people try to take our identity, they erase themselves because they really didn't have the identity of white anyway. And if they fuck around, they're going to lose the privilege of white, which is what they're losing. Pay attention that as they try to erase us, Biden has done something that I really like. He's turned white people into niggers. Because as they try to erase us, they're losing white privilege because it's so strange that a lot of these immigrants are coming here and demanding the economic presence of what white people are getting, and they're getting it and it's cutting into the white people's pocket. So if you're paying attention, they feeling it now.
But you remember what we said about the passports when they said England said that from now on, U.S. citizens are going to have to go through a visa system. That's the loss of the white privilege because there was an understanding. You're from a predominantly white first world country. And England's a predominantly white first world country, so you can just travel back and forth. You didn't need a visa. Everyone else outside of the first world, union, so to speak, has to apply for a
Mhm.
visa in order to go. But that's not something you have to do. But yeah, they lost that privilege. Now Trump
Yep.
says if he gets back in office, he's going to get rid of that. But for
Right.
now, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But you got a point about yeah, like you're saying, like there is a loss of that privilege, and also the loss of the privilege. The loss of privilege also happened when Biden and Nancy Pelosi stood up and said Latinos are the future. That was a
Yeah.
huge smack in
It
the
does.
face to
It
white
does
American
to white
people.
people.
That was crazy.
So this is why I said for our space, when I'm talking about Black American women, I want us to be in conjunction of who we are as Black American women raising our children, because Black American women can only raise theirs to be Black. Black American women can only be Black. And we have to narrow down the whole aspect, because I don't have anything against us going outside our ethnic group. But what I do want to make a specific on, and this may not be nice, I really don't care. It's time for us to separate. When a white woman raises her child and it's by a Black man, I'm not understanding why that child is Black. Why is it not then raised as white? Because she's raising it as white. You
She
follow what
is.
I'm saying?
Yeah, she is.
If an Asian woman has their child, why is it then Black? She's raising it under an Asian culture that may be Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, whatever the hell. Puerto Rican, same thing. Everybody wants to dump everything here. And this is purposeful, in my opinion, and I'm not sure if it is or not, by Black men. And they bring them in, and it's a disrespect. And I'm saying for us as Black women, let's start putting up the gate and the line. I'm not accepting anything that comes from him unless it's on a personal level.
Mhm.
Because we can't call our children white because it's about a white man. We can't call it Asian if it's about an Asian man. And it's Black. Black
Mhm.
was solidified with us, and us specifically as a group. Us only.
Okay,
Didn't you
so
guys
here's
say
my
they grew in their
question.
country? Go ahead.
Black was specifically uh ID'd us as Black Americans, right?
Fact.
But
Fact.
now Black is, so now there's others who are saying Black,
We have
anybody
no
can be
identity.
Black. Listen, anybody can be Black.
Facts. Facts.
So do
And,
you
and,
think,
and, and every time when he has a child like Mariah Carey, got a whole white mama, but she Black. She got a whole white mother.
Yeah, I heard her father's not Black American. Her father's like Caribbean or something. I heard
Right.
that.
But then this
Oh,
gets thrown into our group too. Why she can't be in her group that may be a Caribbean group? She's not even a part of our ethnicity at
yeah,
all.
that's true.
Now I can
But hey,
understand
you
if
know
it's by
something else,
ethnic
Trina?
Black.
Let me tell you something. They know that they're not a part of Black American group because I noticed that when you have some of these people that do not have, like, they'll have some kind of Afro descendancy, some kind of Afro ethnicity, ethnic whatever. And I noticed like they are quick to marry one of our people. Cardi B,
Exactly.
Erica Mena, Barack Obama,
That's why I said
Mariah
it.
Carey.
Alicia Keys.
Huh?
Alicia Keys' mother is white. I'm saying for
Alicia
us as
Keys,
Black women,
her mom is British. I don't even know what is her father. Do you know her
I
father?
don't
I never
know, but
thought to
that's
ask.
why I say for Black women,
Yeah, yeah,
we
her
have to
mom is a
put up the
white
gate.
English woman.
We have to put up the gate, because every time this Black man lays with something outside of our ethnic group, then he brings it back here, and all of a sudden it's us.
Well,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
denying this
Trina.
is
Most of the
high.
time, those kids stay with at the mother's community, and they're born and raised in that community. But then, when it's like adulthood, it seems like that's when they're,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
then remember when we was on the space and they came over with a vitriol, and it's like, oh, Trina don't like us. No, you're not Black. You have a white mother. Your father is Black. You're
mhm,
bi ethnic. You are not
right.
raised under the constituency of a Black American woman. And maybe your father's there, maybe not. But if he wanted something Black, then it should have been with a Black woman. How come she, as a white woman, gets to hold her identity? Her child is not white, but it comes out of a white coochie. Make it make sense. So when I'm saying Black by ethnic, it's us. I don't want us as Black American women to have to take charge on anything that comes out of that Black man's peen unless it's coming between a Black woman and a Black man. Because the bottom line is, when I raise my child as a Black woman, it's different. And who's the primary one raising the child? Black women. Black women. That's what I'm saying. They didn't have the disrespect in the white community to tell the white woman, okay, well, when you have it by an Asian, it is now white. No, it's Asian. They get to keep their identity, or it's by ethnic or whatever the case may be. What I'm saying is, Black women, we have to put up a line in the gate because we have these other ones that come from those groups, specifically his children, that comes over to our space and feels like they, and it's mainly the females, have a right to infringe on our space as Black women. That's why
Well,
I was
you remember when we was on the panel with Angry Biracial, right? And he
mm-hmm.
was talking about mixed race people from the past, right? And
A.S.
he called
Robinson. Mm-hmm.
yeah, he called them biracial, but they're not. You know, they weren't biracial; they were mulattoes. All right. And
Mm-hmm.
so he was trying to say, well, um, I forgot what he was saying. You know, I think it was the conversation about them having their own ethnic group and platforms and everything like that. And we both like, yeah, that's fine. It's sounds like a good idea. And then, but he was trying to. It was like in a way he was trying to claim mixed race people from the past. And I was kind of like a little kind of off put by it, and you were too. It's funny how we both felt the same way, but you
Mm-hmm.
expressed it and you said, well, no, those people that you're talking about had black mothers. That was very
Facts.
different from what you guys are going through as biracial people who have mothers that are not black American. You're being born and raised outside of the black American community by black American, and you're fathered by black American men that overwhelmingly abandon you and don't, present any type of black support for you when you're growing up in these communities that have racism against you because of your blackness. Like it's a totally different
Mm-hmm.
context than what you're talking about people that were around 100 years ago, okay? And he was like
Mm-hmm.
trying to say, well, they were biracial, and we get to claim that it doesn't matter who they're. He was saying something like, well, it doesn't matter, they're biracial too, and you have to acknowledge that biracial people contributed a lot to the black community. I have to call bullshit on that, right?
I did.
And it's
And that's why I
right,
said
you
no, it's
did.
a difference because I'm not going to have you saying that a Black woman and how a white woman raises up. Oh, it's the same. No, because you two have a dysfunctional attribute. Black men and white women having issues, and I don't feel
Yeah.
like we should have
Because
to
they
deal
both come
with those
together
issues.
too often. Once in a while you find it's rare to find a black man and white woman that are together with a normal sort of companionship relationship. Usually they both come together out of their jealousy and and resentment against white men, right? Because the white woman feels like, okay, I'm just as white as the white man, but I don't get the same power and authority as him because I
Mhm.
was born a female. And the black man says, well, I'm a man just like the white man, but I don't get the same authority and power because I wasn't born white. So they both have that type of jealousy. And black women don't have that kind of jealousy with white men. It's kind of interesting because we're not white and we're not male, right? We don't have anything in common, but we don't have
My
that kind
point
of
is,
cycle.
as Black women, we raise our children Black. The
Right.
white woman cannot raise her child to be Black. She can pick up some attributes here and there as she comes into the
Yeah,
space if
that's
she's
what her
there
mixed race children have
and
said the
yeah.
same thing. I've heard the
And
mixed
if
race
he's
children
if
say the
she's
same thing.
involved with the mother, the father side. But we can't change our cloak and figure out, well, do we want to be Asian 1 minute, or we want to be, we can only be what we are in Black. Whether we have a child by an Asian man, whether we have a child by a Black man, whether we have a child by a white man. Let's get this straight. The child coming from the Black American woman's womb was Black regardless if it came from that white man. She too was Black because he did not accept that into, so that child was raised as Black, just a different skin
Yeah,
tone. That's
because
why
the thing
Black
is
has
that
nothing to do
all of
with
her
skin
children,
tone.
any children that she birthed in slavery were slaves too. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
So when they try to pull that, that's why I said no, you can't jump into that. And then your mom is a whole Egyptian with this Black man who's just popping his seed all over the place. I'm saying that we have nothing against them, but it has to be a divide. And I'm saying this for peace of mind as our girls and as we go forward. You know how I say I prefer Black women to be with healthy Black men. But most of all, I want Black women to be in a healthy relationship, regardless if the man is Black, white, Asian, or whatever. And I see what's going on in our community. America has changed. It's no longer just black and white. And now we have to fight for our identity and our sanity. But they're going to flip and flop all over the place. And I want us as black American women to know our space, know our spot, and hold ties to our lineage and who we are as black, because they can never take that. I don't care what the black man says or any black man says. I don't care about what they do on the census or whatever the case may be. You have to hold ties to who you are, because I'm telling you, as sure as they're going to be thrown the hell off, you cannot mentally keep acting like something that you're not. You will break, and it will cause a sense of chaos across the globe. They will all be delusional. They will not have no fucking idea who they are. So as black women, let's take this stance. Anything that comes from us is black. Any way we move, know your history, know your roots. You are black. If you with that black man, he on your side, then so be it. He's one-on-one with you. If you with someone who's not of your ethnic group, hold tight to your identity, your roots, your heritage, and your lineage. I cannot control what black men do, and I could care less. I only care less about that black man when he is with a black woman, providing for that black woman. Because at this present moment, as we go through this transition and America makes this transition, people going to be all over the place in politics, economics, identity. People around here cosplaying. They don't know whether they're going up or down. Mother freakers are here fighting one another. Because see, what white people did, they just want to throw everybody. They all Hispanics, but you can clearly see the Venezuelans are fighting the Hondurans. This is going to be a mess. It's going to be how you say, a pool of a perpetual chaos. And that's why I say, as black women, what have we done when we say we divest? What have we done when we say we are celibate or we're abstinence and or we're married? In all of those forms that we may be in, we need to make sure that we not only survive but thrive, and that our mental stability is on key, and that we know what to allow in our presence as black women and what we won't accept, whether it be the black men, because we're not tolerating bullshit from nobody. And we need to raise our daughters as such, as well as ourselves. I see a lot of these groups are coming here. And again, as black women, we don't look like everyone else. We have a look to our males or some in our group that may not be appealing. But when you have other groups of male coming here, a lot of us are older women, a lot of us are younger. You can't sometimes tell a mother from the daughter. But the thing that I'm saying in reference to that, to us, we're used to the way we look. But other groups look at you as an exotic format, and we didn't have protection before. Now you have these groups who are aggressive as males and aggressive as females. And we do not have any friends. We only have us. And that's why I said this space is for the aspect know yourself, because we can't keep going around mistaking these people for us just because they have a similar skin tone. That's going to be very dangerous when economics go a certain way. And I would say for people who have African or Caribbean friends, and y'all been friends for a long time, great. And or you have a husband who may be great, but I would also look in the same context by learning what we've learned on these spaces. Does that tribal attribute go away? Because in some sense, I figure that some of them are worse than white people that we've been dealing with because of the
Oh,
jealousy.
very true. Very
So
true.
those are things that I'm saying. For us, I think divestment means we actually checked out. A lot of us as black women actually went, in my opinion, and I'm a researcher, I think we went into a phase of abstinence and celibacy. I think we took a
Yeah,
sabbatical.
but Trina, I think it's like when animals go into hibernation. You know, when
Yes.
that's something that's like you go long going, you go in there for a period of time for survival. You know, they
Right.
know like okay, they really can't survive the cold, the snow, and everything is outside, so they go into the cave and they go into hibernation till that winter period is over. So it's like Black American women are going through a season of winter, and in that season they're
Mhm.
hibernating. So
And
that
I
yeah,
would
that
say in that hibernation, get your discernment up. Get your third eye up. Stop looking at
Mhm.
people and their color
That's
and their
right.
skin tones. Look at the way that they move. You can't do that no more. And I know I'll
That's
be
right. I see
off
that
the
too.
top with it, but
Oh shoot.
sometimes you cannot move around them the same way. I don't give a damn what they saying they are. A lot of Pan Africanists, and I'm not wishing enough, they're gonna get hurt. A lot of them going to get
Well,
hurt
it's
in the
already
worst way
happened,
because
Trina.
these
That's why.
people never lose
No,
their
it's
tribal
already happening,
instinct.
Trina. That's why they're saying now, like, the more you deal with Africans, the less the African that you are. So it's already
Yep.
happening. It
So they're
already
going to
happened when
start.
they had all those black Americans that went to Ghana for the year return, and then they said that many of them came back in droves. That happened as well, because that's what I heard. That
This
Monica
name.
Megan, she streamed a live stream of a sister, Black American sister, a couple of Black American peoples. One was the older sister, sound like she's probably mid 40s and up, and she was talking to. They were talking on the panel. It was a couple about a Black American sister, Black American brother, talking to two African men, and someone that was moderating the host or whatever, right? About 5 people,
Right.
and the Black American sister was saying, like, look, don't tell us to come back to Africa, and we come back, and when we come over there, you're trying to nickel and dime us out of everything, right? Like the fish costs $1 and you're charging $15. And these two African men took no responsibility at all. They was like, well, that's what happens. Well, I have an American accent. They can tell that I have a slight American accent. So when I go back, I get treated the same. They took no responsibility at all to say that it was wrong how these sisters and brothers got treated when they went to Africa. So
Hmm.
she was saying, like, how it was such a mess, like when they went there, and they had to bring their own money, do the visas and everything, pay their own rent, and then they get there, and they was like, there were people who mistreated them, people that disrespected them, talked down to them, et cetera, et cetera. And she was like, and that was part of the reason that many of them came back. And they said that when that year returned, that Black Americans like spent $2 billion, left 2 billion, two B as in boy, $1 billion
Hmm.
in Ghana. And they said, look, Ghana was like bankrupt. The government was bankrupt practically, so why you think they had a so-called year return? More like a year to scam.
And I noticed that a lot of these little ideologies come from a lot of them, and our males and some females participate in it. And the reason why I'm saying in 2024, economically, things are going to change in America like we've never known. And I say now we have to put on a discerning eye. And that's why I was saying, are we celibate, married, whichever state that you're in, own your peace. Look at what's going on around you, and you have to put on that third eye. And I'm
Um,
concerned because a lot of us are very, very, very open. These
yeah,
people
we are.
are
You're right.
tribal, and then we've dealt with white Americans, but this is
Right.
something new for them too. So
Yeah,
I say this in the
exactly,
aspect
Trina, because they're also dealing with the tribalism of other,
of
not as
other
just
groups,
Africans and Caribbeans, but they're dealing
and
with
everybody's going to
tribalism.
get patriotic.
Yeah, they're dealing with tribalism of other people that want to be white. So it's a whole different thing. Like we're dealing with the tribalism that people that want to be black and they want our identity and our ethnicity, right? They want to own it and they want to dominate it. And so now they're dealing with something similar on their end with people that are very tribalistic. And my friend, he was saying the same thing. He's out in Oakland, right? And he said, Kay, he was saying the same thing that you said, Trina. Let me tell you something. I hadn't even mentioned you to him, right? He said the same thing. He said, these white people brought in all these Hispanic people and expected them to act a certain way. But he said, Kay, the thing with they trying to act like they trying to replace Black Americans with Hispanics, but he said Black Americans are consumers, like we are. And I said, yeah, you're right, we are American consumers. Like we consume, we go to the malls, we go to the Ross, we go to the Mason, we go to the Old Navy's, we go into the Nike store, we get Netflix, we et cetera, right? We go to Walmart, we go to the restaurants, we go to McDonald's, we consume. He said, Kate, these people do not consume the way
They
Black
don't.
Americans have. So when they bring these people in, they think it's going to be an economic boom for them to bring in these billions of people. He said, look, you know what they do? He said, Kay, they got their own stores in Oakland. They go to their own stores and spend their money in their stores, and they keep their money within their community. That is tribal. It's very tribalistic. So he's like, yeah, they think. He said white people think that they're gonna bring them in and they're gonna act a certain way. He's like, no, that's not what's happening. These people are doing their own thing here.
Facts. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I mean, I'm just thinking about that. Like we're talking about how
Mhm.
we're dealing with tribalism of melanated people, but it looks like white Americans are dealing with the same tribalism with people that are well
Mhm.
similar to their
That's
to
why
that.
I say with us Black Americans, Black American women, you have to now say hypothetically speaking, like S. Robinson and American Holocaust say for instance, hypothetically speaking, because anything can happen, they don't give back the term of black. You still have to know who you are as a Black American, and you can't be converged and be melted into this pot. Some of them are saying things like, well, we're gonna have to get along, play along to get along. No, we don't. We don't.
But Trina,
You
we've
do.
always been black. We've always been a minority, and we've always been our own ethnic group for 400 years. So that's the thing that gets me when they really think that they're gonna come over here and now we gotta be like this, that, and the other. Like this
No,
is
you
something
don't.
that's so
Because
totally
they
new.
are
And I'm
going to
like,
be so
Black Americans
divided
have
with all of this.
always been in a racially diverse environment from the beginning. From the
This is going
beginning.
to be so bad with everybody scrounging for scraps, whether, and I'm talking about the United States. This is happening not just in America, it's happening across the globe. You're going to have to know who you are as a Black American woman. I don't care if they call an African Black or Caribbean Black. We don't side with nobody but our own. Unless it comes from your cooch, you ain't got nothing to do with it. And that's an individual preference on that aspect too, as how we move as Black American women. We can't just accept any and everybody because at this present moment, like I said, their own groups don't accept them. So they come over with a hostility and a disrespect that is allowed by these Black men who birth these or produce these seeds to come at us as women. So not only do we have the Africans coming, we have the ones who are bi-ethnic coming from him, who comes with a vitriol because they may suffer some type of deficit from their mothers who may be of an other. These things as Black American women, we can't accept no longer in order for us to survive as a Black woman, having our culture and having our own culture and our own ethnic group. Because the males, once he goes outside of the group, he's saying that that's not a part of, he's not with a Black woman. So I don't know. It is Black on the aspect of being part him and part the woman, but it's not most of the time raised culturally Black. And that's what I was saying. How do we deal with that? We have to put up a gate on that. They can't force us to deal with them. That's what I'm saying. She comes in with her aspect of she's Black, and then you got the other one, the African, she's Black, the Caribbean, she's Black. If y'all paying attention, we really have no
And don't
identity. It's
forget
kind of
about
like,
the trans now. They've gone so deep now. They got women talking about women issues, right? I just saw this commercial. I think it was earlier today or last night. And it's the woman talking about things regarding women and blah 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 and how we got, things, talking about so I can't remember what the commercial was about, right? But it was something in regards to the well being of women. And then she ends the commercial with for anybody that identifies as a woman, if you are trans or non-binary. And I said, bullshit. I pulled the plug. I said, I pulled the plug. So that's another thing. Black men that also want to identify as Black women. That's the other thing. And they have the greatest amount of aggression, if you ask me.
mm-hmm. And if you pay attention, it is these African and Caribbean women who are getting jealous and very upset with these biracials, and biracials are swearing that it's Black Americans. She's saying things like,
Oh,
"We
that's
want to live
interesting.
Oh, I pay very close attention. I know who it is. We live vicariously. We want to live vicariously
Yeah.
through our biracial daughters." No, you're
Look, we
projecting.
ain't
That's
got
what you're.
biracial daughters like
Wait,
that.
wait, wait. That's their mother saying that about them because white women want to live vicariously through her biracial daughter. And she probably can't stand that when she looks at you, it's a reminder down in her DNA because they suffer trauma too, even though they perpetuate it, that every time they see that hair, that skin, that is what she wanted. And that's what made her man create something like her in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So she wants the boys because they said it. One woman said it because it's to conquer, but they have an issue with their daughters. Like I said, I have nothing against bi-ethnics or Africans or Caribbeans, but there has to be a space and a niche for us because at this present moment, Africans are using the Caribbeans and everybody's using Black as a cloak to either
Oh,
do
don't forget
dysfunctional
about the
bullshit.
Afro Latinos too. And I'm not
Yes,
talking
everybody
about the
uses
ones
it
that
as
are actually of
a cloak.
African descent. The ones that actually look mostly Spaniard, calling themselves Afro Latinos.
And who did this? Black American men leadership with this Pan African stuff. He erased himself because if there is no Black, and African can be Nigerian, Caribbean can be Jamaican. Everybody can be their identity and also assume Black. What identity outside of us that we can assume? Oh, we have to assume Americans, the only Americans. Well, how will we be basically STEM? Because when everybody still calls Black, everybody's still going to look at Black Americans. I look at these immigrants and others, when they use the aspect of Black, it's like they're pretending and they get to act the fool, be degenerate. black women. Look at these black women shaking
There
their
you go.
behind, twerking,
There you go.
doing all of this stuff, going to other countries, acting like a fool. You think they go to the AUE or Europe or wherever the case may be, or say for instance they go to Saudi Arabia and say that they are Nigerian? No, they go and say they black Americans. But in some sense, I'm glad that they do. Go over there and act like a complete fool. But no, they need to know, whoever's in the earshot of listening, black American women don't go nowhere and act like no fool. And half the time we ain't coming to these foreign countries and doing all kinds of degenerate shit. That's what needs to be noted. But that's why they want that. They want that identity. They want our history, the whole 9 yards. And when BSI said our poor male black leadership did this, they did. They did this because they wanted anything other than themselves. Because if you look at what they accept as their women, it's all kind of degeneracy. And
Mm-hmm.
at this point in time, for our survival, we need to make that stance and that change. I don't have any problem with black men who love their black women who stand beside them, but it makes you wonder. You now seeing that they used to tell us y'all lay it with them African and Caribbean women. No, but I'm seeing that you are, because you have been so blinded by skin tones, because that's what Pan Africanists do.
And
That
no,
you
they've been blinded by skin
your
tone and
flag
cosplaying, Trina. Skin tone
and
and
cosplaying.
cosplaying. Yeah.
Yes. And I was surprised at how many of them on these little crazy misogynistic spaces, they pick up black women, because an African woman can be black, she can be Nigerian, she can also be African. She got three, she's in. We have no identity thanks to Pan Africanism. The foolishness and the stupidity of Pan Africanism, we have no identity. That's what Ty was saying. We've been stripped of our identity as of now because everybody can play us. The problem is, I will say this: they're gonna play themselves to their last end, and it's gonna be an end that they would never expect. Our American dream will be their worst nightmare. So you can watch for that. But I want us to not only survive but to thrive. It has changed. It's no longer just black and white. And we have people doing the doppelganger. You need to know who is your bud. Like I said, I can't choose for you who's your friend, because some of us are married to other groups of people. What happened? Here you go again, Shay. You gotta come back up. Um that are married with them, and they have to watch their back on that aspect and make sure that their relationship is firm. I think S. Robinson was on here the other day. I'm not quite sure about if we love the same way or feel the same way or move the same way, which we don't. Even if they were born here, that does not mean they're still raised under the same precepts that we are. A lot of things we have to pick up on as black women, because we tend to be overly compassionate about others and other people's situations. But when I hear them on these spaces, I said, oh my gosh, the wave is coming. But everybody's going to get hit. And the thing that we do have as black American people, we are home. And they'll tell you what that mean, what that mean. We're home. You know which way to go when you turn left and how not to hit the sofa. You know that the basement is to the right, and when the lights are off, go down, and it's 15 steps down. And then if you make a sharp turn to the left, you won't hit such and such. So we know how to move in our house. And I don't want us to forget that. We don't have to accept no bullshit in your house. You have to let them know that they're not welcome. You do not have to come off with violence, protect yourself, but we do not have to be accepting of people being in that our house that we don't want. So if we don't want this type of behavior in our house, it's time for us as black American women to not only put the gate up, there are certain boundaries that we must have. Now, I don't have a problem with having African or Caribbean friends. I do have one. I'm not going to drop my African and Caribbean friends that I had from when I was young and the whole 9 yards. But I've always put a gate up. But if you're not mature enough to do that, then you shouldn't be in those type of relationships. You do need to know who you're with on the male side, being a woman. Because they are not like us. And with the vitriol that they have, in a lot of ways, I feel that they're worse than a lot of white Americans. And that's not just them, that's everybody. But I said, as black American women, we have so much to watch out for. And in the time that many of us may be celibate, abstinent, or whether you married, make sure you make not a resolution with yourself, but a covenant with yourself to put yourself first. Give yourself a peace of mind. Clear your mind and use your discernment like you've never used it before, because we need to know who's around us, things are about to shift for the worse in the
Mm,
country. That's why I said, and our peace of mind is going to have to sustain us through the hard times to come. It is no longer us and just white people, but we have an advantage because we are home. We know this country. We are the only true Americans. We are the only true black people, and we have to put the gate up on what we will and will not accept. And don't let nobody bully us into us, whether it's male or female, that we need to be forgiving and condoning and accepting of everybody. For the first time, we need to cut off certain things as black women. As a black woman, I only accept what comes from black women's vaginas. If you accept something outside of that, it is your personal business, because that may be your grandbaby or someone in your family. I'm not saying to mistreat them, but black for me is coming from a black woman, because only a black woman can raise someone to be black. That's where I stand at. Everybody else may feel different, but I feel like as a black woman, we need to take that stance, because a white woman only accepts a white child coming from a white man. I don't know why we have to accept
that's
everything
true.
outside of that. I don't feel
That's
like we
true.
have. So in that aspect, we start have to start putting our gate ups as black women. Spread the word. Start making that change. And it's nothing to do with color. Black American, what is your lineage? Know their family. Be mindful of who you let in your presence and around you. Because one thing they don't have family here. We do. Spread it around to your relatives. They should not be at your cookouts and your gatherings. They should not be in certain private spaces. Do we have to deal with them? Yes. But as a collective on how we deal with them as women, no. But it should be duly noted that certain spaces they should not be allowed in when we have our personal time as women, when we have our personal time as in a family space. It needs to be a gate up and a guard up that you're not us and we're not you. And it needs to be duly noted. I don't know how we're going to spread it. I don't know how we're going to push it, but it needs to be done. Because as of now, yes, he is correct. Ty is correct. They're trying to do ethnic erasure. Will I think they will be successful of it? No, because the history and the lineage of who we are as a people is too vast and too strong. I think we're at a weak position right now because a lot of us are going through what you say, a crisis of identity, feeling like we want to belong with this hotep
That's
bullshit,
true.
Pan African bullshit. But none of those things are going to work. And when the tribal existence of when people cannot work, cannot eat, cannot survive, that ideology is going to get a lot of panhandlers fucked up. And I mean to say it just like I said it, because these people have a tribal instinct, and they're going to be, how they going to say, they're going to show them better than they can tell them. And black Americans do not realize that a lot of these groups look at us as the, how you say, the butt of the joke, the dumping grounds. When they get angry, they want to come at us, but then they want us to stand up for them. So Pan-Africanist, hoteps, all of this ideology shit gonna go clean out the window when people can't get food that they need, when people don't have the job that they need. It's gonna be a lot of shit that's gonna be going down, and that panhandling shit gonna get a lot of them, like I said, fucked up beyond recognition, foobarred. You have to know who you are as a black woman and know your black people. And it don't have nothing to do with no skin folk and no skin color. This is when families, for us as black Americans, because we are the glue to our families, many of us. You know your grandmother, your aunt, and everybody else. Pull them up and let them know what's happening. Put that gate up. This is the time where certain spaces that they just should not be, for our survival as well as us to thrive, and other things we can talk about outside of that. That's what I was saying. I feel like black women have taken a sabbatical. So divestment for us is not, oh, us going to a restaurant, charging up a foreigner all of this food for $300, and then we don't want to get with him and we're single. We don't fuck around with people like that. Now, I'm not saying that some don't. We basically go off to ourselves, and I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that in my age group as well as younger. But see, divestment means for them, I'm going to date outside of my ethnic group, charge this other dude up, like, because I know he got money. As you can see, the woman with the cheesecake shit, and then knowing damn well I'm not intending on seeing this male. I'm not I don't really care what they do to each other.
I
I'm
agree,
just
Trina. I
laughing.
would not have done that if I wasn't interested in him. I just wouldn't do that.
Which I don't care what they do, but you see the shiesty bullshit. See, you
Yeah,
as a
it
black
was
woman wouldn't do
shicey.
it,
All
and
about
a
the
lot of
money.
us wouldn't. What I'm gonna waste my time just to get a meal from you for? If I could, a lot of us can pay for our own meals. I'm
Not
not
only
gonna
that,
give
it's like
you
you
the
got food at home, so why you doing all that?
yes,
Stop it.
and I'm not dealing with you. I don't want
Hmm.
that type of energy. And it's not me taking up for the male. I could care less. But this is what I say. This is how immigrants think with this dumb shit. See, a lot of us were taught, majority of us. There are some of us who move shisty and shady, but majority of us was taught you don't mess with a person and their feelings and their money. That can get your ass fucked up. You not interested
Yeah,
in the
but Trina,
person,
even
then
when we're
leave me alone.
shicey, we our shiciness manifests itself in a different way. Most Black Americans would not do, the women. We're gonna be shicey. It's gonna be about something different, not like that.
I'm gonna get you because you did something indirectly to me that offended my ass. And if I couldn't get you one way, and that's when we were younger. We usually don't tend to do that. Hopefully, I mean, we do have some ratchet motherfuckers when we get older. We don't tend to do that when we get older. At that point, you are old enough. You can basically say, "Look, you done pissed me off. We're older. Can you not do A, B, C, and D?" And I think as black women, sometimes we can do that, and sometimes it depends on who we are in our space. Some of us can't. I'm very upfront and forward. If you offend me, I'm gonna say you fucking hurt my feelings. I didn't like what you did, and I'm gonna say what you say, and hopefully I can say it in a way that you can understand where it won't be offensive, but you'll know. Don't ever do that bullshit to
Hmm.
me again. I think that Black American women are pretty forward in our way of saying that. Do we have our jealousies and our discrepancies amongst one another? Of course, we can be like that, but these people as a collective, not just Africans, all of these immigrants have a whole different mindset, and it's time for us to lay that down. When you got these Pan Africans calling it Black Chinese, Black this, Black that, as Black women, these Black motherfuckers done lost their mind. Some of these men pull up because he about to get himself fucked up. You can't pull in all of these people like that. You can't fight them all, but you can't beat them all either. That's stupid. You are about to pull a flood wave on yourself. So when BSI say on his space, I agree, but I'm gonna say it differently. When you pull in too much stuff, you doing too much. Black male leadership has lost its goddamn mind. There ain't no black Chinese. There's a melanated Chinese person, but they're still Chinese nonetheless. They have their own culture, they have their own lineage, they have their own way of moving. This motherfucker calling everything towards our direction and everything is black. What the fuck is wrong with him? He done lost his damn mind. So at this present moment, if you got a black husband, black children, hold tight to him, make a change. But I'm saying for us, it's time to put up stands like an Amazon. Fuck these niggas. You gonna have to know who you are because at this present moment, everything is black but his woman. And I feel like the Almighty has blinded this motherfucker because he don't even know what he laying with. He calling everything black. Panhandling bullshit calls everything black. He done erased his dumb ass self. That's why he can't stand for shit because he done gave it off. But these immigrants have failed too. Because the moment that you crossed into the devil's punch bowl, anything is bound to happen. Y'all know the back of y'all hairs are up. We have a discernment. Something is about to go down. You feel it. You feel it in the night. You feel it in the air. You know what our environment. We've been born here. You know things have changed. The atmosphere has changed. We even feel it differently. We move differently. You dreaming differently. You know damn well since this shit has happened that America has not been the same. You can feel it.
Yeah.
And that's where our discernment is different. We've been here for over 50 plus years, some of us 30 plus years. You know that this is not the sense of what America feels like and looks like. You can feel the energy in the air, the spirituality in the air has changed. It's time for us to shift. He done lost his mind. Not all, but some have lost their mind. Stick with the black men who are sticking with us. As for the rest of them with this bullshit, pull back. Let the wave hit them motherfuckers because it's going to come like you never seen it before. And I'm saying this not to make people scared. I'm saying this to make us prepared.
Yeah, that's a good one, Trina. Don't be scared. Be prepared.
Be prepared. And when they doing this bullshit, you looking at it like that's black, this black, that black. Okay, you sit there and keep thinking it is because one thing about everybody, they're gonna get tribal. We've never been in a period where people never. We've always been in a country where we have the poor in our country have not lived poor. Even
Right.
the damn poor
Yeah.
motherfuckers ain't wasn't emaciated.
Yeah, because even in the projects, you eat every day. You got running clean
Yes,
water. You have electricity. You have heat. Yeah, you have furniture. You have television.
we had
Yeah,
something. Our poor is
yeah.
not their poor. We're about to start seeing that in a lot of places, and some of them are under the delusion. Oh, it's only going to hit certain spots. I suggest
Mm.
that a lot of you watch that movie, Leave the World Behind, that was directed by Michelle and Barack Obama. Leave the World Behind is on Netflix.
Hold up. The World Behind was directed by Michelle and Barack Obama.
Yes, that's their movie.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I saw the movie. It was interesting. I don't.
Mhm.
Well, Tariq Nasheed did a video about it, and I guess people said there was a lot of subliminal stuff
Now,
in it.
what happened was there was a particular writer who wrote it, but Michelle Obama and Barack Obama did an executive production of it. And when he spoke to the writer of it, he said a lot of the stuff in it, he thought he was exaggerating. The writer, he said, no, actually, you haven't gone far enough. But the mere fact that he put out that picture, I say that Black American women, because you're the ones primarily in your home, get your mate, your family, prepare in your house.
But Trina,
Don't
didn't
put
you
it
find it interesting the way they show how it went down and with
Mhm.
wealthy with people that
Mhm.
had money?
Yes. And
Yeah.
did you see how much they had in their pantries? I mean, everybody can't prepare and stock up in the same way. So I say for Black Americans, we don't even eat like a lot of these groups. They can eat. They can eat.
My dad told me that when back in the 80s when I was in my teens and we used to go to the because we're Muslim, so we don't eat meat out the store, right? We have to have the meat
Mhm.
has to be prepared a certain way, like kosher meat, right? We call it halal meat. So we would go to the halal meat store, and my dad would remark how a lot of the times when you saw people, like most of the people who went were foreign people, right? Like people that were Arab people, Indian, Pakistani, etc., right? And he would talk about like how they would like you always see them come out with a shopping cart full of like they would have grocery store, right? But people primarily went there to get the meat. But they would come out with lots of meat, lots of
Mhm.
meat, lots.
They
I
can
kid
eat.
you not, baskets full of it. Yeah.
They can eat. We don't eat like that. And you don't have, and I'm not just talking about, I'm talking about all of these as immigrants. They can eat. We're used to just going in the store and having stuff at our fingertips, and a lot of people want to be in denial. I'm saying, wake your ass up, get out of denial.
You know
Think
something else,
about
Trina?
the
We're gonna
fact.
have to go back to the way of our grandmothers of cooking school. I think what's gonna happen, we're gonna have to start cooking food from scratch. That's something a lot of us as Black Americans have gotten away from, and we're gonna have to start. And I'm talking about raw fruits and vegetables, not the canned
Mhm.
corn stuff. Okay, we're gonna have to go back to cooking food from scratch. I think it's gonna be to our benefit because a lot of us are dealing with weight issues and the issues that are associated with weight
Exactly.
issues. So
That's
you
why I
know,
said we have to not only survive but thrive. I
right.
did put my email in there. Send me any information y'all may have on depression, anything y'all may have on any issues that y'all may want to talk about. I put my email in there. Anything that y'all want to talk about that we should
Yeah, but
address as
Trina,
Black American women.
what you're talking about with the whole thing, celibacy, abstinence, singlehood, whatever you want to call it.
I think we
Um,
went to a
it,
state of sabbatical. That's what I think
I
divestment meant
think
for
it's
us.
just yeah, but I don't think it's just about the issues that we're dealing with dating men or dating Black men or anything like relationships. I think it's what you're saying about the what you feel that's the environment that you can
Mhm.
feel your instincts are telling you
Yep.
to get ready to hibernate. Like like when at the end of that
Mhm.
movie Leave the World Behind and they have that what is that bunker, for
Right.
to protect them. And I think that's what Black women are doing. They're pulling back and they're beginning to go pulling back and beginning to go into like a hibernation into a bunker.
Right.
I think they know. I think
Whether
there's
the
something like that.
bunker is in your home or in your own personal space, don't let anyone, and I'm not coming on this space to bash Black men or Black women, because if you're in a steady, strong relationship with your Black American man or any man from an ethnic group and you know him as a
Hold
Black
on to it
American,
because that's going to help you get through
that's
whatever's
going to
coming.
help you through it.
Yeah.
But understand who we are as
Especially if you
Black
have
people.
children. Like, don't,
Right.
yeah, definitely.
Understand who we are as Black people, and we have to survive differently. This is not going to be good. And with these panhandlers and these hoteps, that's a game. eventually people not gonna want to hear nothing about no panhandling and no hotel.
Nah, that's
Then
true.
reality
Especially
is
if
gonna
things
kick
go
in.
That
down.
is
Gonna
If
kick
things
true.
go down, yeah, go ahead, Shay.
Go ahead, Shay.
No, I'm just agreeing with everything you women are saying. And I just want to reiterate, I've been a victim of the panhandlers too.
Hmm.
Hmm.
The Conscious Brothers, the
Yeah,
Hotep
the
Brothers,
5%ers.
who I thought they was like, yeah, Black Power. It's about consciousness, but then they come out and do some grimy shit.
There you
Hmm.
go. Say and that's the same MO over and over again, the same modus
Yep.
operandi over and over again. Suck you
So
in
you
by
can't
talking about
trust
things
that.
about black unity, and then they do some shit, shicey, shady shit
Yep.
as a male against a female.
Hmm.
I've been through that a couple of times, and I'm glad it's a wake up call because even back in the day, sometimes your eyes be blinded. I tell you, because you see masculinity, you
Hmm.
might see um educated man, you might think it's a responsible man, but and be proud and a really a type of father figure or a
Hmm.
type of husband who might have your back and who, will stand their ground. Well, honey, sometimes behind that there's wolves in sheep clothing. And
And
I've
also,
been shocked before, but
hmm,
I really you gotta have your guards up, like Trina was saying, not to be bashing black men, but I'm telling you, I've had somebody steal from me, and I was like shocked, to tell you the truth. And you gotta be careful because the devil comes in all colors
hmm,
and very deceptional. You don't want no pedophiles and none of that shit hitting in a man who you think is all there and all that.
hmm,
And so now for the younger generation, it's a sad time because it's a lot of sick young men and you see the murders. No, it's happening in white communities too, okay? I'm
right.
not going to
You see
even
the
say like it's
deletion,
not.
the
It
delete one
is.
another.
But right now, we're talking about our people
Right.
and how a lot of young black women are also being murdered. Like
Delete it.
it is it's scary. It's a sad time and it's a crying time because something else is wrong. Something else, to me, it's a plan. Everybody don't agree with me, but
It is partially,
it's a
yeah.
plan, partially an agenda, even though I know you think it's also, well, I say it's a curse too, but you say it's a curse, but in a different type of way, Trina. Um, but our young women deserve good husbands. Our young women deserve a good life too.
Mm,
But I don't want to get into religion and stuff like that, but it is true. And God put us down here on this planet for a reason. But once you get out of the order of God, and this is our land, we
right.
need our men though. I'm not going to even trying to say we need our men in celibacy. It's a hard thing because we are supposed to have sex, make love, but to with our men though, that's where the success, that's where bear fruit, that's where all of that comes in, and it has to be done the right way. But it's not fair for our, something is wrong somewhere, and our young people are reaping not benefits, but reaping the percussions of something where we went wrong also in our own generation. So
Oh,
I'm
that's
going
my
to say
email
that
in
for
there. So
myself.
if anybody got my email, I'm sorry. Read the email. I'm about to take this down, but I have an email. Send anything like what American Holocaust was saying, banding to help one another who are close by where you may be at. We're gonna have to help one another.
Yes, we need
Yeah,
to help one another,
as
but
black women.
and we need to come up with some even some black men who knows where they can show up if need be. And it's hard to screen. It's a sad thing that we have to go through this.
Mm. I'm gonna
It's
say
not
as
right.
black
It's not
American
fair
women.
to us, and
I'm
it's
gonna say
not fair
I'm
to
gonna
the
say for
younger
black
generation.
I'm gonna say for Black American women, if you know him on an individual level, fine. But as Black American women, move on our own at this present moment. Now, people may say that ain't right, Trina. I'm saying move on our own because I'm looking at how he's moving, and it's like they're not moving. And when I looked at those women who were coming off of welfare and trying to feed those babies, many of us, 90% of us are raising these children. And they'll say, oh, well, we all married or the father's in the home. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Sometimes he may come off and on, but at the end of the day, we have those kids. If you're a single mom 24/7, if you're married, you're having the help of your husband, whether he's a Black American or of another ethnic group. When I say keep it between us as Black American women, do what we have to do for ourselves as Black American women, and we can narrow it down because I don't want to really involve men on this aspect. If he's your husband, then he's going to be with you. If he's your partner, then he's going to be with you. I want to just deal with Black American women. I don't want the pushback of what happened with the Black Panthers. I don't want the pushback of what happened
Mm.
with Tuskegee. I'm sorry. I don't feel like that will help us to survive in this. A lot of things that I'm seeing with Black men are fickle. You deal with that Black man as you know him as an individual. You have a Black husband and he's going to stick with you and he's going to benefit from what you do in your home. But I don't really want to include Black men in this. Right about now, they're all over the place. I don't feel like all
Yeah,
Black
they need some type of they
men.
need a redeemer. They need a black Jesus. I'm gonna say, y'all need a y'all need a black Jesus. What black skin said? He wants a white savior. Y'all needed some type of black
They
savior.
need some type of redemption, but whatever the case may be, like I said, I didn't want to turn this into a space where we're basically hating on males because I don't, but I know how Black men move.
Yeah,
And
it's not a fact because we gotta be. Let's be real and let's be realistic. What's happening? Some of our experience, most of our experiences, there are some good, beautiful black American men out there, but it's not as much as it used to be though. So, but the system, Trina K, they all have their, their opinions, but the system also played a part in destroying our black men too. I'm gonna say that. That's for me.
I believe it. White supremacy did, but a lot of times, right about now, like BSIA just said, and I said I felt that way anyway. I'm not trusting the follow this time. We have to survive, and Black women have to survive with or without him. And many of
That's
us
right.
have husbands. Like American, she has a husband. She'll be fine. But for the ones who don't, I'm not gonna go seeking out no male on the
Mm-hmm.
hope that he's gonna help out. I mean, if he comes and God brings him to you, then so be it. But I would say, as a Black woman, if you're thriving and surviving on your own, and you're not sure, I would say stay being abstinent and celibate because what's coming up now, you don't want the extra mouth to feed, you don't want the peace to be your peace to be disrupted. See, when you're
That's
married
right.
and you already in a situation, that's different. You know your man, you know what he's gonna be capable of. But this is not the time to get with someone if y'all haven't been together and have that commitment, and then things start to fluctuate, and then you see the true essence of who that person is. It's too dangerous. So that's why I said the investment was different for us. Oh, pull that for a second, Shay. The investment is different for us than it is for them. I think we are like how Kay was saying in that hibernate mode where we're getting our mindset. I'm sorry, Shay, because you was. I think we're getting our mindset together spiritually. That's what I hear a lot of Black women online saying. They're in that sabbatical mode, trying to get that peace. And what's coming, you're gonna need that peace that passes all understanding. Maybe you're not a Christian person or a spiritual person, but whatever you do to have to gain that peace, that covenant, that serenity, in order to push forward, you're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to do that. I don't know if y'all saw my email in the chat. I'll put it back in there before it goes off. But email me information so that we can be there to help one another. We're gonna have to formulate that. Now, like I said, I want that to be specifically with us as Black women. You know where you are from state to state. We don't have that protection, that aspect where we can have someone to depend on. A lot of us as Black women are, have families, and some of us are alone. We move around. Like a lot of times, I'm really concerned about Shay. I'm concerned about Kay. Kay be out there driving and doing whatever. She's a teeny tiny thing. I'm thinking she big about the way she be talking. Kay little, tiny, be talking shit to these damn people. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, we don't look like much of nothing to ourselves because we used to what we look like. But to other groups that are coming here, we are a force to reckon with. And black women don't stand down. And we don't know how to do that because we've always had our backs up in a lot of different ways. Whether you were married and had the protection of your man, or whether you just walking because that's who you are as a black woman. A lot of them don't know our energy, and we are not aware of theirs. That's why I said celibacy, abstinence. I think that's what we do as divestors. Divestment means to them to go off and get with other groups of men. I don't think we're divestors either. I think we're black women empowerment. We want to empower ourselves because the divest, we're not looking to divest into no white man. That's not something we do as black women. Do some of us want to date outside of our ethnic group? I think we have. We just move
Well,
quietly. We
actually,
don't have to.
the
Yeah, we
best
don't
is
have
that
to.
you
We don't have
divest
to
from the
be
black community, and that you don't put the black community first. You put yourself first as a black American
right.
woman, because the black American community currently does not benefit black women and black girls. It's detrimental to
Exactly.
black women and
And
black
why
girls.
would we have to put up divestment? If you want to be with a white man, black women can quietly move into that space. They always have. It's not like these white men haven't lived around us. There are black women and white men who have gotten married on the down low. Our black men tend to be a little bit more louder from the 60s, but if black men and black women want to be with white people, we've always been around white people. Those relationships has always taken place, whether they were dysfunctional or consensual. It has always happened. With black women, it was more dysfunctional, as with black men, than consensual. It was not really in a lot of ways consensual. Now, if you want to move in those spaces, it's consensual between the two people. And that's the discernment that we have. We know that if he's a white man who's on the up and up, or if he might be one of them American sociopaths, that's the discernment they don't have. See, your ancestor come up and say, don't you go with that. He ain't right. He got shit in the basement. You feel it. Turn left. Get the hell away from him. See, that's not going to be up in a lot of them other groups because all they see is his Caucasoid skin and they see money. We see what he really is. That's the difference with us and them. So that's why I was saying, use your discernment not just for the white man, use your discernment for everyone around you because it's going to be the epic aspect of how we survive. Tell your young men and young women that you raised how to get past this. I'm concerned about them. If you're a black woman with sons, you concerned about them. We cannot no longer wait on him because if black men with us, he'll be with you. If you got a black man in your home, he'll be with you. If you got a black brother, a son, or a nephew, he'll be with you. But I don't want to be following them nowhere because they done got us with the Pan African, the Hotep, Holiday Inn, all kinds of shit. Hebrew Israelite, he all over the damn place. He don't know who's who. Mexicans coming here, the black Mexican, the black Asian, the black this. So why he bragging his shit all over the place? I know I'm a black American woman, and that motherfucker ain't no black Asian. And it ain't no black Puerto Rican, ain't no black African, ain't no black Caribbean, and it ain't no black India from Indian. So he want to call all of them black, let him dive in there like Samson before he met his Delilah and met his end. But this round, I'm not going to be Tuskegee or what you call a Black Wall Street out because this Negro have a type of a identity crisis. Pull back because what's going to happen is people are going to get tribal. I'm reading the air on what I see on social media, and a lot of people are getting frustrated. But the thing that we have as Black American women, we
You know,
are home. They get
it's not
offended
only
when I
about
say
a lack of self identity, but it's also, a whole lot of self hatred, internalized racism. But the self hatred, I think that's what really leads them off the cliff. And then the rest of us call ourselves following their leadership, and we end up going off
right.
the cliff too.
Mm-mm. Some women are going to follow. Let them follow. You can't stop who's not going to follow. We're going to lose some people in this one. But as Black American women, there are certain things. Use your discernment. Use your third eye. Use your spiritual discernment. It's in all of us, and I call it in all of us, whether you believe in God or not. I'm saying your discernment is what we were born with, like a kitten. When the mother, the mother kitten got her tail clipped, it passes on to the gene of the little kitten when she gives birth, that they know something ain't right when something come close to their tail or they hear that firecracker noise. Well, we have something in us that they don't have. That's why I said they won't survive this one. Many won't. We know our house inside and out, and we just need to know who we are. Not everybody that is melanated is us. Watch their actions and how they move. You have to put that third eye on for everybody. Because it's funny, everybody want to say they black, just like someone don't want to say they white. It's going to be the age of chaos and confusion. But you have an upper hand, you know the board. We're playing chess, not checkers. So everybody needs to be on the right square and get your king man on. You need to know when to move and when not to move. And black women know this better than anybody. We lived with what you say, the devil in the punch bowl. He laid up with our grandmothers. We got that DNA all through us. You know stuff more than anything. And when this shit hits the fucking fan, and it's gonna hit the fan, um, you need to know where to be at and how to move. And calling everybody black is not gonna be your way to survive. Their tribal instincts are gonna come in, and a lot of these Negros is gonna catch it, thinking that they were a black woman. Everything that's dark ain't black. This is not going to be the time to be sticking your Johnson everywhere it don't belong. Shit is going buck wild. Diseases, mentalities, everything. It's going to get crazy. And they're out of their zone too. And when they can't find what they need to find, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to take it out on others. Some of these people have had habits that are very treacherous and different from ours. That's why they left their home in the first place. They failed over there, and they're bringing their failed mentality over here, and then they're going to bring their hostilities as well. And if they weren't, they're going to become that way. And again, if you have a husband, a son, a daughter, whatever the hell, pull your families together. But usually you become that glue. You know how my mom was. She became that glue in that black family, that black woman. You're going to have to do that again for your black family. But most of all, you need to be there for yourself. Your mind needs to be on alignment with what you need to have your own peace and that passes all understanding. You need to maintain your sanity by putting yourself first this time. Because if you go down, it's not going to help the collective that's in your family, and it's not going to help us as a collective as Black American women. Because Black lineage, heritage, traditions, how we move as Black women rely and comes from solely us. No African, no Caribbean, no Hispanic, no white woman, no Asian woman. We hold the keys to what it is to be a Black woman. I don't care how they cosplay. I don't care how dark they are, how they kink their goddamn hair. They don't have our ethnicity. They don't have our heritage. They don't have our history.
Yeah, they don't have our experiences either.
American, exactly. My home isn't huge, but my yard is. That's a good idea. I need to put in there, like I said, I had put my email in the chat. Send me things so we can find ways to keep in contact with one another. I will request behind closed doors to see what you look like, to make sure that you are Black American. You can check me out, but I will talk with you on that aspect, because I am going to be real particular about who I let in my space. You know who's around you. Start closing up your circles with your family members, your friends. It can't be any and everybody. This is going to be on the aspect of survival. And I was basically saying with our mindset, because a lot of us, I know me, like I said, I suffer from panic attacks, anxiety, depression. I don't know which one. It's a lot of different things that go on. And I'm trying to think of ways to solve that problem without always taking medication, because what if medication is not around? How do I get past that? How do I keep my sanity? You know what I'm saying? Because there are things that we aren't used to, because we heard about those things, but we never went through those things. You heard our grandmothers talking about them. We can remember a lot of different, but this one is going to be a little different. And then when we had different, we didn't have all of these different groups claiming to be us. Oh, we all this, we all that. You want to separate for some of them people. How you deal with them, like I said, on a personal level, I have two Caribbean girlfriends, but they know that they're who their ethnicity is. They cling into their family group. You know what I'm saying? They cling with their own people. We need to do the same. And maybe you don't have a big family, but then you may have to get around Black American friends that you can trust, Black American women. And if you have that Black American man that can help, then so be it. But I'm just saying, I'm not following them on this aspect. Too many of them with this hotep, this Pan African stuff. If a Black man is willing to help, fine. But I'm not following them nowhere. I don't mean no harm. If you're a Black American woman, your husband is one to lead in your marriage, or he's the one to lead in your relationship, then of course you follow him. He ain't failed you yet. You're going to need what you need. But when it comes to us as a collective, as Black women, this is a separate march. We're holding on to our identity, and it's time to make a change. That there are certain things we're just not going to accept, and they can't make us accept it. They don't accept us. Why we gotta get thrown all of their stuff that they throw over here? Everybody the fuck black. What the hell? And that's why he's blinded and don't know who the black woman is no more. And you continue to call her black. And as you call her black, those of us who are celibate, abstinent, or whatever you may want to call it, exit stage left and do it in silence. Ask for the cloak of the Almighty to shield you in this time. And for those black men who are with us, he'll know how to move. For those who are not, with everybody being black, those black women, everybody black, then you're going to find yourself in a bad situation. I see it. This atmosphere has changed, and it's changing quickly, and a lot of people don't want to discuss it. I'm not going to sit here and be in denial and act like America is the same old America. It don't. The sun don't even shine the same way no more. The air don't smell the same way no more. It does not look the same. It looks very dismal and dreary to me. It looks like something like I ain't never seen before. I almost sometimes feel like I'm in England or just some other type of dimension, but it does not feel like the place we grew up in. I'm not saying everything was squeaky clean and all great times, but this does not feel like the atmosphere that we used to. You can feel the air, it's thick. It's like pea soup. You feel something coming, you feel a massive change. That's what I'm saying. Some of us has tapped into it, some of us are just going along to get along, just figuring it is what it is. This too shall pass, but I don't think so. This is how it's going to be for a while, and we need to know how to move in this. We're built for this. We still have our ancestry in us, and you need to tap into that DNA to help us to realize, how do we move this round? We need to know how to move in this house that is in chaos. Move circumspectively. Help one another out as much as possible and be that support system for one another when we feel like things are getting too much. Have a space where we can discuss what's going on in confidence and in solidarity with us as Black American women. What was you saying, Shaya K? It's a doozy. Y'all got quiet. Did y'all fall asleep? I don't know. Yes, anxiety is a doozy. Panic attacks and anxiety is a doozy. I act like a complete fool. I don't know about anybody else, but I act crazy. It's almost embarrassing. I didn't even know what was going on. I thought I was losing my mind. And that's why I said I don't need black women. I would not want black women to go through what I went through then, coming up for what's coming up now. That could be detrimental to someone's safety, sanity, and overall well-being. I'm glad I went through that ahead of time. Now I know what I had, but you never really get used to it. You're just aware and you know a little bit better on how to handle it, but I still have a lot to learn. Go ahead. Kay, Shay, because they both got quiet.
No, I'm here. I'm just muted because the neighbors, they blasting their little music. It's not
Okay.
bad though, but you could probably hear it in the background. But yeah, all of this is important because it's no turning, it's no telling of what's coming around the corner, and we have to be prepared. And like you were saying, Trina, the weather, well, you were saying how it looks outside. I do feel like I'm in another dimension sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And just to let everybody else know, you're not going through this by yourself. You're not bugging out. You're not crazy. No, that's what the hell it is.
Mm-hmm.
It gets dark super quick, and it's like, what? It's 4 o'clock and it's pitch black dark. Is that normal to y'all? No, it's not the place where we grew up like that. Where's the
Mm-mm.
sun? We had the bright sunny sun. It's a totally different ball game now. And how to prepare our children is very difficult,
Mhm.
especially the kids, the grandchildren, is very difficult.
Facts.
And that's like a sad thing. Like I said, they don't get to experience to see certain lifestyles or certain things we've done, or it's just total different experience. But then we have this technology,
Hmm.
and that's an issue and a problem too. Shoot, everything is online, computer, and all that stuff. It's like, what happened to our kids' soul, the youth soul?
Hmm.
They need to know the youth is. They talk about the
Some of
trouble.
us, like American was saying, a lot of us feel overwhelmed, whatever our life situation is. I think that Black American women, I don't know how you can. I think we need to start writing things down. Um, have something where you're just writing your feelings out, or having that time when you meditate. But I think writing things down can help you remember certain things, even the simplest things. Start writing stuff down. It doesn't have to be in order, but write it down so that you know, okay, this is the way I'm feeling. I know when I feel overwhelmed, I tend to take an aspect and look at what's around me and try to look at what I have and what I've accomplished versus what I have not. Because if you look at what you want to accomplish versus what you already have, you feel like you haven't done anything. So we have
Mhm.
to start looking at stuff differently. Not get so caught up in maybe it's a tragic situation we went through. Okay, how to when we going through something that's real trying, yes, it may be trying at that particular time, but how do we like not rest in it, but take our time to figure out how to get out of it and how to move through it versus settling in it and laying down and becoming, how you saying, defeated. We're going to have to figure this out because I'm saying in the aspect, I know for me personally, when you see what's going on around us, it just seems like it's never ending sometimes. Some people are catching it worse than others, but we don't want us as Black American women to ever get at that point where we feel like we are going to end it. We don't want to feel like that because a lot of people don't have that support. A lot of people feel alone. And I want to create a space for us where we know who we are as Black American women. We don't all move the same. We're a monolith as being an ethnic group, but no, we're not a monolith in the way that we think. I think a lot of us as Black women, we're very strong-willed and determined, and we just express it in different ways. And I want this to be a space where we can do that and being honest and true to ourselves, creating that covenant with ourselves for the first time, putting ourselves first. And we're going to have to this time. And the reason why I say this is going to be a survival for us as a collective, but you also going to have to put yourself first as an individual because that's the only way you're going to survive. It can't be everybody and I'm taking care of everybody because the way this stuff is going to come down, you're going to have to be sure of yourself and you're going to have to be secure in yourself. You're going to have to be spiritually uplifted in yourself to make it through these trying times because it's going to be different than what we've ever expected. We cannot breathe life into everybody. We're not doing that no more. Breathe life into your damn self. We're not nobody's savior and we're not going to be nobody's peace. You be your own peace. Be your own peace. You anybody who requires you be my peace and breathe life into me, leave me alone. Because if you breathe in life to him or her, they're gonna take your shit. We don't have it to give this time. And if he, she, your kids, they gonna have to have. Cause you can contribute something to them, you can encourage, but you can't breathe life in because you're gonna need all of this. You're gonna need yourself to get through this. Everybody's gonna have to be able to stand on their own accord and hold each other's hand through this, or move in a way that we can all move circumspectly, but you can't be taking all of your energy and giving it to someone. You can't do that no more. We are not our grandmothers. That's a different time. This is something different. You're going to need all you got to get through this, as well as help some of your children who may be small. Young children are not going to understand, but if you have children who are older, you can be an encouragement to them. But as they get older and they're grown, you're going to have to teach them how to have life skills and how to have survival skills of their own. You can't just breathe yourself and give yourself like you was. This is a different time. It has to be about yourself first. Put God first. If you believe in God, then yourself, then others. And if that's a limited aspect, and you don't put too much time into other people that you don't see trying to help themselves. Let no one drain you, and let no one take your peace. Covet your peace. Own your peace. Because we're gonna need it. Because like American, I feel overwhelmed a lot of times. I feel like sometimes I'm batshit crazy. Y'all have experienced it when I go crazy on the podcast. And I sit there and I feel great about it to a degree. I don't feel bad, and I do, but I feel like when I'm around my own Black American people, I can be me. Even when the space is not always positive, I can still be me, and I can be real, because we are a true, real people. We're not perfect. And don't get this twisted. I don't hate the Black man. I love the Black men who are with us and beside us, but I know a lot of us as Black men, and I know a lot of us, I know a lot of us as Black women. And certain things I watch, and I guess I get so upset, I get fearful, because I look at it like, this mother freaking done lost his mind. And some of y'all as women, y'all falling behind this shit. This is not going to be a good thing. And when he says stuff like a lot of us are going to get hurt, I don't think a lot of us see it. I don't think we really prepare for this tsunami that's about to envelop not just America, but the world. But the good thing about us is, and I still say it, we are on our own foundation, which is our home and the place that our ancestors have built with us, so we have an advantage. All of those who are running all over the place like cockroaches, they have failed already. Our ancestry, our spirit, everything is here. And the God that kept our ancestors, I don't give a damn what nobody says, will continue to keep us. Not all of us are going to make it through this. I see that, and I have to prepare myself for that. But for as many of us that can, open up your mind and open up your third eye, and you have to start seeing things around you differently. I'm not saying open up your mind to everything around you. Open up and see what's around you. Things have changed. The board has changed. You're home, but the board has changed. Look at where the pieces are positioned now and move accordingly. Change the way in which we operate and move as Black American women. As for these women with this Pan-African, and we commanded to love one another, no. I'm commanded to love my own. I love those who are in my house. I'm not giving all of this love to people I don't know. I don't know you. I ain't got to hate you. I ain't got to like you, but I ain't got to deal with you. I'm going to love you with the love of Almighty from a distance. But I'm going to put that love and that compassion and that help and that source towards my own people. I don't know how you can just love everybody. I don't know you. I got to know you. And I know my people. I don't think your love should just be spread towards everybody, and forgiveness should be given to everyone. I don't think even God loves everybody. Some of them, he said, this one I loved and this one I hated. I think he has said that before. You know, certain things he hates. I don't hate them because I ain't going to hold no hate. That's a strong emotion. But he did say there were certain ones that he didn't. So I don't know where we got to love everybody. I don't know everybody. I ain't loving them all. And I'm not God. I can treat the most I can treat you is with a little bit of kindness and respect and a high about. But when it comes to us as the people, it's time to put up their gate. And as Black women, turn off your compassion. Your compassion should be towards yourself and the people in your group. Understand your own people. I understand my Black man. I understand my Black woman. I understand some of us are broken beyond repair and some of us are lost. He's correct. Some of them ain't going to get up, and I'm accepting that fact. And when they playing the game, what they play with this pen, they nice people. They have a tribal instinct. A killer whale is gonna be what it is. A killer whale. It's not gonna be no damn guppy. It ain't gonna change. It's a killer whale. A wolf is going to be a wolf. It ain't going to be no damn dog. It's a wolf. Some things you cannot tame. And it may come off that it's nice at first, but then when their instinct kicks in, they going to chew your shit the fuck off. I want to be around my people. We're lions. We're hunters. A lion knows a lion. I don't want to be around no hyenas. I ain't trying to fuck with no fox. Everybody's going to get into their own packs. And their instinct is going to come about. I don't care if they was born here, raised here, if they have any family linkage that's here, unless they've been here for a long period of time. Everybody's instinct for survival is going to kick in, and you have an upper hand as Black women. You help build this nation. Your ancestry indirectly and directly helped to build the country that we live on and we breathe on and we've been born in for centuries. That will not change. I don't care how they call themselves Black or whatever. The playground is destroyed. These motherfriggers are running amok. They done set shit on fire. They acting like wild banshees. And you have to move like a gray man or a gray woman. We need to know one another, know yourself. Use your discernment to know who's around you, and they can't do that. The only thing that you're looking out for is you and yours, your people, and what comes from your womb and what's in your house. That's it. What comes from your womb, what's in your house, what's in your personal space. But most of all, you're looking for out for yourself as a Black American woman. Your children. It's time to protect your children and your children only. Ain't everything Black. It ain't no Black Chinese. It ain't no Black Indian. It ain't no Black African. It ain't no Black Caribbean. We are the only Black. We have to make that change in that stance. What's about to change is going to be like no other. And we have to hold ties to what our cultural traditions are and who we are as Black American women. We hold that key. We hold it. And the Black men who stick with us, whether it be your husband, your mate, whatever the case may be. But this round, we need to be more circumspective and we need to communicate with one another as Black women. Everything, according to them, is Black. We can't have that. Okay, you driving? So if anyone has any ideas, drop it inside of the email. Any places where we can contact one another, be there for one another, uplift one another, help each other to survive and what's about to come up. But most of all, I want us to the next podcast that we have, we're going to try to understand the difference between anxiety, depression, and panic attacks. I don't know if others suffer from that, but if you do, how to get around that because some people need medication. But what if you don't have medication? What else can help you get through that? Other things that may disrupt our mental health. How are we going to navigate through those issues so that we don't lose what little sanity many of us have? Kay and Shay, go ahead and speak because my mouth dry.
You must have been doing a lot of talking.
Yep. Took a vitamin C.
Now, do vitamin C make your mouth dry?
No, but if you take antihistamines and your sinuses are, it will.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I say take a lot of vitamin C, and if you take D3, make sure you have K2.
Well, I gotta get me some K2 because I took some gummies.
You must take K2 with D3. So if you have K2, you have to take D3. You have to take D3 and K2 together. Them two must combine. You should not take vitamin D3 by itself. You need to take K2 with vitamin D3. Take your vitamins and supplements. I think Kay was saying we have to. I'm noticing that a lot of people are going back into veganism, being a vegan. How is that going to affect us? I think we had Sheena. Sheena was in here. She's a vegan. or vegetarian.
Mm.
Like the difference between I gotta have a little bit of meat. I can't go cold turkey like that. But the way meat is tasting strange. Has anybody noticed that the food tastes different? And now someone said they put wax or something inside of the canned foods. Your canned foods are different. The food is tasting different altogether. American Holocaust was saying stuff like growing. She was giving her information. So I did put my email in there. Put your information in my email so I can send it out. And she put down where she was at. Anybody need help? And they're close by where she's at. She's in Delaware. Y'all can meet up. We'll like do things like that where we can kind of like have that chain as we get better at how to navigate certain things. Because certain we live in different parts. Like Kay is all the way in Cali. I always wonder, do they have a lot of earthquakes in Cali, Shay? I mean, Kay? I don't know if she's on the earthquake side.
It's they have them, but it's not a lot, you know.
Right. Are y'all moving back from the West Coast to the East Coast? East Coast?
Huh?
Are you gonna eventually are you gonna stay in the West Coast or are you gonna eventually move to the East Coast?
I think I'm gonna still try to get out there, you know, but I'm trying to make sure I got things set up out here before I go out there because I don't want to go out there and just, you know, go kersplat. I don't want to
Right.
go out there and things are a mess. So I'm trying to make sure I get some things set up here before I, you know, so when I get out there, I already have stuff set up.
Is your family members gonna stay up there while you move on or y'all coming together?
I don't know because I think they might, you know, I think they've been talking about leaving, right? But you know, they've been here a while and they already have things kind of set a certain way. So
Right.
I think they kind of want to, you know, but I think it may. I don't know if they're gonna do it right away. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna do it at the same time I do.
I find that
What
Black America,
happened?
if you can find that partnership or that group because people can't. I know some people move alone, like Shay Kay moves alone, sometimes Shay move alone. Try to get that aspect where you have that support system. You can't just move alone no more. And I'm saying that as Black American women, have that person that someone knows where you're at and they can know and be accountable for you and we can keep an eye on one another. You can't just move by yourself and nobody knows nothing. That has changed. If y'all understand what I mean. Some people have big families where they're piling in with one another. Others don't because our family situations and our living arrangements are different. But what are ways that we can hold each other accountable and make sure that everyone is safe? We have to figure that
That's
out.
right. We got to
Yeah.
figure that out. That's right. This is an emergency crisis. You don't see it, but it's coming.
So that somebody can know, well, did anybody hear from such and such? Is this person okay? Well, they're over here. Are they all right? They're fine. Checking on them so that somebody can be nearby. We have to form some type of chain. I don't know how we're going to do it because I'm stationary. But if someone is close to my area where I live at, we can form that link and do it like that. But with our
Hmm.
own people, our own group. Like I said, I'm not saying to cut off your friends or your husband if they're of another ethnic group. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it needs to be compartmentalized on what spaces you allow them in. And as a collective, we cannot allow them in our collective space. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your individual personal life is your individual personal life. But as a collective, how we move as a people, we have to learn how to compartmentalize. Shoot, you have to learn how to watch your own people, much less what you're watching someone else. Do that make sense?
Yep.
And I figured narrowing it down to women, um, you're gonna have your discrepancies, but it'll lighten the load on how we move. It's enough dealing with our own personalities. I figure that woman, if she's married, then she deals with her husband and her on her own personal space. He's Black American, and that's different how we move as a collective as Black American men and women. But I'm talking about how we move as Black American women. We have to secure our identity and our culture. The Black American culture is with us primarily. We raise our sons and daughters on the essence of what it is to be Black and be Black in America. That's why bi-ethnic children with white mothers tend to be a little perturbed with um, by ethnic children with black mothers. She's been doing it for eons. She knows how to raise them as black because that's what they were. When they come from her, that's what they know. How I can't raise my child and be Korean. I can't raise my child to be Chinese. I can only raise my child to be black. We need to secure what comes from us, our wombs, what comes from us personally, the whole 9 yards. We can't just accept everybody in. They will come in and they will eat and devour. And then or they do the degenerate shit and then say they black women. And next thing you know, we hearing this Negro talking about the black women this, the black women there, and we looking like that ain't no black woman. The bullshit has to stop. Who fell asleep? I think it was Shay. Kay?
Kay is here, but I don't think she can hear you.
I think Kay driving. She probably going to do her orders. You fell asleep a little bit. So do you have anything that you want to add? Because I think I want to come back on January. I'm going to need some help putting this stuff up so we can talk about that. It won't be this first Saturday. It'll be the next Saturday.
January 10th, like 11th, something like that.
Yeah. And then by then, I'm going to need for you to, we're going to talk this through how to get that shit up. I'll be talking about, I want to start putting out videos and then have stuff that we can talk about in reference to our sanity, in reference to our mental space, to know what's the difference between panic attacks and anxiety, depression. So we'll know when those things are coming on and how to navigate through those. I don't know if people were hearing just little strange stuff happening, like people, the medication is running out. Different things is happening. I'm like, damn. Suppose a person need medicine for diabetes or heart issues. That's crazy. But I don't have none of them issues. I pray about people with those. I kind of got the diabetes aspect under control. I hope. But when it comes to anxiety, your mental health, that's harder to control. And I feel like if you can maintain your mental, then your physical will fall in line. But if your mental is out of whack, everything else falls out of whack. So I'm like, we have to figure out a way as Black American women to stay stabilized. And when you're feeling like you're overwhelmed, okay, you're feeling overwhelmed, you recognize that you know what it is, but you don't indulge in it. You don't sit there. You don't marinate in it. You're going to have to figure out a way that as quickly as you get in, you get quickly out and you move out with ease and get yourself back in order and back in step and formation. So you don't fall out of line and fall on the wayside. But in the same token, that you'll have that time and that space that if you can't, you need that time to push to yourself and push aside, you can do that as well. Like move to the side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here.
My nail.
What?
Do you think it'll, because I still got the hand for the piece on.
Yeah, it'll come back.
But is it okay because I got the nail in there?
Yeah. Put the tape on.
I'm about to take off the nail.
Yeah, be careful.
My skin already came off.
Oh, it'll come back. Don't get them long nails no more. Sorry about that. I was talking to my youngin'. Wearing them long nails, that sucker hit the wrong thing and that sucker lift up. Y'all had that. Remember when we used to wear them nails and you hit that shit? I don't know if women, a lot of women wear them nails and you hit that bad boy wrong and it lift up and lift up your skin. It hurt like a son of a bee. That's why I keep my nails at a certain length. But young people, you know how these girls are. They got to wear their shit long. You know, when they jam it on something, it's like, uh-oh. But yeah, this is the stuff that I wanted us to talk about. And like how Kay was saying, secure our space as Black women. I wanted the space for us and solely us. I'm not trying to be mean, but I do mean to be divisive. We need to, I don't even call it divisive. I call it, we do need to be in survival. It ain't no we all one women. Let's all come together. I find it as Black American women, everybody eat off of us and then shit on us and throw us to the wayside. I don't feel like we have no one but ourselves. And I think some of these women are making a mistake by including others. You can have your friends outside of that, but I don't feel it's fair that here these women can have their own identity and just take mine too, because someone um don't know what he or she wants to be, so everybody can be black. That shit is ridiculous. Done twice in my life. But the cold and rain makes me hurt bad, y'all. I'm in therapy. Suggestions. I would say, get my email and I'm gonna tell you about a suggestion. I can't put it on here, American Black Holocaust, but I can tell you a suggestion. So, do you see my email address? Put your email address in and I can contact you, let you know what would help with that, because my girlfriend is going through the same thing. She has nerve pains in her back. And I can give you a suggestion that might can help that. I will definitely say, if you can go to, I hope you're not doing, what kind of therapy are you doing? Are you doing water aerobics? Do you get like a chiropractor on your back? I'm not quite sure, but with the pain aspect, I need a pain doc. I was getting shots. That shot in the back, you got to be careful with those going in your back, because what happens is, I have carpal tunnel. When you let them hit you in your bone like that, it starts to deteriorate the bone. Sometimes those shots, they don't tell you all of that. But if you have my email, I had put it in there. If you let me know, did you get my email? Send me your email and I can email you some suggestions. So does anybody else see my email in there? Let me know if you see it, yes or no, and I'll put it back in. And I can give suggestions. But also get like a natural herb book for pain remedies. Go back and ask some of your aunts. I've been doing good therapy, and yes, I got it. Okay. Email me your what you call them, like I can let you know. But they was giving us some hints on, because my girlfriend, like I said, she was here early. I don't know if she's back. She too has pain. Um, I find that a lot of us, I had pains in my joints and different things. And I do take a lot of vitamin C for the inflammation. Someone said, I'm not gonna say what else, but I'll put it in the email so you can know some remedies that can help alleviate a lot of stuff that's non-conventional. And I only know this because this woman says she had similar pains like you. She was pain all over, her back was hurt, and it's something that she started taking that helped out that pain a whole lot. Um, in her situation. Yep. So everybody, I mean, you can go and research it yourself and see. I would say do extensive research on it, because I'm about to get it and it helped me out. But I'm trying to like get more natural based stuff, because like I said, my medication has changed. It has certain side effects that I'm not willing to deal with anymore. I'm taking it for one thing, and the next thing you know, the medicine is fucking up something else. I want to take care of that one thing. I don't want to get something else because of side effects. I'm getting a little tired of that. And I think as Black American women, we need to read the side effects of stuff and outweigh the pros and the cons. Plus, a lot of our medication, I don't know if y'all was aware, it comes from China, 80%. How the fuck you gonna have the enemy send you the medicine? And then a lot of the stuff ain't even coming, or it's not even the same dosage or remedies that they had. It's just so much going on, as well as stuff that's over the counter and prescription are not even available. My cousin had to give her son some antibiotics, and I think she's in the space. At one point in time, they had to get another brand because they was out of antibiotics. Yeah, so you're gonna have to learn how to like think of all of the remedies that your grandma or your aunts or your ancestors was putting together. You know where you can find it and start dry freezing or vacuum sealing that shit so you can use it in place of what you may be missing when you don't have pain meds or you running short, stuff like that. We're gonna really have to like I said, move in a better way. But like I said, I think the investment, like Kay was saying, is Black American women putting themselves first. And I feel like a lot of us have gone on a sabbatical, and that's a good thing. I'm not saying all, but a lot. And I just want us to own our peace and make a covenant with yourself. Look up covenant. Covenant is stronger than a resolution. Look up covenant. Make a covenant with God and yourself. God and yourself, or if you're not believing God, with your spirituality within yourself. Put yourself first. And put God first, put yourself first, and then everything else will fall in line. We're going to have to learn how to move differently as Black women. We're compassionate, we're loving. We tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. Let's give our own self that benefit of the doubt. Let's put that surety in us, and let's start investing in us as individuals as well as a group, investing in us as Black women. That way, when we make a good investment in us, the whole community benefits. Our children, our spouse, those who may be helpful as Black men who are in the community. Hey, Miss D, you working? Miss D in the house. D, you working late? She coming on up. Yes. Miss D, where was you at? Working? This is this is December the 30th, 2023. I can't believe we're almost out of 2023. Yes, no, thank God. Oh, okay. I can't believe that 2023 is almost over and we're heading to 2024. Next year gonna be a doozy. That's gonna be election year. What do y'all think it's gonna be like election year? What do you think, Shay? Kay. Kay, what do you think election year gonna be like? As we move closer to the election, what do y'all think is going to be happening? I know this year. Yes, it went by so fast. Hey, what
Yep.
y'all think this year going to be like when it's coming up 2024? Do y'all think we're going to start seeing even more crazy shit? What do
Yep.
y'all think we're going to see?
I say we're gonna see a lot of untold. We're gonna see a lot of what's the word the show I'm looking for?
Okay, what do you think?
I'm
I
looking
think
for the show
the hype
name.
drive. I think the election part, as we get close to the election, it's going to be some strange shit. What do y'all think
Mm-hmm.
is going to be happening?
Mm. We're gonna be going places like we never gone before. For real.
The point of no return. Hey, Mr. E. Yes. I just realized this year, November, we gonna vote. Hopefully we don't vote for most of the Democrat. I hope so too. I hope we delineate. Do you think we will do you think a lot of people are having second thoughts about Trump? Now some say
Mm-hmm.
Kennedy is in the running. Kennedy is in the running. His son. Do y'all think Biden can win? Do you think Biden
Nope.
can win? And if Biden
Nope.
win, who's going to run in place of Biden? I don't see him winning. I don't see him make. Do y'all think he'll make it another 4 years? Because I don't see him doing what he got. I mean, it's not just because of what's going on at the border. He just don't seem like he's engaged. Do some of y'all think that she will be the new president before he
Nope.
goes out?
Nope.
No.
Mm-mm.
Do you think this nation is ready for another immigrant president?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't seem like neither one of them seems engaged. Kay, where'd she went at? Kay fell asleep in her car.
Kay, are you up? Get up, Kay. Or say something. See, we all have to do little stuff to survive.
Mm-hmm. Mardia said, heck no. American Black said, F no. I don't know. Because sometimes it's like they don't let him speak. If you notice in that, we don't see him speak like that. Oh, potty break. Got you, Kay. When you done, come back up. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work out. Anybody else want to come up on the chat? I don't think we getting an immigrant pres this time. I don't think so either. I think they done had enough. I don't think so either. And I feel like, do you think a lot of Black Americans are going to still primarily vote for him? Because I see them, I heard them like they're switching and they put Robert, is his name Robert Kennedy? They put him on the ticket. Do you think that's going to split the vote? Because then we had, what's his name still running? Cornel West? Is Cornell still running?
That's a good question.
Because I
I
don't hear.
doubt. Mm-mm.
Because someone say Robert Kennedy was running. That's going to split it, and a lot of people are going towards that direction. They think that Trump is not going to make it. And who would be Trump's vice president? Who would be Trump's vice president? Because I don't want to see no Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you think it would be Trump and DeSantis? Wake up! See how they go to sleep. This is how comfortable we get as Black
I'm up. You said, do you think there'll be Trump and DeSantis? And when you ask the question, I'm thinking like, I didn't answer, but I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm. Cornell is just a bunch of big words. Miss Ann for vice president. You think Ann Cornell, Trump and DeSantis? Trump, not DeSantis. Okay. Somebody said Miss Ann for VP. Ann Coulter for VP. Do you think that would be something? Because I would see a white woman. We done had an Indian. It ain't no way a white woman ain't coming up in there. How a mother freaking Indian got in before a Black woman? Got in before a Black woman and a white.
That's something to think about. That's right.
I can
no way in hell.
Vice president. I wouldn't be surprised. But who would it be? Because I didn't see, I don't know. And I would say, what do you think we could get set aside this time as Black Americans? Would they be willing to get our vote and give us set asides? Not reparations, because Lord, you say reparations, it's like saying, can I shit on your face? Set asides. Because at this present moment, they can't say they can't give us set asides. They done gave everybody everything. Because sorority sisters push her as a sister girl. Yeah, they did. And she ain't no damn sister girl. She anything but a sister girl. Damn laughing hyena. All she do is cackle like a fucking degenerate hen. I bet you they ain't sister girl in that bullshit no more. I think that it's like they're in a perpetual state of denial. They just sitting there while this shit going. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think the Democrats and Republicans are both complacent on this. Both of them are benefit from this. Same bird, two different wings, but they fly together. So we need to be mindful that neither side is for us as Black Americans. But I damn sure ain't voting for no damn Democrats. I heard Trump was considering Ben Carson as VP. Oh, Ben Carson, a pushover. That's a Black American. That'll be a true Black American. Is he all Black American? We're going to have technical difficulty when it's time to vote. I think so too. All kinds of bullshit gonna be happening when it's time to vote. I would say go early. Get there as early as possible. Watch everything around you. The AKAs quiet. They embarrassed. It is embarrassing. We are going to have technical difficulties. Shit going to be getting lost in the mail. Get your ass to the poll and make sure you pay attention to not only who you vote for as the president. Pay attention to those questions. The questions in your area that have something to do with taking extra money out of your pockets. Answer those questions and make sure you pay attention to those local candidates. But answer those questions and make sure it does not hit your pockets extra when it comes to taxing on more money to what you paying for that you're not seeing, especially if you're not seeing shit in your community. So know those questions. They usually posted month before. Review it. Don't just read it on that day. I'm learning that those questions are posted. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna find out. I think they're posted in the newspaper or something. Questions or the questions about what they intend to do or what they're requesting to do. So we need to read those questions before we answer them, so that when you get to the poll, you can say yay or nay by knowing the true facts of what they're asking. You don't want to read that question 5 minutes before you get to the polls. Start looking at what those questions are. I think they're posted at least a month or two before it goes onto the polls, I think. So start reading those questions. I'm going to try to find out, but each one of your newspapers or local newspapers should post those questions. I'm not quite sure what's at where your election questions get posted before you answer them. Review those questions before you, or if it's somewhere on your Commonwealth page, review those questions before you answer them during election day. We need to be more politically savvy. Vote policies, not with emotion. Vote policies that benefit us as a black people, as a collective. Delineation, reparations, deportation. Set asides. Hey, what the hell did you eat? He was raised by a single mom and became a surgeon that separated conjoined twins. Oh, yeah, I remember. Ben Carson is corny, though. He like a nerd. But shit, anything better than these two degenerate pudding brains that we got here now. All I know is black Americans better get a lot of set asides. We may not get reparations, but we better get set asides that feel like reparations. That it lift some of this load of this bullshit they about to drop down. That's what I do know. We need to demand those things. And I'm going to still pray that they release black back to the rightful owners, which is us. I don't want everybody portraying me. Be your African, Caribbean, Hispanic, Asian self. Get the hell off of my identity. It's like they trying to take your underwear, get in your underwear while you still in them. I'm tired of that shit. You still got the drawers on and they trying to get in your underwear with you. Mm-mm. We can't have it. I know a lot of people gonna go out and do New Year's celebration. I usually pray to New Year's End. How embarrassed are they? They ain't embarrassed. They just jump in your shit. You still in your drawers. They trying to get in your drawers. But them AKAs ain't embarrassed. They might be. Kamala was an AKA. I bet you they wish she was an AKA. A lot of us gonna be celebrating the New Year's with they hopping johns, rice and peas, whatever they cooking. Um, be careful when you go on looking out the windows, watching close that damn boy close ranks on our identity. Take back. Yes, we're going to have to fight for it. Even if it looks bleak, I don't give a damn. Fight for it. Immigrants are not black. We are the only blacks. Immigrants are not black. Black Americans are the only black. We're the only black. Immigrants are not black. Fighting in every space, fighting in every conversation. Immigrants are not black. Let it be known. Shout it out to the world from your rooftop, from the mountaintop. Immigrants are not black. We're the only blacks. Black American, descendant of United States chattel slavery. Black men, black women, born of a black woman. We're the only blacks. And our lineage is rooted and tied to United States chattel slavery. Our ancestors' blood, bones, tears built this country, both directly and indirectly, as he said. Start putting our gate up as black women. Stop accepting everything. Well, it's if it come from a black woman, that's what we accept the most. Not saying that it ain't part, but we accept our own. They always make the excuses they didn't know that black, they black until they came here. And also they say they didn't have to say they black in their country because everyone had color. That's what I'm saying. But we do call them black. We have to stop that. Start spreading, stop calling them black. Immigrants are not black. We're the only blacks. We have done that, and the help of these damn panhandlers did it the most. Immigrants are not black. Not no African, not no Caribbean. And black is not a skin tone. Black is an ethnicity. It's a caste system. It's an ethnic group. It was formulated in the United States of America. We call them tether too. We do. Woo! Y'all hear Shay?
I'm here. I'm
You let
listening.
out a loud one.
Huh?
You let out a loud one. I think you pulled the sheets up that time.
Um, these are my blankets.
You sucked the clean up.
These are my blankets. I'm getting ready, y'all. Have some dessert. I've been long and a half for a long time. Mm-mm-mm.
Did I tell y'all to look up Hezekiah Walker? Make sure y'all go in that space. They now call themselves black sometimes on the continent and in other countries. It's bad because when they do bad things in other countries, it makes us look bad because they use us. That's what I was trying to say. That's why I say every time they
Hezekiah, I know who Hezekiah Walker is.
no Hezekiah News.
Hezekiah News.
Yeah, they put it in there. That's what I
Oh.
say. That's why they want to keep black because they want to act like the general fools. So I say, as black women, we have the power of prayer. Some of us, not all, pray that stuff. Go back ways, wrong ways, ups. Whether you pray in the Buddha, Allah, God, whatever, pray. Let it backfire on them every time they use our identity. May havoc and hell wreak on their very lives. I'm sorry. Do not use who you are. Every time they say they us, I pray all hell break loose on their ass. 6 p.m.
Mm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when they try to, they're in these foreign countries around the world and they're pretending to be us. I feel like, that is kind of a bit of a
Mm-hmm.
worry, but I don't think of it as a real worry because at the end of the day, they tend to get deported from these countries, right? When these guys say they're Black American in these foreign countries and then they end up getting deported for some reason or another, none of them get deported to the United States of America. They know who these people are.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
why
I
I say
told you
all
That's
guys,
hell.
true.
huh? Yeah, and a lot
Oh,
of and a lot of the other thing I told you guys about Interpol, International Police, they're talking about how a lot of Africans and Caribbeans are now in their database, because of like some of the drug
mm-hmm.
trafficking, gang activity. And see, if they're in their native country, right? Say if they're from I don't know, the Congo, and they commit crimes in the Congo, they're not going to be in the Interpol. It's when they go to a country outside of their country, say off the African continent, and then they're doing some shady, shicey stuff. That's what will get them into Interpol database. And once you're in,
Right.
you're in. Just like here in the
Correct.
United States. And so they can sit there on these other countries and pretend to be whoever they are. But when these guys come into those countries, they're coming in with the passports of their native country. They're not coming in with an American passport for the most part. So they can,
Mm-hmm.
once they're in, they may say, "Oh, I'm Black American, I'm Black American." But when their government checks, they're like, "No, we don't have any Black Americans in this country. All these people are African." Yeah, we have their visa applications right here in front of us. Because usually
Mm-hmm.
those guys have to apply for a visa before they can enter those foreign countries. And so
Right.
the visa, you have to go like to the consulate or to the embassy. Sometimes you go online, but it's a whole official process. And you have to apply for that. And you have to fill out the paperwork. You have to pay a fee, and then the government that they have to give you permission before you are allowed. Like say if you go ahead and get your passport for your country and your ticket, and then you fly over there, you won't get out of the airport. You will not get out of the airport if you don't have a visa. So you have to take care of all of that in your native country at the embassy or whatever, or sometimes you can do it online. You have to do that all in before you enter their country. You have to apply for the whole visa, so they know who these people are. So they can once they get in
Mm-hmm.
the country, they can lie all they want that they're Black American. But when it comes to the governments and the police and the authorities, they know who they are.
Got you. This is why Miss D was saying this. She don't like it because it makes us look bad because they use black. That's what I was figuring why they want to use black because
Yeah.
they get to go in other countries and act a fool. And then when
Yeah,
they
but
do
they
it,
when they do that, they end up in Interpol. That's what I'm saying. They end up
right,
in those police departments, and they when they act a fool, they end up getting deported. And let me tell you, I have not heard of any of them being deported to the United States of America. They get deported back to Africa.
please, and let them
They get
stay
back
exiled
deported
back
back
in
to
their
their native
country.
country too. And another
Mhm.
thing they do, if they can't deport them to their native country, they usually make some arrangement with other African countries, and they still deport them to other countries. So either way, they do send them back to Africa.
Good. They don't need to come back here.
Yeah, because I
Because
told you
when you
guys.
ask them, why do you want to hold tie to black? Which we were calling them, a lot of Africans, black Americans have done it. I've heard, like they say, a lot of Pan Africanists in different places, they keep calling that. I see them doing it.
Yeah.
But when you keep calling that, I said, well, what is our identity? Oh, I'm just American. But we have always had that title. When you still look at it, people are going to, when they see black, they still going to look at black.
Yeah. I
That's
caught
what
that
they do.
video where
It's
you was
us.
complaining about Flower Tower, complaining about black people being, I mean, like the foreign people being in the black student union, but then she's
Mhm.
still calling them black. I
Yeah, you
saw
keep.
that video, and it was very, I think if she goes back and listens to it, she'll hear it. But it was very and she didn't mean to be contradictory. I could tell but she was really upset. But she's like, why is it that, when it's a black student union, everybody gets to, participate in it,
Because
but
you
then
call them
these same
black.
people got their own Caribbean and African student union.
Exactly. And
And she
if
said,
Pan
why is it the
Africanists
black
listen to
student
what they
union?
say, and if
Yeah, I
Pan
said, but you just
Africanists,
called them black. That's why they're in the black
yeah,
student
it's
union.
stupid. You calling them, you calling yourself African, whether it's Lady Boulay, whether it's Tariq, whether it's whoever, all of us who do it. You keep complaining about them being in your spot, but you're calling yourself African, African American, but we not African. Well, we do have African American on there, so we need to drop that. And then we calling them black. It's like you mollywopping the hell out of yourself.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
you remember Molly Wop, you fucking yourself up with your own words. You're calling them black and you're saying African American. And then they can also be African American because they're literally from the continent of Africa. And then
Right.
you named after two things. You named after Africa and America. Where's your identity? Then you get in black, but they get to be African, get to be American, they get to be a Caribbean, they get to be Nigerian, they get to be Jamaican, they get to
Yeah.
be Haitian,
Yeah.
they get to
And
hold on
then
to those
their own and their
everything.
ethnic names too. Yoruba,
Yes,
Igwe,
and they
so on and
come
so
into
forth.
yours and be black, and then then they sitting all online talking about our ancestors. My ancestors said, "Bitch, I don't know you. I hope my ancestors haunt the fuck out of them in they sleep. Enjoy the American nightmare. You don't get to be me." This is nonsense. All because of Pan African Hotel bullshit ideology where they playing games. That's why I said after a while, this nonsense that they playing when they stomach cleave to their goddamn backbone and they ribs. Ain't nobody gonna want to hear that ideology shit. People gonna want to know how to survive, and a lot of these people don't have no idea what it is to survive in America, getting all of the handouts. They thriving and surviving because they're giving them handouts. That's why I said we need to know what's what. I wish prosperity on my people alone. I'm not praying for the success of anyone else but my people. I'm not coming out here to do no bodily harm. We need to protect and be put our energies on ourselves. No, I don't wish them that prosperity. I don't wish them no harm to a degree, but I don't no physical harm where it's coming from us, but they doing it to themselves. But no, stop praying for them to have success. And no. I don't negate their humanity. They are human. They have a culture. They have a country. They have a heritage that they should invest in. And I feel like
Yeah, I
we're
was
missing
gonna
our identity. But go ahead.
I want to touch on something that Miss D was saying about them having passports. She was saying that when it comes to having them passports, particularly like second and third generation, it should probably say melanated. I don't know if they're going to say melanated American, but she's right. It
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't say black or African American, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
To me, I don't even want to use the word because I don't care for African American. But when you consider how much of our stuff has been published under African American, that title, right? To me, I'm not willing to give that title to African people
I
because
would agree.
yeah, because that they try too much to cosplay us as it is, as well as they try to steal, from Black Americans. Like I told you guys, I was looking at for the first time I saw this black and white picture of Louis Armstrong when he was over in Denmark, right? So I don't know, maybe 1950, 60, somewhere around then, right? And how he was out on the stage with his bathrobe on because they kept doing standing ovations for him, and he, he was trying to go to bed, and he was still kept wanting him to go out. So finally he had to come out in his bathrobe to let them know, like, that's it. That's all, folks. But it was a beautiful picture, right? But at the bottom it goes an African named Louis Armstrong. So that's completely, and I don't, this was one of those I don't know if this guy was a Pan-African person or was it an African person, because it was these two. One was called Pan-African Daily and the other one was called Afro something. I can't remember, right? It was two,
I
but
don't
it's
know,
the
but I
same.
know a lot of Africans and Caribbeans, especially Caribbeans, tend to pass a lot of Pan African. You have a lot of Black Americans in one, but when I look at the ethnic group of these hoteps, these
Hmm.
Pan Africanists, a whole lot of them are Caribbean.
Interesting. But then they must be out of New York
Hmm.
City because that's big in New York City and there's a big community of the men in New York City. So that makes sense. But yeah, that's what I
Yep.
mean. Like you can't even say, if this was like the late 80s, right? And they started using the word African American, then they say, okay, we're not going to use it anymore because now we have African immigrants and we're going to pass that title on to African immigrants. I'd have been cool with that, right? Because then you wouldn't have had a lot of stuff printed under African American. But this is the last 40 years, like nearly 50 years that they have been doing this, putting us under the name African. And we shouldn't even have the word African because African right now is associated with a lot of the problems on the continent. That's
Yep.
why they try to get away from the word African. And now they want to call themselves Black American, all this other stuff. But the other thing
Like
is
they
that
want to switch up on us. We the African and they the
they're the
Black.
Black. There you go.
Yeah.
That's why I say that we
No.
have to start saying Black is not African and African is not Black. Like we have to be
Fact.
very
And Caribbeans are not Black either.
right, and Blacks are not Caribbean. That's the other thing, right? And
Mhm.
the thing is that they what I was going to say is that they're not African American because the way I see it, like I said, we have our own names and they have their own names, right? So if you look at us, you can name us by the continent, you can name us by the country, you can name us by ethnic group, right? So the continent is North America, the country is the United States of America, and the ethnic group is Black Americans. And for them you can do the exact same thing. You can name them by their continent, their country, or their ethnic group. So with them, you could say, they're from the continent Africa, right? The country Nigeria, the ethnic group Yoruba. So they have their own names, just like we have our own
Exactly.
names. So there's
And
no
say
reason for
that.
us. Yeah, there's no reason for us to be calling them African American because at the end of the day, when you look over in Africa, there is no ethnic group over there called African Americans. So why would we call them African Americans over here? Just like that article that BSIA said that was written by an African, there are no Black people in Africa. And I feel like every Black American should be walking around with that a poster, a little poster with that article printed on it, right? That says at the top, a little postcard with that article printed as a postcard with the title at the top that says there are no Black people in Africa, because that's out of their own African mouths, written by their own African person. So yeah, there's no tribe over there called African Americans, and they're not called Black over there. So it's like, okay, if your own people are not called Black over there, you're not Black here. You have no tribe called African American over there, so you're not
Mhm.
African American here. It's just like me. I say this before, right? I'm Black American. Wherever I go in the world, I'm going to be Black American. So why do these people
Exactly.
think they're African, and then they're going to come over here and try to be? That's what who was that? Mouthy Megan had a video about an African young African woman who was just saying that. She's like, what is it with all of you? She was calling out her own African people, saying, you Africans are going all over the world and you're claiming other people's identities and other people's nationality. She's like, you're African. What is wrong with you? I don't understand. Why are you going to France and you're saying you're French? You're African. You're not French. You're going over here and you're saying you're this. You're going over there and you're saying you're that. And basically, she was saying Africans are notorious for going around the globe and dropping their own ethnicity and identity and then trying to take other people's identity and ethnicity. And the other thing is, when like I told you guys, when Africans say, you don't know where you are from, right? I told you guys the first time I heard that just to me came right off 100% that they're jealous of where you are from. That's it, and that's all. They're jealous of you being from America. Like they said, they don't say this to the Caribbeans and the South Americans and the Afro Latinos or whatever. It's always Black Americans that they say this to. But we cannot allow foreign people to come here and say, "Oh, I am from New York. I am from Houston." It's like, no, Black Americans are from New York. Black Americans are from Houston. Black Americans are from Atlanta, from Detroit,
Mhm.
Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, etc. Africans are not from
We
those
need to
places.
tell them
You
where
guys,
is your ethnicity lineage from?
see,
Where
that's what
is
I'm
your
saying.
lineage
That's why
from?
we have to
Their
move away
lineage is
from
not ours.
race. Yeah, we have to move away from race and skin color and move towards group, what is your nationality of origin and your ethnic group of origin, because that
Exactly.
really clears up everything. When you say no, we're not going to use the blanket of race to cover everybody, we're going to take that blanket off, and now we're going to respect and identify people by their nation of origin and their ethnic group of origin. I don't care
Right.
what country you live in. I don't care what country you're born in. I don't care what country you have residency. I don't care what country you have citizenship. What is your country of origin? And what is your ethnic group of origin? Because you know that these ethnic groups are tied to one country. These ethnic groups don't come from multiple countries around the world, right? An ethnic group
Right.
is usually tied to one country. If the ethnic group is in more than one country, it's usually a country that borders it. Like, say, you may have Yoruban people that are in Ghana as well as in Nigeria, right? Something like that. But generally speaking, your Yoruban people are not going to be from China or Eritrea or India, so like, no, this ethnic group is tied to this particular, is anchored in this particular country. So what is your nation of origin? What is your ethnic group of origin? It cuts down on a whole lot of the BS. And they like to ridicule Black Americans, or try to, out of their jealousy. Oh, you don't know where you are from. You don't know where you are from. Where Africans know where they are from. So there's no reason for them to be over here calling themselves Black, because it's like, how are you Black? You're not Black. Black means that when your ancestors were brought from the continent of Africa, they were stripped of everything. They were stripped of their humanity. They were stripped of their languages, their African languages, their African identity, African ethnicities, their African tribes, their African music, their African names, all of that, right? And
Mhm.
reduced to nothing more than the color of their skin. That's what Black means. And you're African. You have your African food, and you have your African clothing, and you know where in Africa you're from. So if you know where in
And that
Africa
was
you're
only a
from,
small scope of. We were just going on over there on BSIA. They came at that particular time. It was not even called the continent of Africa. I really don't
no,
like to subscribe
exactly.
to Africa, because Africa, according to Carl Linnaeus, means one step above a primate, and I ain't no damn monkey.
There
So
you go.
we not Africans. But we did come from that region, but that could have been from anywhere. Now we find out it's Madagascar, Ethiopia, Kush. It was not called Africa, so we're not
No, it's
African.
not. Right.
So
All right.
that's why
That's why I
that's not
said, did you see that one clip with that African guy and he was kind of playing this Black American guy for being stupid, and he was laughing at the Black American guy and saying, "Oh, your ancestors called themselves African." That's how dumb this African guy was. He knows nothing about history. Didn't even know that the continent was not even called Africa to the late 1800s. But all of our ancestors were brought there way before the late 1800s.
Mhm.
So they were all the ancestors that we have came before the continent was even called Africa.
Exactly. So we're not
So
African,
yeah,
and
so
our
how would our
DNA
ancestors
structure
would
is
have called themselves African? They would not. Though
they
any
would
of
not.
those African, if sorry, any of those people that came from the continent at that time, they would have called themselves by their tribal names. They would not have called themselves African. That makes
100
no sense.
royal tribes, according to what BSI was saying. So we're not African. So Dr. Umar and everybody's in error. They're intellectually stupid and confused, because
Yeah,
it
when
was
I
not
I
called
have
Africa.
one of my childhood friends, her name was Nubia, and her mom told me that was the original name of the continent. Like the people of the continent called it Nubia, and so that's what
Mhm.
she had named her daughter.
Wow. She was saying they don't know anything about their own history. A lot
They
of times,
don't.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do, and that's
They
why they
don't.
want to leave on the black, because they get to mesh in the ours. And like she was saying, they now come up and they claim it as their own. They went as far as to call, when they had that Alabama brawl. Them fools was gonna sit there and talk about, as we as Africans, we ain't no
I know
Africans.
we as Africans know. And you know what? I was reading this comment, and somebody was talking about, it was a whole thing about there was a couple, Tarian, Tarian Rain, right? He and
Mm-hmm.
a couple other people did a recent video because some kind of article came out about the Asian American community, talking about how they're worried about these college applications and getting into college, and like they're more nervous and apprehensive
Mm-hmm.
now that affirmative action has in it. So they were like Tari and Rain and other communities were dragging it. But so there was also some African content creators that had to say something about it too. And I'm like, why are African content creators saying something about this? This is about Black Americans, right? So
Mm-hmm.
they act like, oh, they're Black too, and oh, shame on the ages for ending affirmative action. And I'm like, hold up, you're the Africans that were taking spots from Black American people. You're the
Exactly.
Africans that they were taking our spots and our resources and our affirmative action and giving it to you. And you
Yeah.
knew that what was going on. That's been going on for decades, and you never said anything. You sit up there and lied and make it sound like you were getting into these places based on your academic merits, only to find out that no, you were getting in these spaces because they would take it from Black Americans and giving it to you. So what do you do when trying to speak against the Asians? You did the same damn, I don't know, maybe worse. Like, so I'm like, what are these Africans saying? But I went down to one comment, and this African person was saying, they called themselves Black. They like, well, Black students speak two languages, and we come from two parent homes, and our parents and I'm reading this bullshit. I'm like, no, Black students do not speak two languages. What the fuck are you talking about? No, this
They
is like
have
when you're from Africa
they've
and you have to
assimilated
speak two
themselves
languages.
into our identity. They trying to in
Come on,
America with this
Black
stupidity.
students
Yep.
speak two languages. No, we don't. We're monolinguistic. We speak one language. What are you talking? Way too much. Yeah, what I was going to say is like another thing that's very important. We cannot allow people to come here and say like, oh, they're from Detroit, they're from Chicago, um they're from no, 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 you're not. No, you're not. You're not from here. You're from your, or what is your nation of
Mhm.
origin? That's where you were from. I am from here. Black Americans are from Atlanta. We're from Alabama. You are not. And you moving there don't make you from there. You claim that you're African and you know where you're from. Then you know what? We're going to tie you to that. We're going to hold you to that. We're going to hold your feet to the fire. No, you claim that you're African and you know where you're from. So you know what? You're from Africa. You don't get to say you're from Atlanta or you're from Detroit or you was born in. No, 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 no. Black Americans are from Detroit. You're African. You're from Africa. You're not from Detroit. I don't care if you was born and
Ask
raised
them
there.
what's their
You're
lineage.
not
What
from
is
there.
your lineage? What is your heritage? Oh, I'm Where you from? What's your lineage? What's your heritage? If they fumble, they should know what that is. What's your lineage? What's your
Yeah, because
heritage?
this guy on Tariq Nasheed, he was talking about African names, and he said, "Look, if an African, this African guy, he was breaking it down in details. Tariq Nasheed eventually kicked him off, but he gave us some time to let him explain himself, right? And he was
Mhm.
saying that, yeah, if an African man, he tells me his name is this, that, and from, then I know where that is from and what village it is from and where that village is and who his father is. That's what they were saying, how they know by names. So it's like, okay, so you know where you're from. If you know where you're from, you don't get to come over here and talk about I'm from Detroit. No, you're not. I was watching TMZ and they were talking about the thing with Jonathan Majors, okay? And you know how TMZ, like the two guys, the Jewish guy and the mixed race brother, they'll like talk at first about it, and then they'll bring somebody up on the live stream, right? They'll have two or three people comment up on the live stream. So they bring up this one melanated guy, and the first thing he says is, "Oh, I am from Baltimore." And I said, "Wait a minute, I don't know if people just come up and start talking about where they're from, right? Maybe they
Mhm.
do, like they have to identify where they're from in the country. I don't know, but I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, no, this is not a Black American guy.
Mhm.
He's African, but he's sitting up there saying, "Oh, I am from Baltimore," and I was
Right.
like, "No, we as Black Americans have to check them and let them know." You don't get to say you're from America because we're not going to have this confusion where it's like, oh, Black Americans are from Baltimore and Africans are from Baltimore too. No, Africans are from Africa. Black Americans are from America. We're from Baltimore. If I go over there to Nigeria and I birth a child, I don't get to say my child is from Nigeria. My child is a Black American born in Nigeria. That's it. So we have
Mhm.
to make that clear distinction so that we don't have this muddying of the waters because they really very much want the muddy of the water. But what I'm saying is that they want to ridicule you for you saying, "Oh, I'm from Detroit," and then laugh and say like, "Oh, you don't know where you're from." But they are so thirsty, they want to be the ones to say that they're from Detroit. That's my point.
Mhm. I think that's something that we're gonna have to fight for. Um, how we do it as Black American women. I mean, Ty is Take Back Black. It's going to be hard for him. He's doing that on TikTok. But I think it's going to have to start with us as Black women putting the gate up on what we're going to accept. Because Black, when we know when Black started, I say take it from the root of where it started. Started
Yes,
between a
ma'am.
Black woman and a white woman. So I'm not accepting anything if it ain't come from Black coochie. It's
Oh,
about
you know
ethnic.
something else? I want to ask you. You know, the last live stream I was on with BSIA, it was me, you, and BSIA, and we was talking about tribalism.
Hmm.
And he kept saying how we need to be tribal, and I was telling you, like, yeah, we need to be about our group first, and but I said I don't agree with the usage of the word tribalism, right? And
Yeah, I
I've
do.
always, yeah, they say that words have power, and I agree with that,
Mhm.
right? And I think that if you utilize that type of word, you'll be coming. That's where I really feel,
That's
and I'm
what
like,
you feel.
yes, yes. I'm looking at I'm like, okay, we already criticized, like, even Flower Tower, even though she, like you said, you call her Pan Africanism. Flower Tower has many times said to African people, like, your tribalism is what is your downfall. You guys do not know how to stop being tribalistic. So even she has seen, like, the flaw in tribalism. And we're not talking about their tribal cultures. We're talking about tribalism when they're all like, I'm just about my tribe and I don't care about the other tribes. She said that there was these two African tribes somewhere in Central Africa, right? And they occupied some land. And Germans came there and they wanted that land. So the Germans literally took machine guns and wiped these two tribes out, just slaughtered them. And she said
Hmm.
the whole area was filled with other African tribes. And you know what the other African tribes did? They didn't do anything. They just stood there and it was like, well, those are not my people, and didn't do anything, nothing. And so that's what when I think, like, I know you read the definition of tribalism
Hmm.
but I said I said no, that's a weak definition to me. They did not give the rightful definition. That to me was more like team loyalty or something like that. But that was not a real, excuse me, definition of tribalism. Because when I think of it, I think like how we as Black Americans look at people in the African and Caribbean, see like the poverty, and we say, hey, all kinds of people around the world should be able to come to this country, including melanated people, and they should be able to benefit. Shouldn't be the system of immigration shouldn't be racist and only allow people that are Caucasian European. So other people have been able to come here, multitudes of them, and been able to benefit. But then we turn around and see like they'll have this vitriol and this hatred and this jealousy, and you're scratching your head and you're like, why are they like this? And you realize it takes you time to figure it out. One, they're jealous, and two, it's also their internalized
Hmm.
tribalism. And I'm like, no, we don't want to be like that. Why would we want to be like that? Because look at these people, they are literally running away from their countries that are filled with tribalistic people. So it's to me, and they're trying to run away from that and run away to something that is the opposite. And the other thing that I find a big problem is that when I look at our success as Black Americans, our success as Black Americans has nothing to do with tribalism. It's not. We did not become a global phenomenon because we were tribalistic. Because if we were tribalistic, we were like, oh no, we're not sharing our culture. We're not sharing this and that. Oh no, that's not for you. We would have put the gate up a long time ago and been like, oh no, 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 you can't use it. And we would have never become a global phenomenon. But because we literally are the opposite of tribalism, I mean, being tribalistic, our people have become a global phenomenon. And literally, I really believe like we're the only non-tribalistic people on the planet, which is why I think so many people gravitate to us and enjoy our culture. They like to embrace it because they feel like they can be included in something that they would not be included in with other people. And the only thing that the catch 22, what backfires is that you think that because you're inclusive with them, that they will be inclusive with you and their cultures, and you find that no, when you try to be inclusive in their culture, they'll put the gate up. Right? So that is,
Well, what should we be? Because we have to guard it. And the
yeah, I
difference with us,
agree.
yeah, the difference with us and them and tribalism, they're tribalism against their own people. We're being tribalism against other ethnic groups. When you look up the word, take your time and look up what tribalism is. I think we do need to adopt it. We don't have that mentality to be on an aspect where it is barbaric, where they come from. We're talking about being about our own ethnic group. I mean, suffices
Yep.
everybody shares our culture and whatever. Everybody's going to do that. Black Americans are just too widespread. Um, we always doing something, but we do have to be tribalistic on the aspect because that's what's here. Tribes. They're tribes. They're little tribes. So we cannot at this present moment. I get what you're saying. I don't think
Well,
we're going to develop their habits. But
yeah.
when you have tribes around you, now you have to move in your own
I
country because
agree. I think we have to
they
move
have to.
differently, and we have to be put ourselves first. We have to be primary, right?
Yeah.
But when I think about, I feel like we can't be both. Like we can't be these people that became successful in a global phenomena, and that had nothing to do with tribalism, right? We were not tribal, it became a global phenomena and still are.
Mhm.
And I feel like, well, if you turn around to be that, you have one type of essence by not being tribalistic. And I feel like now if you turn towards tribalism, you're going to gain another type of essence, and it's going to push out the other essence and have like the both of those essences cannot coexist in the same space at the same time. That's what I'm saying. So I feel like
Right.
if we try to go back to be like we trying to go back to be what they are, and that's not what we are. I feel like we're above that. I honestly, that's how I see it. I see it as being above
We were never
tribalism.
like them though, Kay,
Say that
because
again.
we were never like them. Once they moved us off of that place, Kush or wherever island, we were never like that. So we would never be like that in the place. I think we do need to be guardians of our own
That's a great
ethnicity.
word. I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what quite words we should use. I said I
So if
know
we
we need
want
to
to
be
say
put ourselves
guardians
first
of our
and
own
protect ourselves.
ethnicity,
Right.
fine. Words can we can put that up as a word, but some people may understand tribal in the aspect we are one tribe, we are one people, we're our
Hmm.
own group.
Right.
We're not, especially as black women. I think we need to put that gate up. And
Oh,
in
I
some sense,
agree. I
he
agree.
said, don't
Yeah.
follow black men. I agree. Don't. He pulls in everybody. Even the white man will put up the gate on who can be white. This motherfucker calling everything black.
Well, it's not just that. It's like a lot of Black American men will run away from their blackness.
And
So
that's fine. He can run,
yeah,
but
so
we
that's
can't
kind of
run
weird.
away
It's
from
like
being a black
they're
woman.
trying to pull everybody into blackness while
Yeah,
while
I
at
see
the
black women.
simultaneously running away
Yeah.
from that same blackness that they're trying
And
to
I
drag
can
everyone else
understand
into.
because of white supremacy, because of the hurt and the pain, but you're not going to erase me on the index because you may be ashamed of yourself or you want to claim everything because of skin tone. And then you got some black women because their mind is like pudding. They following that, not realizing you canceling yourself out. You get mad. Why they at the black student union? Because you call them black. Why we at that? Why the Africans? Because you call yourself African. You don't have a space, dum dum. You cancel yourself out. But when you say black American and they not black American, and you say descendants of United States chattel slavery, you cancel them out. But every time you sitting there slapping yourself, punching you in the gut, ripping your hair out because you inviting them in. You sounding ridiculous. You don't even hear what you sound like. Then you want to say they know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about. You sounding stupid. You calling yourself African and you calling them black, and then you want to talk about we need to love every. No, we don't. We don't know these people. How am I supposed to do? I know you. You can't put your love, your affection, and your emotions. It is not warranted and guaranteed to everybody. You don't have to mistreat people. I don't agree with that. But no, I ain't gotta love everybody. What the fuck is that? I don't know your ass. Who does that? I don't know you. I can be aware and empathize with your situation, but I don't give my love freely to everybody. I'm not God. That's it. God does that. We're not God. But we are to treat people with respect. But I'm not going to love everybody because I don't know everybody. Only one infinite God knows that. I'm not loving everybody. Some of that stuff was put in there because that's what our slave masters put in there. That's why a lot of times your bitch ass can't get it together now. You loving on mother friggers that's choking you. You supposed to hug up and love up on a rattlesnake, kiss on it. I mean, some stuff you got to look at. They did say they manipulated it. That's why a lot of times you got to come out of that mindset. No, I don't got to love everybody. That's why now you get the concept, master, we sit. You're using this Pan-African and Hotep tool, but Pan-Africanism comes from a tool of white supremacy, and you're usually using it to annihilate yourself. And then you doubling down on it like a fucking hardhead, peculiar individual. Black people, peculiar people, doing dumb stuff to themselves and then wondering why we got self-inflicting pain. You just as bad as the ones who bleaching themselves. You causing yourself self-inflicted harm by calling them black and calling you African. You're inflicting self-hurt and harm on yourself. You're annihilating and tearing up yourself. They ain't black and we're not African. Hold tight to that and fight to the end. I don't care who doubts what they try to bring on you. I don't have time for it. Black men, some of them will that we begin on that space. Are you? What are you feeling? We think I can't tell you how we feel, but if our ancestors thought the way the fuck you thought, we wouldn't be where we at now. I will say that
Hey, Karina,
much.
Charlie said that Meg says she's coming back. Yeah, Mouthy Meg. I guess
Thank
she's coming.
God. When's she coming back? Yeah, I have a friend who's Caribbean too. Meg is coming back. Thank God. When did she say she coming back, Charlie? I didn't think she would be back for a while because she was so irritated with us in this space.
I don't think she was irritated with us. I didn't think she was irritated with us. I just, she just needed a. I know she's gonna have the adjustment with the baby. Her first.
Hmm. A lot of stuff that was irritating her with the way black people was acting on certain things. I was like, I don't know, but I was hoping that she was coming back. Thank God.
Yeah, what I was going to mention is that when we talking about these people trying to pass themselves off as us overseas,
Hmm.
I was talking about this before and I got kind of cut off. I think my phone had cut off at that time, and it was Flower Tower had a video, right, and she
Hmm.
did a video talking about how Black Americans will be respectful of Africans, and then she contrasted with a video of Africans being disrespectful of against Black Americans. So in the first video, she shows what appears to be a Black American man, and he's talking about how he's in Italy and he just sat down at a table to about to eat his lunch, and the Italian woman walked up to him and said, "Oh, are you Nigerian? Because Nigerians always look like they're up to something no good." And he was like offended, right? And he was like, "Well,
Hmm.
I took a genetic test and I'm part Nigerian, and blah blah blah, right?" But he was offended that she was saying that something negative about Nigerians, and as a Black American man, he didn't agree with her, right? He just said he let her know, "Oh, I'm part Nigerian," like he didn't say, "Oh yeah, you're right, these Nigerians, they blah blah blah." He was kind of offended, right? The next clip, it was about that African boxer who went up against a Black American boxer, and he was like,
Hmm.
"Oh, I'm not like him. I'm not the nigga." And stuff like that. But in the event, they
Hmm.
had their match, and
Yeah,
that
I
African
think May
boxer
played that
lost.
one time.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I'm talking about, right? Mouthy Megan covered it too. So, but Flower
She
Tower
be
was
doing all the shit.
contrasting those two videos, right? And she said, "You see in the first video how this Black American guy, he was actually when that Italian woman came up and said something offensive about Nigerian, this Black American guy actually defended Nigerians. But you look in the second video and see how this African guy, who I think was Nigerian, he was disrespecting Black Americans." And she said, "You see the contrast how Black Americans are kind of like pro African, Pan Africanist, whatever, right? Whereas Africans are not. They're very tribalistic." That's kind of like what she was showing. And
Mhm.
well, anyway, that same video, right? I happened to watch that video recently. So then it's like 9 months later since the first time I saw it, right? Because I saw my comment in the video. And I was going down just reading the comments. I was just watching it again. And as I'm reading the comment, there's a Black American brother down there. He's like, this guy is not a Black American. That first guy is African. The one who's saying that the one who's claiming that he's Black American, and this Italian woman came up and said something offensive about Nigerians. He's like, no, that guy is African. So I'm like, what? So I go back and I watch the video again. The first one where supposedly supposed to be a Black American guy who's started saying, Italian woman came up to him and said something offensive about Nigerian. And initially, what I had always thought was that he said, "Oh, this Italian woman just walked up to me and she asked me if I am I Nigerian." And because Nigerians always look like they're up to something no good. And I told her, "Well, I'm from America, and in America we don't know where we're from. But I took a DNA test, and it said that I am part Nigerian." So this is what I had heard the first time, right? So this time I listened to the video again, acutely listening, right? And as
Mhm.
he's talking, it seems like there's a few words that he's saying that sound like they have a slight accent. Now it sounds like a Black
Mhm.
American overall, but I'm listening this time and it sounds like a few words or sound like he's got an accent. And then the second time I'm listening to what the first time I listened to the sound of what he's saying. The second time I'm listening to the words that he's saying, right? The
Mhm.
first time I looked at the video and I said, this guy looks a little different from a Black American, right? I didn't
Mhm.
notice it the first time, but this time I'm paying attention. Then the
Using your
second time,
discernment.
yeah, I started listening and I'm like, some of his words sound like he has a slight accent. The third time, I'm paying attention to what he is saying. And this is where I catch it. He says, this Italian woman walked up to me and she asked me if I'm Nigerian. And because Nigerians look like they're always up to something no good. And I told her, I'm American. And in America, we don't know where we're from. But I took a DNA test and it said that I was Nigerian. I listened to that and I dissected and I said, hold up. Um, you took a DNA test and it said you're Nigerian. No Black American takes a DNA test and it says you're Nigerian. It might say you're part Nigerian, but it's not going to say you're Nigerian. I'm like,
Mhm.
this guy is Nigerian. If your DNA test says you're Nigerian, that means you got two Nigerian parents, which means you're Nigerian and you know you're Nigerian. You just sat up there and lied to try to pretend like you're Black American, right? So then I listened again, and you could tell he's African because he says, well, I'm from America. In America, we don't know where we're from. Like, no Black American says we don't know where we're from. That's a fucking lie. We're going to tell you exactly where we're from. We know
Mhm.
where we're from. We know where our mother's from. We know where our father's from. We know where our grandparents on my mom's side is from, grandparents on the father's side. We know my sister was born in this city. My brother was born in that city. I was born. We know where we're from. So I was listening. And so, that he said that, oh, in America, we don't know where we're from.
Mhm.
Like, no, that's that African shit. African say. So this guy was pretending to be Black American. What I'm getting at is that, yeah, they will be overseas pretending to be us. Those
Mhm.
Europeans know who they are. That European woman didn't even know this guy was raised in America, most likely, because he sounded mostly like a Black American, right? Had an
Right.
American passport, no doubt, went to Italy thinking that he could pass himself as off as a Black American. He's got a Black American passport, sat down to eat his lunch. When you watch that video, this guy has not even taken a bite of his lunch. So you could tell that Italian woman walking up to him and saying what she said, it shook him. It shook him to the extent that he didn't even eat his damn food. He immediately pulled out his phone to do a video. And so
Did
that
you
time,
have problems as a black woman? Did you go to Italy before?
no, I only went to London.
I wonder, do they do that to all melanated people, or is it them? Because they do. They swear up and down they look like us, but they set off a different aura. I
No,
think that is
they don't.
recognized.
They do have a different aura. I told y'all about those Italian landlords in Italy got together, said they are no longer renting to Nigerians. They didn't say they're not renting to Black people. They did not say they're not renting to Africans. They specifically said they got together, all these Italian landlords all across Italy, like some kind of convention, and they said they are no longer renting to Nigerians because they said Nigerians keep scamming them.
Well,
They
you
know who
heard
they are.
BSIA's last flash. If you watch it, watch this thing. DNA tests can only depict who is alive and who's here now, like your
Exactly.
grandmother. Um, when you're doing DNA tests are real when you have to like do DNA of paternity, when you have to find the father or the mother of the child, like who you're related to. But it would not be related to no Nigerians. It would, because all of the ancestors that came from there, that was they
Yeah,
were
I know what you're
annihilated.
talking about when
100%.
they said the DNA.
And it was not no African. And how can we be Nigerian when Nigeria wasn't even a
It
country? It
didn't
ended
even
up becoming
exist. That's what I said.
so
Like
we're
them
not.
cats talking about
So
you
he
part
said
Nigerian. It's
DNA tests are entertainment. That's what a genealogist was saying.
right.
And our Black American ancestry does not have African in it. Once you fuse all of those groups together, those 2 to 300,000 Africans that came, or
Trina, can't hear you, Trina. What the hell?
are gone. We're not related to them in any way, fashion, or form. So that's where our ties run thin with theirs. We're not, they're not us, we're not them. Africa didn't even exist as a continent, and we have no relation to them. Not those the group that's over there.
Nah,
Not
but that's the thing. This guy thought he could pass himself as a Black. I mean, I'm pretty sure he really thought he could pass himself off, but He's sitting over there in Europe, and this European woman walked right up to him and knew exactly who and what he was. She knew
Mm.
exactly who he was. I was kind of astounded myself, because at first I thought it was a Black American guy, but when I actually went back and like really listened and paid attention, I'm like, nah, this guy's not Black American. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, they can go overseas and try to pretend to be us, but there are plenty of people, and I think it's because of social media. A lot of people now have access to social media, and they see Black Americans, everyday Black Americans, not your celebrity or TV and movies or entertainers, but everyday Black Americans. And now they're beginning to have a feel of who we are and what we are and how we look. And so they can make that distinction now. But
And
because
we
I
need
know.
to let it be known that we're not tolerating any of them coming here just because they're melanated or look like you would think black. I think that anyone who's listening in the earshot of our voice should start questioning what is their lineage, what is their ancestry. Ask them who they are, not just that they're Black Americans, because they're coming to your countries lying. They're coming to your countries wreaking havoc. That's not usually the characteristics of Black American people. We will cut up in our own home. This is our home, but we don't go around as a collective acting like we are how you say it, entitled, going over and acting like complete idiots and fools, especially no Black American women. We move circumspectively in our own home. Why would I go somewhere and cut the rug up or act like a degenerate fool? And I don't know what these people could or could not do to me. I know that this country is not coming to necessarily get me as a
Exactly.
melanated or a Black woman, so that's not us. So there you go.
You saw that video when I forgot what country that was. I don't know if it was Italy, and they wrapped that man up, that Ghanaian man, in saran wrap. Mouthy Megan did a video about it, and it was not funny. It was really sad. But then, so
That
Mouthy
shit was
Megan showed the
hilarious.
video clip, right? And then she started doing her commentary. And oh my gosh, when she started her commentary, I could not stop laughing. Oh my gosh, I was cracking up. I could not even hold my head up. I was laughing so hard. And I done listened to that video like 3 times. And every time I hear her, I look at the video. I'm like, this is messed up. This is so sad. They did this man like that. But then she started going in, and I just started dying. I cannot. She,
She always
I don't
sends
know
some
what
stuff. She
when
good.
Mousy laugh, you guys,
Megan is good.
I cannot hear her laugh and not laugh. I cannot. She starts laughing, and I just fall apart. I just start dying when
Or
she
when
laughed.
she start chewing, sipping her thing and be like, mm. I be sitting there, I miss that so much. I was like, I hope she come back, but I wasn't sure. I was like, but she would do some shit that make your ass think, and I would show shit to my relatives, and they'd be like, that girl is crazy.
I know.
They would be hollering, like, what the hell? And she make it plain enough that they can understand and see, like, what kind of shit? I would send it out and they would be dying. They'd be like, where did she get this shit from? Especially when she did that shit when they was in Nigeria and had the high heels on. I was gonna fall out. I said, I
Oh,
can't.
guys,
I can't do
I
it.
couldn't.
I can't do
That
it.
Trina, that video, I couldn't even watch
Mm-hmm.
it. To see African men in Africa doing that, and I'm like, y'all can never blame this on Black American men. Y'all can forget.
Mm-mm.
In my opinion, you can't
Can't
even
blame
forget
it
this
on
on
Black American people,
something else
period.
going
It's
on.
like, what the hell?
Yeah. Like, oh no, no, no. That was I couldn't even watch that video. I could not. I couldn't. I couldn't. I could not. I say this. No, I couldn't even process it. Oh, I'm going to talk. Miss D was saying that's why Africans and Caribbeans need a passport that say melanated Americans, not Black Americans. FBA should just be a regular passport. Miss D, you know what? I think if Trump gets back in office, I think something like that is going to happen, where they're going to start making distinctions on
Now
America.
Carly says she had the census. It's on I saw it on Black Revelation channel. I was pissed, but I will look for it. Yeah, look for it. She said something about they still have us as African
Yeah, we got to
American.
get rid of that. But a lot of Black Americans did the right thing, and they just crossed out African and put in, FBA, ADOS, Freedmen,
Mm-hmm.
Black American, Afro American, colored, Negro.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. That's how you get the message across.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
But
separate
yeah, you know what
person
I was
from the
thinking, Miss
room.
D, is that when they do these new, I'm hoping they'll do new passports. And the new passports, what I want them to have is that, just like they have your first name and your family name, I want them to have on everybody's nation of origin and ethnic group of origin. Like, I don't care if they have
Mhm.
a U.S. passport that it says nation of origin and ethnic group of origin.
They
That's what I
should, or
want.
white people gonna erase their heritage too. What little bit they have, they already trying to thrive or stay. Will keep a little, but if you want to give up whatever, I just pray ours to separate. They're not black. They're not black. They want that heritage and that history to themselves too. That's why they're doing stuff like we did this, or they act like they would have the Alabama brawl. They're just trying to move their stuff right into your identity. That's that tribal shit. That's why I said in some sense, okay, you might have to fight fire with fire. And I'm not talking about burning stuff up. Please don't think that we have to we
Like you
have
said,
to
instead of
move
fighting
stuff.
with water, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire, right?
Yeah. And I would just say, like I said, black women have put up we have to put the gate up. We can't accept everything that comes over here as black. And I'm not just talking about any immigrant. Not everything and not everybody is black. If it don't come from a black American woman who descends from United States chattel slavery, mm-mm. Now I'm not saying not to accept your son's child or your brother's child because whatever, that's a family member. But I'm saying as a collective, that's about ethnic. They are not black. What comes from us is black. We raise us as black. We gonna have to put the gate up. It starts with us letting it be known that we not tolerating this. I think even Umar said that, said, well, black women, you need to raise your son. No, black women need to put a gate up. We're not accepting any and everybody no more. Not something that
What
come
did
if
Umar
it,
Johnson say? We need to what? Black women need to what?
I think, like a lot of black men, Umar Johnson, a lot of us, we need to teach our sons how to love themselves. I don't think a black woman can do that with a male. I think a male has to do that. Black women learn how to love themselves by watching her black mother. Black males learn how to love himself by learning from his black father. We can give him love and compassion, but he has to know that my father is or my grandfather is set strong in his his ways. He's comfortable on being a black American man. He has to get there. And black women can't just gullibly follow anybody. You have to know as black American women, if the bitch look like it's about to catch on fire and you see cinder blocks all around and he done pour gasoline, don't go up in there. You cannot follow him everywhere. You need to understand when it's mental degeneracy and illness. Look at what mental illness looks like when you elect a president and look what he do. You can't follow him everywhere. You need to make sure that your leader is a comparable, strong, stable-minded leader who is for the collective of the group and will not be swayed. If you don't see that in him, and I would say just do that as an individual within your home, but as a collective, we can't follow them. They're calling everything black. And then they get mad when the stuff that they call him black is acting crazy. You know what I'm saying? Or to the point that he giving his identity to other people. We didn't say we signed up for that. But there are some black women who have, and they don't realize she's ending herself as well. Yeah, a lot of times some of the fathers are involved, but a lot of times they're not. A lot of them are not to be found, and I don't want to deal with that degeneracy. I'm not saying that child is not bi ethnic with a whatever mother and whatever father, black American father. But I'm saying we put out up our gate. They coming and they're attacking us with their stuff. And me and Kay was on a podcast where that was happening.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah,
And
angry
much
vibration.
Creole. And I felt bad for him, but I felt some type of way because I didn't decide to engage in this relationship that makes y'all feel a certain way towards the black community. We didn't tell that black man to stick his prong up in it and then leave. We didn't ask for that. And some of these children do have functional mothers. I'm not saying that all other mothers, whatever the ethnic group, is not functional. Some of them were fine, but there were too many that weren't, and they have
Yeah,
a
but
problem.
they have to hold their mothers accountable because too
Yeah,
often their
hold
mothers
her
come from.
and hold your father accountable.
Yeah, but I'm talking about their
Not
mothers
us.
because too often it's like Cynthia G said a million times. Too often their mothers come from communities where their men are providers, their men are patriarchal, the men are protectors, etc. Right? And then they want to come into the Black American community, and you're like, well, you can look at the Black American community and see all of these fatherless homes. So why would you leave the men in your community who are fathers and providers and husbands and protectors, and then you want to come over here and you can tell what it is. It's the ego thing. It's because the Black man will sit there and put her on a pedestal in a way that her own men do not put her on a pedestal. Her men may protect her and provide for her, they'll be husbands and fathers, but the average woman in her community ain't going to be put on a pedestal like that. So they like the way Black men treat them, because I used to wonder, like, Why are they,
Well, I
you
guess
know,
the way she looked, because a lot of them don't look like nothing. So if she looked like
that's
a
what I'm
ham hock,
saying. She
then
don't
she
look
put
all
her
that
up
great into
there.
her own community, so her men are not going to put her on a pedestal. Then she comes across a black man, and he treats her as if she's a beauty queen, and as if she has the popularity of say a Jennifer Aniston, right? He treats her like that, and she's never been treated like that before. So now
Right.
she goes with him. I used to wonder, like, what do you, why? I could not
And I
understand
will say for them, and look at that with that space I told y'all, Hezekiah news. There's a lot of old stuff that he or she brings up. And I'm gonna try to bring some of it up on our stuff, but it was interesting. It takes you back to what we can remember what was going on. And I have nothing against us dating outside our ethnic group,
it. Yeah,
because
me
you're
either.
not gonna stop people from doing whatever they're gonna do. I just say, as us, the key point of every woman, whether she's from India, Indonesia, South Africa, South Korea, she's a Hawaiian woman, she's a Chinese woman, she's a Japanese woman. Tiger Woods, even though he had a black father, his mother probably raised him with a lot of inkling of whatever her Asian side was.
Right.
Because she's Asian. What else is she gonna do? She gonna raise him with some tradition. He knows, even though his father was involved, so that's a different situation because his father was there. But I guarantee you, 50% of his learning was still aware of her culture, even though he repped his black side to a degree. But as Black American women, we don't get that choice in that side. And notice, he was known as half and half. He was never known as just being Chinese or whatever she is.
Hmm.
But he goes out, lay up, and oh, it's black. What? But the white chick that he lay with, you don't get to call it white. That's what I'm saying. That's why I want the space. No, I don't want to do no. If it come from her, wouldn't it be from her? I'm not saying it's not by ethnic, but why is it thrown over here? I'm not saying we have to reject it, but it's not mine.
Right.
And then the child comes with issues, and I'm not dealing with that. And that's a collective. We have to speak the truth. The truth may hurt, but it'll set your ass free. I don't feel like that because they're not going to deal with yours.
Hmm.
No other group is, and nobody's coming to rescue you if you do not choose wisely. Or I will say, when he chooses you and you don't accept wisely this quote unquote Caucasoid man who has very much power. So your discernment skill needs to be up on peak, because there's no powers that be if he decides to do something deviant to you that's going to protect you. It's not going to be your man, because he is what you would call the alpha male, not just in this country, but globally. So you need to make sure that you got the right one, baby, when you decide to date outside your ethnic group, especially if he's a part of the upper caste and he has funds. You need to make sure that he's 100% in your corner when you leap from that pedestal, or from that platform that you want to either leap to your yacht or leap to your ship or leap to something that's comparable to get you from point A to point B that is steady. You don't want nothing that's below. You want something that's going to take you high. But that's why I said discernment for that Black American woman has to play differently. You have to know who you're dealing with. But now it's not no longer the water. The situation is no longer black and white. We have other ethnic groups here. You have too many other ethnic groups, and nobody's just going to stay within their own ethnic group. That's a fact. But however you do, you have to use your third eye and use your discernment. And I would say a lot of them who are melanated, to me, a lot of them we didn't know then, they act more worse than the ones who are white. So I would say, I'm not saying not to date them or go, but I would say, cruise that water in that area very, very cautiously. They're not feeling us in a lot of ways. All of this panhandling, this hotep stuff, this identity, they don't know who the hell they are. All of a sudden, you come from this country, you just denying all of it, and you just going to put on my underwear, try to put on my drawers while I'm in them. This is crazy. This is not going to help you out. You're not me, and I'm not you. Hold tight to your identity. You just throwing it all away, but you thinking you're going to get into mine and cosplay me. It's not going to happen. I don't see Chinese people trying to be Japanese. I don't see Vietnamese people trying to be Cambodian. Why the hell you trying to be a black
Yeah,
American?
very, very true.
You tripping. You losing your mind. Put the gate up. You can't help when people if people cosplay your what you say, your culture, and we're not responsible how they present it. We know we don't present it like that. That's their degeneracy. I'm not shaking and twerking my ass all over the place. I'm not doing all kinds of lascivious stuff in other countries. That's not me as a black American woman, and that's your fault. Because if you wouldn't have told them, if they didn't create that white supremacy Pan African bullshit, and they didn't set up race and all of this stuff, everybody would be comfortable in who they are. They need to be comfortable and be proud to be an African, whether they're from Nigeria, whether they're from Haiti, whether they're from Ghana, wherever the hell you from. You need to be comfortable in that. There ain't no black Brits. You need to be comfortable as being a Jamaican in Britain. What is all of this? A black Brit? What is that? I've never seen such a thing. All of a sudden now these immigrants running around like they got a chicken with their head. They don't know who they are. An era of confusion. What they said, we are the moral compass. Well, let's put the gate up as black American women. And I'm not saying not to accept your own personal situation, but as a collective, no one can be us but that comes from a black American woman, born from a black American woman, descended from United States chattel slavery. Time to put the gate up, because other than that, he'll be flooding everything up in here that he looking at. A black Asian, a black this, a black and Afro. I'm not accepting all of that. Get out of here. I don't care how you kink your hair, how you bleach yourself, how you put a fat ass on, put big lips, put skin tone. You will never be me. I see a whole lot of people with some severe health issues coming down the line. They all gonna be sick because that big ass is gonna drop and go in your bloodstream. Them lips gonna explode. I don't know what's gonna happen. That skin gonna deteriorate. All of that. They literally, quote unquote, dying to be us, while I'm just trying to walk circumspectly and just be the best me that I can be. So that's why when I looked at it, I'm flattered. But I do believe, like how you said, we got to put the gate up, guard our peace, guard our lineage as black American women, guard our heritage, guard our identity. We can't secure the culture because we just too lit, as he say. Everybody gonna imitate it, but you will never be me. And let the world know it's only one black American woman, and we are covered by the very cloak of our ancestors and the God that brought them through. May he continues to cover us. But we're not gonna tolerate every and anything coming here. Oh, I'm black. No, you're not. No, you're not. I don't accept that. You're not. We don't subscribe to no Pan African ideology that cancels out your identity. Then they can't figure out, well, why they don't have, because you calling them black and then we calling ourselves African. You canceling everything out. You sounding ridiculous. So eventually, when they finish slap boxing themselves, maybe they'll get the data problem and start fixing it. And white Americans will do what they supposed to do as BSIA say, be this white savior and fix this bullshit that they cause. Whether it be 1, 2, 3, or 4, whoever the powers that be, know they done fucked up. This is not beneficial, and fix this nonsense. But in the meantime, let this be a habit that we start guarding our identity, our lineage as black women, the way we move. Put on your third eye, subscribe it to your children. Black is not a color. Black is an ethnicity, a lineage, a heritage, and we're the only true Americans. We are the only true Americans, formed, bred, created literally in the bowels of the United States of America. Before even America was America, we were here. This is our land, our blood, our ancestry flows through here, and that's what they want. And we're letting them know, and we let the Almighty know, and we let everybody know the power. They can't have it. And every time you try to grab for it, may whatever powers that come down on you, consequences, light your asses up. We're not going for it. No, be who you are. And the more you try to be me, the more you fall on the wayside. The more that you try to be me, the less you survive and thrive. Be yourself. Be the best you can be. We going to be the best we can be. Be yourself. Send that out, pray it out, and let it all be out. Whether you playing the Allah, Buddha, whatever, pray it out. No, we're not having it. Be yourself. 2024, be yourself. You cannot be me. Be yourself. And the more you try to be me, the more you fail. Send it out. Pray it out. Whatever. I don't care if you believe or don't believe. Think it out. If you don't believe in God, think it out. Say it out loud. You cannot be me. Misty, Ty Direct is now expecting everybody. No, Ty Direct is now accepting everybody. Yeah, when is this? Why is he doing that? I didn't notice that. Ty Direct is now, but his father's you. I don't know why. Why do you think that is, Charlie? I was noticing that. Ty Direct is now accepting everybody. They get frustrated. They get frustrated. But we got to come out of that. Sometimes we can listen, but in other times we got to come out from amongst that. We can't, and we're not going to save everybody from doing whatever. But when that time comes, at least have your mind on the right aspect that you'll know what to accept and not to accept. And it will spread. It starts off small. The fire always starts off small, simmers, and then it winds up. The pot boils. Start passing it around, giving examples, showing. You think Ty is not a cool man? I think sometimes they get frustrated. Next thing you know, they just give in. But we can't do that. I'm not going out like that. I can't help what they do. Black women are fighters. And some of us, Trina, I was asking. Some of us are fighters. Some of us are followers. I say those of us who can lead. But Ty Direct is now. Oh, you was asking. I don't know. You think he is? Okay, you got to do an order. I don't know. Do y'all think he is a cool man? Ty Direct can't tell a FBA woman from a... No, he can't. He can't. He can't. I was like, what is that? A lot of them can't though, Miss D. That's why I said we have to tell who we are, because you'll be amazed. Some of us as black women can't tell either. Some of us as black women can't tell, and that's not a good move. You need to know yourself. You need to know yourself and know your women. We got some ratchet ones, but you know who you are. We should know who we are. We have changed in a lot of ways. We changed with the times, but we ain't changed that much. Certain things we just don't subscribe to. Be mad soon every. Yeah, he was. Miss D. I can't tell. Sometimes he couldn't. He brings them up all the time. They all do. Just like he brought up that whole station with a bunch of Caribbeans. I was like, that is not no black American women. Lord have mercy. Now, I will tell you, Caribbean women look similar, but pay attention. I'm going to put it in the chat, and I want y'all to look up this, and I want y'all to see. You're going to think, oh, she's this, that, and the other, and the third. And I'm going to put it in the chat so y'all can see. Look up this station. And I know some people be like, we don't need to be looking up. No, look, because you need to look and learn. Don't subscribe. Just look and look. Learn. And when you look at her, you be like, oh, she's not. And you should be able to tell. And then I want y'all to come back and tell me what you think she is. But we need to know ourselves. Some of us as black women, I get more upset when we don't know. I'm kind of understanding that he looks at it from a different perspective as a male. So they look at them, because a lot of them do look, halfway decent. But when he want that tail, he ain't looking at what her heritage and her lineage is. He just go. But many of them are not with us as black women. I do have to talk more into that when we start talking about exactly, she is. Exactly. But a lot of people now, a black male will look at her and be like, oh, she black American. She is not. She is not. Not at all. That's why I say, black women, turn on your discerning eye. She does. But I was looking, and they stay in our issues. They stay in our issues, stay in our heritage, stay in our causes, claiming they us, going in our history. We need to be going through all of that. There you go. They think with the small one. We have to think with our big one, and that we have to go a step further and have a discernment. We can't, he said it, and I agree. Don't follow. Follow the man that's in your home. Follow the ones that's around you that you know. And even with that, be cautious. It's a sickness and a veil that's going around. We can't be led by the little head no more. We can't be going with this hotep shit, this pan-African shit. Back the hell out. If you're in these organizations and you know something wrong and it ain't right and it ain't serving what you need to give you that peace of mind, that stability, that survival and thriving skill, get your ass out. Get your ass out as soon as possible, and don't follow them down a rat hole of destruction. A lot of us cannot rely on that. We have to rely on what our ancestors have left before us. And one thing we do know, we know what it is to be a woman in America and a black woman in America. That's something they'll never know. That's something that your great, 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 great grandmother passed on to her children. That's something that they don't have. So remember that. Thrive on that. That's something that each one of us has as individuals in our DNA, in our lineage, in our genealogy. That's what they don't have. It's under our feet. It's the air we breathe. It's in the sky. It's around us. Each one of us has our own personal story that we have, but as a collective, we can all relate. It ain't nothing that you can act through, cosplay. It ain't nothing you can play at. You either gonna be real or you gonna be destroyed. This is not the time to play PUSSY. You will get effed this time. This is not the time. This is the time where, how they say, the piper has come to be. The piper has come to be. You have to pay the piper. He coming for his payment. America has a karma, and a lot of them should have read. Before they signed, they should have read the small print, and they didn't. That's on them. That's not on us. I was very disappointed with an organization here in Detroit. It's called New Era Detroit. They got great things, but they been up helping. Yeah, we have to pull out. Pull out. Pull out. Some of them are gonna go, and then you gotta understand some of them are also Caribbeans here. It's not just Africans who are doing, a lot of them, Afro Latinas, everybody, just all in it. And when you see who was behind it, it's them. They giving away the who we are. That's why they don't know who half of us are as women, unless he knows the black woman's family. That's why they don't know. I call it retrobate mind. That's what it sounds like to me, and it may get worse. Know yourself. I think it says biblically, if you want to believe it, it's probably elsewhere. My people perish for lack of knowledge. The first step of knowledge is know yourself, know your history. Never forget, never forgive, move forward so we can survive and thrive. Starting with the women. It has to start with us. Hold tight and true to those that you know, and be very discerning about everyone around you. We have to guard our peace, our place, and we need to put God first. Know who you are as black women. You need to know. It's not wrong with helping others, but it's too much poverty here. And yes, start helping us. Charity begins at home. Help our own. Charity begins at home. Help our own. Again, I did put my email in. Send your information. I'll put it in again. I will check out and make sure that you are who you are behind the scenes. But we have a lot of work to do. Yes, T. Topics give it away. Some of them would basically say that she wasn't. That's the deep part. A lot of people, you'd be amazed. They would think that she was one of us. That's what I'm saying. I'll be looking at some black women and I'll be like, that's not a black American woman. You got to know who we are. I'm not saying as a collective. Some things have changed, but you don't know how to raise too much differently. You know, because they're going to bring their traits and stuff with them. As you can see what they did when they was in their own personal space talking about us. And a lot of our conversations are not going to be centered around them as much either. We're not going to keep giving them no hype. We got to start moving in a way that we can survive and thrive in our own country. that our ancestors built directly and indirectly. I put the email in there again. Anybody who needs it, send me anything that you would need to send me. I think American Holocaust was talking about stuff that's helpful in her area. I can send it out. Send your email, and I can send it out so that we can start creating a network to help other Black American women, whether they be in our family or friends that you know that are Black American women who may have a need. Because there's nothing here for us. They giving everything to the immigrants. We ain't getting no help, a lot of us. So we can form these spaces where we can help one another, or form a chain where we can start helping one another. We're not getting any help. We're not getting any sustaining, and we need to pull out of these be aware of these, how you say, these gender wars, but we ain't gonna have time to participate. I do agree that a lot of us don't need to be in it. Be aware of it, but don't be caring about it. Be aware, but walk circumspectly. American flags, and I don't care what they say. Yeah, ain't it a trip? They don't want you to rep an American flag. Put American flags all up in your stuff. You're American. And make sure when you put it to own the one and only true Americans. Make sure it's Black when we are true Americans. Black Americans, descendants of United States. Take back Black. True Americans. Ancestry from and lineage from slavery. United States chattel slavery, or chattel slavery in the United States. They want to take the identity, but want to push us out. They got a nerve. But just watch how this tsunami come. It ain't gonna take nobody. You want to be on the right perch to survive this. So know your house, know yourself. Make sure you form a covenant with yourself. Get notes and start writing things down about things that you need to change. A covenant is different than a resolution. We'll go over that next year, and I'll tell you the difference between a covenant and a resolution, and why I say we should have a covenant with the Almighty that we serve, and with ourselves. We didn't America. BS I was talking about, we didn't. He was focusing on skyscrapers and modern buildings in Washington, D.C. from the White House was built by. Yeah, he did say that. He was saying the industrial revolution was started by the white people, because they'll come at us with. So I get what he was saying. Say we built it directly and indirectly, because we were the ones who, if it wasn't for the cotton and the industry of cotton and agriculture and the whole 9 yards, they wouldn't be an aspect of industrial. So we got to break it down on that aspect. I kind of got what he said. I get it. So you got to say directly and indirectly. But yes, we did build America directly and indirectly. But I feel like I seen and I heard and I know for a fact that my uncle was on some of them damn skyscrapers in the 70s and 80s. Foreman, building some of them buildings, going up there. So yes, it was built with the white man's money though, but there were Black laborers on there with them hard hats on that was helping to build too, Black men. So buy cheap like my family is doing and build compounds and use it, the other cheap land to farm, get containers, food in your family members' yards. We should not. Who cares what? That's something we can talk about on the outside, because I can suggest that if we could get that, because I don't know if that is the case, Charlie. That's something that we can think about, to talk to family members about and see if that can happen, because sometimes a person by themselves couldn't do that, but maybe as a collective we could. But you got to make sure that your family's on board, or the friends or whoever you have is on board, and everybody's on the same page. That's a good idea, and it doesn't have to be large, but it has to be monitored. I wouldn't do that up in the city. I would say do that in southern spots. That's something to think about. That's good. Maybe that idea can be passed along, and we can kind of pass it on to other Black women, and they can pass it on to their families and find out from there. That's a good idea. Get my email address, and we can go over it. Let me know, because that's something I might can pass on to other Black Americans. in the community, starting basically Black American women. So those are things that we can talk about. American flags. We should. Yes, most definitely. Kay's still doing a doggone delivery. I put, I just don't say anything. You say channel too much. Yeah, that is true. And we have to be careful of that aspect we say here too. But you have my email address. Send it there, and those things will do, and coincide like that. Again, I'm gonna require to. It's a way that I'll figure out who I'm talking to, because I'm not gonna reveal myself to anybody either that I'm not quite sure about. It's gonna have to have a form of some trust for this to work. So we're gonna have to know each other's face, who is who, where you're from, what shit. I ain't playing. Uh, like I said, we cannot help who comes to listen because they have that right. Um, but it's a certain way in which we have to do stuff on our own accord. I think my family was doing it, but you also have to make sure that what you're suggesting is also a place where it's safe, where someone is watching at all time, because people are going to be desperate. Time calls for desperate measures. There are ways that we can do that same thing that you're talking about. If you cannot live or purchase what you're saying, that you can do it. I'll go over with you in the email. We'll coincide like that. That you may can do it in other ways besides land, because not everybody will be. You gonna have to. Everybody's going to be innovative. Work with what you got to get what you want. If y'all understand what I'm saying. Yes, 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 yes. This was the longest live, 5 hours, damn near. Shay is looking like she delivering. Kay fellas, I think Shay fell asleep. Shay definitely fell asleep. Yes, understand. Yeah, we'll learn how to. We're gonna have to find how to navigate this spot. But this is specifically for Black American women, born of a Black American woman, speaking about our issues solely on how we view things, how we move, and we're the only Blacks. We are a monolith. We're just not a monolith in the way that we think, um, and different things on how we move. But we do have to move more circumspectively now. We may not move in the same way, but we need to move in a way that we can not only survive but thrive. I know you missed the beginning. I'm sorry. I came on at like 8:30, 9:30. I'll be coming on between that time period. But if Meg be coming back, usually she's on Friday. I'm not sure which day she on, because y'all know we gonna wait. I can't wait to see her and figure out how she's doing with her little bundle of joy, because I miss her stuff. I do go back and watch it from time to time. If I'm feeling some type of way, I gotta watch it to get a laugh. But this spot is coming up slowly, but we're going to be coming up surely. I was sleeping hard. I be sleeping all times a day. But we definitely need this space specifically for us, just Black American women who descend from United States chattel slavery. And our mothers, we come from the womb of Black women whose ancestry descend from United States chattel slavery. I make sure I put that in the bio. I'm specific. And we just think differently. I know that we do. I know us as women. The new ones that are coming up, yes, each generation is different than the next, but fundamentally the way that we move, that's different. You can't cosplay us on that aspect. You can cosplay our style, put the weave on, but you can't cosplay our lineage. You can't cosplay the root and the soul that was passed down from generation to generation. We need to hold tight to that as Black American women, period, and be aware of what's going on around us. Things are changing, the elements are changing, the room is changing, the atmosphere is changing. You have to move with the sign of the times. You can't follow everywhere somebody's going. You have to be discerning and put on your discernment. Be mindful and watchful of everything that's going on around you. Be careful. Pray without ceasing. Some don't believe in that. I do. Whatever you got to do, get on your spiritual high horse. Covenant, make a covenant with thyself, with the Almighty, to do better. It's a lot that we need to do. Guard your peace. Put you first. because you don't want what's coming up ahead to knock you off your square. And if you do fall off, get up. Ain't no time to be laying down. The Thermo King was founded by Fred and was the engineer, and he patented all his work. Oh, great. That's something that we can learn about. I'm going to look that up. Okay. McKinley. There's so much that we got to learn. It's not funny. That's why I said we do need to know the patterns of the women, the men, what we did as Black Americans. Those things give you, and teach it to our children. Teach it to our children. That we should be teaching our children all year round. If you have children, you should be learning all year round. That's something that I want to do. Learn all year round something new of what your ancestors created and invented. Knowledge is power. Start getting all of that stuff. Knowing who patent what. Start learning it. Start. You may not memorize it from top to bottom, but you should be aware of it. Each week you should know about. Each month you should know about two, or at least each month you should know about a new inventor. Every month, learn a new inventor and what they created, what they patent. Every month, because I ain't gonna say I'm gonna do that every week, but every month, learn about a new inventor and what they patent and what they contributed to the American society when they created it, the whole 9 yards. Be aware of it. Our minds are like sponges. Learn and teach. Learn to teach yourself. Regroup yourself. Knowledge is power, and you can teach that to your children. The more you know, the more you grow. My people perish for lack of knowledge. You need to know your Bible, your Quran, your different religious aspects. We got all kinds of stuff running around here. I think our nation is becoming heavily Muslim, Islam. We were like a heavily Christian nation. It's like more and more people coming here. They Muslim. I'm not saying we have to become that, but we see that same that concept and that religious belief is coming here. Don't allow too many things to gather in your space and disrupt your peace. Hold tight to your peace, lady. Give your ladies, make sure you have a peace and pray for a peace that passes all understanding. Thrive for that so that you can survive. And again, put your spiritual God first, whoever you believe in. I hope it's the Almighty. And then put yourself. You can't fall under, and let's tread in this water. We were built for this, but we need to get ourselves in order, strengthen our mind, body, soul, and spirit. Again, my email is in there. I will check it. Try to email you back on different ideas on what we can do to like make things better, to like pass it out to women. And I'll start looking around stuff in my community. And I'm still trying to learn how the hell to download this stuff on StreamYard so I can play different videos. I will figure it out. I will be putting up the next time we will meet. I have a problem with other ethnicities. I just don't like when they don't respect who we are. I don't have a problem with them either. But the only way they're going to respect that is if we put some respect on our name, starting with us as Black women. So let it be known there's a gate that we put up. We're the only Black women. We're the only true Americans, and we're the only true Black American. Black American women. Ain't everybody going to be Black. That's what I say. Guard your ethnicity, guard your peace. And we just got to be better at what we do, different at how we move. Yep, I don't usually have a problem because y'all know I don't. But I like the fact that they have their identity and I have mine. I thought that's how it should be. That's what makes the world better. We all can't be cucumbers. Somebody got to be lettuce, tomatoes, onions, and pickles. Shit. That's all I'm saying. You can't be me. You need to be you. That's what makes the whole thing better. Yeah, get them likes up. Absolutely. That's why I don't play. Yes. We can't all be the same thing. Be you. That's what makes the salad better. That's what makes it interesting. Hey, Sam. Sam must have been listening in the clouds. So Shay and Kay, I don't know if Kay is out for deliveries. Shay probably is there and fell asleep. We did 5 hours, almost 5 hours,
I'm up
lady.
here listening.
You are. Wake up. What do you
Uh-huh.
have? Ain't no wrench yet, Sam. What do you have to say, Shay? Because we about to close out. I think Kay is delivering. Kay, if you come back in, we can start ending. This is a 5 hour live.
Oh boy. Um, I guess there's some things to cover, protect yourself that you didn't think you will ever be doing, needs to
Hmm.
be done. And I think it's just for us to follow up and make sure we do our part
Hmm.
and come to realization that we might be heading into World War III.
That too. And that's going to really change the dynamics and stuff as a country and how we move as Black American women. So keep family close. Black women, keep your mind steady. We are the backbones of our community in a lot of ways. Never forget, never forgive, but we can move forward. We have to be there for one another. Don't follow everything and everybody. Make sure the mate that you follow is really going in the right direction. If he or she is not, pull up. But most of all, know thyself. Know who you are as a Black American woman and hold tight to that. Your heritage, your lineage, your genealogy, your history. It is ours. Does not belong to anyone but us. Our ancestors, like my mother says, she went to school and integrated her school for Black Americans, not any other group but us. She didn't take them words and them pinches and them kicks from them white folk for nobody but us. And we need to remember that. Respect our ancestors, respect what they did for us. I looked at Ruby D, that little baby, going to school to enter segregate the school, ended or however. She went through that for Black Americans. That was a Black American child, a little girl. Look that up and see the courage of that little girl. And if that little baby can do it, then so can we. You been good, Sam? That's good. I've been good. I saw what you said. I've been good. Are you talking to? I've been good, Trina. Yeah, we ain't seen Sam in a while. Sam was over there with his Ethiopian wife. Sam's wife is Ethiopian. Sam, you're Black American, right? Sam is Black American, descendant of chattel slavery. No Africans using our history and calling it. Yeah, I see that. They doing all kinds of stuff. It ain't no diaspora history. It's just Black American history. Africa is not our diaspora. We ain't even African. When BSI broke that up, I was like, hold up. It wasn't even no Africa when they took us out of there. I said, oh hell no, we ain't African. And after what Carl Linnaeus said, I am not one step above no primate. You better get that shit off of me. We'll talk about it in my emails, what they be saying about that stuff. That stuff be deep. One step of above a primate. I always wonder why every time they go over to Africa, they always say they got the you ever notice they always claim they getting diseases from monkeys? I said, how many damn diseases monkeys Africa got? That shit don't make no sense. But take a look at BSIA's last live, broke it down, and look it up for yourself too. Don't just take his word or my word or anybody. Look it up for yourself. Study to show thyself the work to do, not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word and truth. Look for yourself. Look at the video. What video? What video you talking about, Sam? Kay, you came back? Because I
Yeah,
hear a car window or something.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah. I was just finishing up that order.
What link? Charlie sent a link. Don't send nothing that's crazy up here, Charlie. I don't know what link you sent. I don't see no link, Charlie. Yeah. You made your deliveries. I don't know no link you talking about, Charlie. We're about to end, ladies. We did our 5 hours. That's long for us. Any last words? Because I know y'all tired. And have a happy new year. May we all make it to January 1st, 2024. Be safe. Be careful. Oh, okay. Be safe. Be careful. Keep your head on the swivel. What's Sam Seal's link? What link is it? I don't see the link. Somebody put it in my email. If you have it, put it in my email. Put your link in my email, Sam. Because I gave my email. Happy New Year. Yep, Happy New Year to everyone. May you have a safe, happy holiday, all of that good stuff. I'm getting tired. My eyes is burning. You know how
Yeah,
you have
you've been
one
up
eye
here a
open,
long
one eye
time.
closed? My one eye open, one eye closed. I want some Kool-Aid. I want the red kind.
Ooh, yes. I love that. Tropical is my best
I want
favorite.
some red Kool-Aid. My mom always mix it up. She be mixing other juices in it,
Mm-hmm.
some ice in it. Oh my God. It'd be good. And then I get a little fancy and put a little bit of ginger ale in it. I'll be just doing the extra because I like it with a little fizz. Making my own crazy type of soda and stuff. I like juice. I like to drink stuff. That's my problem. That's how I gain weight. I be drinking my calories. Eggnog, juice. I kind of do my sodas too, but I really like juice. But my favorite soda is Pepsi. It's a bad one, I know, and I can tell too. Pepsi is not good for you, but every now and then I gotta take a hit. Every now and then, especially when you eat seafood, I gotta take a hit. What soda
Mm-hmm.
you like, Shay?
Well, I love Pepsi and I love Coca-Cola, but I
Yeah, you love Pepsi.
still, with a little guilt, I love Fanta.
Be careful with the Fanta. They had a recall. What soda you like, Kay? Kay probably don't drink no damn soda. I want the brown Kool-Aid.
Nah, I just drink soda. I don't drink anything but soda.
You don't drink water?
Ah,
Kay, you don't drink no water?
nope.
You better drink water, your kidneys.
No, I think you're drinking the big gulp, super big gulp, double size. I always put it
Girl,
on ice.
no, you gotta drink some water. Starting this year, just drink 1 8 ounce bottle of water a day.
Mm.
Just one. Just
Mm.
one. 8 ounce. Just drink it right after you had your soda, and then you can continue to drink it. I drink water. I drink soda too, but you gotta flush that shit. I want the brown
Mhm.
Kool-Aid. I put a little Sprite. What brown Kool-Aid? I ain't never seen no brown Kool-Aid. What the fuck kind of Kool-Aid is that?
That sounds that don't sound right.
Be careful for diabetes. I have it. Yes, come
I
back
never
on that.
heard of
But
that
what
either.
fucking brown Kool-Aid?
What?
Let's get
What? Do you also eat brown Jello? Shoot, you eat a brown drinking brown
it.
Kool-Aid. You eat a
I
brown
want the
Kool-Aid?
brown Kool-Aid. I put a little Sprite in my pop. What color? What brown Kool-Aid? I had to let y'all see this because I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I do have to
Heard of
watch
brown Kool-Aid?
borderline with it. So you do have to be mindful of the diabeticals, ladies. You gotta be mindful. But my orange and because girl, I say, what the fuck is brown Kool-Aid? She mixes orange and lemon and lime Kool. Oh, you scared me. I'm like, girl, I think that's bad. I don't think you're supposed to drink it if it's brown. I had to look at that one, but yeah, I love it. She mixes it. Oh, yes. She mixes all of that shit up. That's what you call damn it. I'll be mixing it too, but you scared me, Miss D, when you said it was brown. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? It's good. I bet you it is. And I like ice follicles all up in it. I love me some juice. I will get up in the middle of the night to get some juice. So what big gulp do you drink, Kay? You drink Mountain Dew, Pepsi, Coke?
Nah, just Coke and Pepsi.
Oh, okay. My favorite is Pepsi, but if I cannot get Pepsi, I will do Coke. She mixes orange. So if y'all want the mix, she mixes orange, lemon, lime, Kool-Aid together. Okay. If y'all want to try that, go ahead. Let me know how y'all think it tastes. Whoever want to mix it, let's be mindful not to put too much sugar. Sugar is in shortage. but to give yourself a little flavor, give it a try. Let me know how y'all think it tastes. I love the Coke Big Gulps. I like the Pepsi. I love me some Pepsi, but drink some water. You gotta have some water. Just 8 ounces. Just gulp it right before or after you have your big gulp. What? Eight ounce. Okay, you need to just drink 8 ounces. That's it per day. You sound like my aunt. She don't drink nothing but Pepsi. I don't mean to scare you. You know she a diabetic now, right? Up to your age. She a full blown diabetic taking shots and all. Sugar be running up to 5, 6, and 700. It ain't nothing but by the grace of God her ass still be here. Try sugar-free watermelon, Walmart. I can't do no sugar-free nothing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't muff with sugar-free nothing. That shit is nasty. But if you want to try it, go right on ahead. But I figure if I'm gonna drink it, I'm gonna drink it and I'm gonna flush like it's a toilet. If I gotta drink 2 to 3, 4 bottles of water, I'm gonna drink it and flush. But I'm gonna drink my Pepsi. But I'm also drink my water. I'm gonna flush that shit. No, I am not. They go Shay again. I will not drink no diet. But some people like diet. I think it's a waste of time. It tastes. You ever had that aftertaste from diet soda? It tastes nasty to me. It just tastes nasty. I don't take shots. I need to stop. I don't take shots. Yeah, I don't take none either. And you gotta be careful not to catch gout. I caught that one time too. Ain't nothing like a gout attack. That shit getting your big toe. Jesus. That big toe swell up. Lord have mercy. Those little crystals form. Help it, God. So be careful with that too. With a lot of sugar, you can form gout and seafood. Gotta be careful. The Kool-Aid and sugar-free is good. No other taste. Diet. I can't take diet. I'm sorry, Charlie. Yeah, I'm like that. I can't do no diet. That's like slapping me in the face. That shit is nasty. I don't do nothing like that. But if you like it, I love it. Whatever makes you happy, whatever make you healthy, do that. But I don't do no diet or nothing. And on that note, we've been here 5 hours and some minutes. Okay, we about to go. Everybody will be about to go. Happy New Year's. I will see y'all back on. Charlie, do you know when Meg is coming? Or you can't tell me now. Can you tell me in the email? Yeah. Shay fell off. She fell asleep and she fell off. Because you heard her snoring. That phone went boop. She was gone. Okay, we about to sign off. Say the last word.
Y'all have a good night. Safe New
Ooh, Lord.
Year.
Kay is talking. What did you say?
To have us here and a safe New Year's Eve.
Perfect. I say the same thing. I second that. Everybody got my I want the link. I sent the link. Where did you send it at? He keeps saying he sent the damn link. What link? Where did you send it?
Stills was here when you first started. He was down.
I seen him, but he keeps saying he sent the link. Private chat. What link? I didn't see no link. Oh, okay. Got you. Thank you. All right. Everybody have a safe, happy holiday. I'll see you again on either January the 6th or the 13th, but I think it's going to be the 13th. I will say January 13th. I'll see you the second week in January. Be safe. On Saturday between 8:30 and 9:30, January 13th. And Kay, do you have my email? Kay.
Sorry, I was in the chat. No, I don't have your email.
Oh goodness. I did put it in there. You want it up?
You did? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't just put it up for someone. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. You want to put in the
Okay. In the back. Can you see it in the back?
Let me check.
I'll put it back here in the back. I put it in the front one time.
No, I don't see anything right now though.
Put it in there now.
Let me take a look. Okay. No.
I'm putting it in there. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute, where's it at? Put your number back in there. Cause I done asked several times and I put it in my phone, but I forgot. But I know I have it in.
Okay, so you want me to put my number in the back?
Yeah. No, put it in the email.
Oh, okay, okay, no problem.
I just sent it. You see it in
Got it.
now?
I see it.
All right, grab that and put it in that. That way I can get your number. And when we have our lives, we can pull back up when you're not available. When you're available, what I was about to say, when you're available, we're gonna have to go over some topics.
Okay,
Get
let me.
information. Be safe, ladies. Have a good. Yes, you have a good New Year's too. Everybody be safe. You got my email. Anybody else got my email in the front? Because I put it in there a couple of times. I don't want to keep putting it out there because I know other people gonna throw some stuff in there. But Black American ladies, I'll see you on either January the 6th or the 13th. But I think it's gonna be on the 13th because I'm gonna have to adjust. So I'm gonna say January the 13th. Between 8:30 and 9:30, be here, be square, and we'll talk about more issues. And hopefully by then I'll get it down pack on how we got to do a piece. DiCapriano, we got people listening all over. And hopefully I can get how to download this stuff. And someone can let me know when Meg is coming back because we got to have some funds to give us something. Jeez. For the baby. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody knows her Cash App, put that up so we can send her something from all of us because she always giving us some great content and always there for us in every which way. I'm going to send you stuff from Twitter. That would be great. Thanks. I appreciate it, Sam. So, ladies, be safe. The men who stop by, be safe. Happy New Year. Keep your head on the swivel. Okay. Make sure you drop your information. Again, be safe. Happy New Year. Thanks for showing up. And I guess we might see each other on. Wait a minute. Happy New Year. Yep, Happy New Year. We'll see each other on BSA's live, hopefully. Okay, everybody be safe. Happy New Year. Be safe. Kay, Shay, everybody be safe. Love you guys. Peace out. Good night. Okay. You out? I think she out. Happy New Year. Bye, ladies.
Can you hear me? I was trying to do your email.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I was trying. Yeah, I was testing it now. But anyway, Happy New Year. Same New Year. Enjoy safe, guys.
She sounds like she's barking like a bug. You like when you go back and listen, you sound like a robot.
Hear me now? I had it plugged in.
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit. It's just gonna sound like a robot.
Okay.
What did you say?
All right, about that. I safe even the 7 years, okay? Because just be safe.
Everybody be safe, be careful. See you on January 13th between 8:30 and 9:30. Be there, be square. Peace out, everybody. Bye.
Okay. Good night. Oh, Decap was in the house. Oh, Decap just came late. Good to see you, Decap.
Bye, guys.